What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to our 2023 NBA free agency live stream. Today, we're going to have a marathon of a stream. We're going to cover every signing that takes place today. We're going to cover every trade that takes place today. We got the live Twitter feeds, as always, down below from Adrian Wojnarowski, Sham Sharania, and Chris Haynes. We also got a slideshow showing you the top available free agents at each position. I separated it into 4: guards, wings, forwards, and big men. We'll also have a countdown to free agency. I'll get that started soon. And this stream is brought to you by BetOnline. Use the promo code BELIEVE for a 50% reward bonus over at BetOnline. Get in on any sport that's going on right now with that promo code for 50% rewards. Anyway, Eric, the day is finally here. It's free agency. Things will kick off in 43 minutes. And how are you feeling? There's been a couple of things that have happened today. A Max Strus rumor. A Trendon Watford waiving. He's no longer a Blazer. Let's start off with that. So Trendon Watford gets waived today. Out of the blue. Completely unexpected. Shocking, honestly. Do you have any idea why the Blazers waived Trendon Watford?
Zero. What's up, everyone? Happy to have you all here. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're all sitting down comfortably, ready for several hours of hopefully fun and celebration or extreme disappointment, whatever. But yeah, Tori, this to me is just yet another one of Cronin's conflicting roster beliefs, or whatever you want to call them. It was 8 days ago, right after the draft, he has a press conference talking about the new CBA and how rookie contracts are going to be the most important currency in the NBA moving forward, and that you have to have decent players on those rookie cheap contracts. And then we just cut one of those players 8 days later, our second cheapest contract on our roster. To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense unless there's something that they needed to be out of the tax or under the apron for by 1.8 million. But we also still have Nate Williams' non-guaranteed contract that is the same exact amount as Trendon Watford's, and the only difference is his guaranteed date is in August, I believe, so you have a little bit more time. So yeah, I don't know if this was just a favor to Watford to let him go out to free agency or what, but I have no idea why the Blazers would cut him right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit baffled. A lot of people think this means that some sort of move is coming, and this did something for some sort of move, but here's the thing. The Blazers have to have 14 guys on the roster. He was on a minimum contract. It's not like this is going to free up any money, because whoever the Blazers sign in that roster spot is going to be having to make basically a similar amount. So it's just a very confusing thing in terms of trying to accomplish things this offseason. Going the rebuild route, which is still a possibility. Trendon Watford made sense on this team as a young developmental player. Just very confusing move. And I'm going to be interested to see how Joe Cronin justifies it. Because he will get asked about it in his, he'll have a press conference introducing whatever moves we make, whether it's trades or free agent signings. If you guys remember last year, there was that press conference and Ant was there and Nurk was there because they re-signed, but then Jeremy Grant was there. GP 2 Weeks was there. So there will be... Yeah, there will be an opportunity for Joe Cronin to answer for this, and I'm very interested to see what he says.
Yeah, I do know last year they got several calls. Could have gotten at least a second round pick or two for Trendon Watford. he goes out and wins Summer League MVP, or not MVP, but MVP of the championship game. And then, yeah, I mean, he got off to a bit of a slow start this season because of the injuries. But I believe, let me get these exact numbers. Bobby Marks posted his last 15 games of the season or something. Yeah,
numbers, yeah.
Last 15 games for Trendon Watford, albeit tank mode, but 13.2 points per game, 55% from the field, 40% from three, and he was making 1.8 million. So, I don't know. I had always felt like or heard that this team was fairly high on Watford. So, I mean, I don't know if this was the case where maybe this indicates they're bringing Winslow back and they didn't want two of those similar type of players, but why would you choose Winslow over Watford at this point of their careers? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I'm interested to hear what the answer is, because nothing really makes sense. Winslow over Watford makes absolutely no sense. It's not increasing flexibility. I mean, Watford is a guy that made sense on the team no matter what route they went. And it's not, I wasn't high on him being a guy in the rotation on a winning team, but as a 10th, 11th man, pretty dang player, solid. Yep. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, obviously, to see what the Blazers do the rest of the day and see what they pull off. But it's kind of just a a frustrating start to the day. My expectations aren't high going into today for this team. But it's kind of funny how free agency hasn't even started yet, and they're already giving us what the hell moments. Before the stream even started, they're giving us what the hell moments already today. So just felt like that was a fitting start to the day, probably.
Because, I know Watford's just going into his third year, but he's got kind of an old man's game, so it's not like he was messing up or so a lot of people are saying, well, this definitely means we're not staying young, but or going the rebuild route. I don't know. I think they just came up against the deadline and just didn't want him anymore. It just seems weird, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Shout out to Bruce Davis for becoming a starter level member. Thank you, Bruce. Shout out to Joshua Lugo, member for 30 months. 30 months. One of our longest tenured members. Thank you, Josh. His member message says, get the alcohol ready to go. Expect disappointment, and you'll never be disappointed. All jokes aside, hope Cronin proves us wrong, and go Blazers. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you. Shout out to Rip City Highlights with a $7.70 dono. Says, thanks for the stream as always, guys. Here's good luck for hopefully a good free agency day for us. Thank you, Rip City Highlights. Shout out to Snack and K with the $2 dono. As he always says, Yodi gang. Come on, Joey. Come on. Thank you, Snack and K. And then Pure Podcast, $5 dono, says, what would a trade to the 76ers look like with Dame? Is that possible? I am still, as I've said before, thank you for the dono, but I am still not interested in discussing Dame trades until he demands out, basically.
And I'll just say it since you don't want to. 76ers have Maxey as their best asset, a very good asset. But with Scoot and Sharp, would we really trade Dame for another guard as the main piece coming back? It makes no sense. So once again, if the deal is with Philly, it would be on Joe Cronin to maximize that, whether that becomes part of a Harden trade too, and then also just finding another team for Maxey that you get maximum value for, because he's on a cheap contract. You should be able to get multiple picks and young players for Maxey in a deal like that. So, but apparently we're trying to make everything work still here. So I don't think we're to the stage that we're trading Dame yet.
Yep. Shout out Daniel G, member for 9 months, says more guards or bust. Yeah, so the Blazers have been tied to Max Strus.
A
And
6'4" guard.
with an 8'2" standing reach, Eric, I think Scoot Henderson's standing reach might be taller than Max Strus's.
Yeah, it's like 6'7" and a half wingspan.
A 3-point specialist that last year shot 35% from 3. A 3-point specialist that's not that special of a 3-point
He's got
shooter.
some experience, though. And we're going to pay him like the full MLE or what?
Well, I've heard rumors he's going to get even more than that. So,
16.
I mean, that would be a very Blazers-esque signing, is just like a super undersized small forward that isn't really all that impressive defensively and is just kind of like a mediocre 3-point shooter for the full mid-level exception. I mean, like we were trying to think of like what would be the most Blazer-ish signing last night, and I said Dylan Brooks, but like at least Dylan Brooks can play some defense. Max Strus, now that I think about it, is like the most Blazer-y signing that they could come out of today with. I do not want Max Strus. Just clear cut, simple. I don't want him. I for what it's going to take to sign him, he doesn't fit on this team.
Same with Eric Gordon.
Same with Eric Gordon. We don't need 2 guards. We have 4 guards right now. Even if we trade one of the guards, it still doesn't make sense. We need forwards.
I just really hope this isn't who we... Because remember last year we found out we were linked to... It was basically just Gary Payton and Bruce Brown. And then through trades, we were going after Kenyon Martin Jr. and Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiming very high there, yeah.
Yeah, we were very clear that it didn't make sense, but the Blazers were interested in backup defensive guard type players. Would it surprise me if that's what our targets are today? No. Would I maybe throw a fit if we do sign one of those guys because it makes no sense? Yeah, probably. I don't know. But let me just, for anyone asking about Bruce Brown, the Blazers are the team he was talking about. Okay. He said after the regular season, it came down to him and someone else for a spot. And it wasn't for the tax MLE because he got the tax MLE with Denver. He wouldn't have been mad that he got passed over for that same contract elsewhere. It was for that 3-year, $27 million contract that Gary Payton signed. So, okay. And he's meeting with the Lakers. They were one of the only other teams that could have been if you did doubt that information. So why would he be meeting with the Lakers later today if that's the case? Bruce Brown is not going to come to Portland. So it's just not going to happen. He's not even going to meet with us. And he felt like they chose wrong last year. He kind of misinterpreted or exaggerated what he was told, that he wouldn't get playing time or whatever. That wasn't the case. He was told that he'd have to earn his playing time and that they're very high on players like Nas and stuff that he'd have to beat out for a spot or for minutes. And he took that as a slight, you know. But that was only after they chose Gary Payton. If they would have chose him for that contract, he wouldn't have been slighted. It actually worked out great for him. He wins a championship and now might get the bag from somewhere else or can stay on what should be the title favorites next year. So, I don't know why he's still upset about it, but there's no chance of Bruce Brown coming here.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Shout out to Carter Dick, member for 8 months. It says, thanks for covering this team through all their crap. Let's hope it turns around today. Thank you, Carter. Shout out to FlyGuy95, $5 dono. Says, Eric said he will leave if we trade Dame, so Dame will retire a Blazer and we keep Eric. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not worrying about Dame right now, although I'm going to analyze moves in terms of what I think would get his approval. I'm just kind of focused on what this team does today, and then the Dame stuff will follow that over the coming week or two. So thank you, FlyGuy95 with the $5 dono, and shout out to Smog, member for 30 months. Says, what's good, Tori, Eric, and chat? Happy Guards Day!
What's up,
yeah,
Smog?
can we start a national holiday for all our guards? Can we celebrate them? It's It's gonna be It's gonna be interesting to see how many guards we have on this roster at the end of the day. Shout out to Connor. Connor with a $100 bomb says it's all Joe Ever or Jover.
Jover, yeah.
Jover. It's all
not,
Jover.
Hopefully it's not Jover yet. But
thank you,
thanks
Connor,
everyone for the donations. Appreciate it.
Shout out to Connor, man. Connor's the GOAT. Connor is the MVP.
Yeah. There's also been a lot of questions about roster spots, and that being the reason with Trendon. There's a slight chance they have a bunch of moves lined up to where they have 15 roster spots covered and needed that extra roster spot, maybe. But right now in the summertime, roster spots are not an issue. They increased, I forgot what they increased it to, 21 or 22 in the new CBA during the summer you can have on your roster. Mm-hmm. So that's that. They're not coming close to that anyway. So there's no reason to not have. That wouldn't be a reason like to make a trade today with roster spots. If anything, wouldn't you think we would need roster spots after a big trade if we're trading out like Ant and Nas and Keon or something like that? We probably are more likely to need cheap players at the end of the roster than not need roster spots.
I mean, you do have to wonder. Kevin Knox's $3 million option doesn't get picked up. Turner Watford gets waived. Like, they're just purely cutting salary, no matter how small, no matter if they're going to have to replace it. It's just kind of fishy. But given this ownership situation, wouldn't surprise me if they're just cutting everything on the books that they can that doesn't result in dead money.
Yeah, well, the interesting part is if they do a sign and trade or use the full mid-level exception, they would get hard cap, so at 172 million. So maybe that's the only hope, right? Is that they have something lined up to where it's going to be very close for them to get under that money, and that 4.8 million between those two that they saved is enough room to stay under the hard cap. I don't know.
Shout out to Brady, a member for 22 months. Or Rip City Brady. Thank you, Brady, for being a channel member. Says, appreciate all you guys do. No more guards. Yeah, if only we could get that message across to Joe Cronin. Anyway, before things kick off, all right, your boy's on 2 hours of sleep. I know you can carry this solo for like 5 minutes. I'm going to go get a couple of energy drinks because I'm going to need them before we kick things off. So I'll let you solo this for a few minutes. I'm going to energize because I did not get sleep. And then we'll be back and we kick things off in 25 minutes.
All right. This is just a warning for people too. No fake rumors. If you post fake trades or fake signings in an effort to troll, we will insta ban you from now on. We'll put up a warning later, but no fake any rumors or anything like that. We have the streams that will update live on the screen here, so we don't have to worry about that. But please don't post it. Aiden asked, was Joe Harris your Brian Windhorst prediction? It was the first domino in that. So the Nets are, I heard, we're trying to do something that would possibly hard cap them. And with the hard cap situation, the Nets were way over the hard cap. So it meant they would have to do several things like letting Cam possibly walk or trading salary out for nothing. So that was the first step, was clearing enough salary to possibly make a sign and trade or use the full mid-level exception to get hard cap. So we'll see what else is to come or why they end up dumping Joe Harris. But the big news coming from that Joe Harris trade is Detroit now just use their cap space. I don't know why. It seems foolish. I think Detroit is absolutely stupid. So they in this new CBA we've talked how many times have we heard from different teams, from different GMs, stuff like that, saying the CBA is going to change the game, right? And we have all these teams trying to cut salaries and stuff. And you're one of the few teams with cap space, and you use it for a couple of second-round picks and Joe Harris, when to not get a first in this climate, when teams are desperately trying to move off of players, I don't understand that mindset. Like they could have been a player in free agency, they could have done something, but yeah, it makes no sense to me. But yeah, we'll see what they're up to too. And I mean, I just don't get it. You got to use that cap space to your advantage in those situations and hold out until you get a first round pick or a better asset. But that does take them out pretty much. That takes them out of the Kuzma race. That takes them out of the Cam Johnson race. So the Nets killed two birds in one stone with that trade. They got rid of salary, and they took away the biggest potential landing spot for Cam Johnson. So yeah. Not sure what's going on, but that also takes away a possible Jeremy Grant reunion with the Detroit Pistons. So that definitely takes them off the books. And yeah, they're said to be looking to shop Bogdanovich right now. We'll see if Bojan gets moved or not, but their asking price is apparently a first-round pick and multiple second-round picks for Bojan, who just signed an extension last year. I think is making just under $20 million or so. Hi, Ron Bennett. How are you doing today? And let me just update people on what the latest just I've kind of heard. The Blazers apparently are they're willing to use all their tools at their disposal today. That means the MLE, the trade exceptions. I'll believe that when I see it. I don't know how much I believe this, and trading Ant. So they're just looking to get the best possible stuff from those packages or those assets or those avenues of signing people. We'll see if they actually do it. I was told Jody is willing to go in the tax, but we'll see how much or if that's true or not. Heard that before, right? So I'm still taking that stance of believe it when I see it. But also, here's why I have a problem with that. Like, yes, you can say they're going into it with all these assets. That's good, right? It's not in my mind, because to me, that signifies that, or it kind of sounded like they don't have a plan right now. They have their targets, of course, but they don't have like a firm thing set up that that's what they're going to do. So to me, that's scary because that goes back to the whole what happens when your plan or your targets get taken off the board or don't end up getting traded or whatever. Like, do you have a next step? Do you have a next gear you can go to? Like, what's going to be the process there? Like, so hopefully, yeah, hopefully they do have a plan, and they have something cooking. Just I don't know. None of the moves they make sense anymore to me. So I'm just cautiously waiting to see what happens. Coleman Schleiss with the $5 donation. Hey, Ron Bennett, get your finger out of there. Supposed to clean that in the shower. Thanks. Yeah. Why Doubt Joe? Because Joe's done nothing to earn any of our trust. AJ, we talked about that for a while towards the beginning of the show. I have no idea why they cut Watford other than to be cheap. Mr. Rudy Poo with a $5 donation. I'm fully prepared for a package of Maxi, Zubac, Morris, and 2 firsts. Yeah, that was like the ESPN proposed trade. Thank you all again for joining us. As you can see on the screen, we have a 16-minute time frame until free agency begins, and we'll start seeing updates on the board below. All right, let's just do let's take guesses who's going to be the first one of the 3 to report the first signing, and will it be obvious tampering? Shams reporting tampering. There was already, I forgot who it was. It was Cleveland and who was it? Cleveland and Miami again? But there was some report that came out earlier that reported that Cleveland was talking sign and trade already for Strus or something like that, and it's like free agency hasn't started. Didn't they learn their lesson last year or 2 years ago with Kyle Lowry and stuff? Makes no sense. Yeah, we'll move the pin tweet in a minute. Hold on. Woj had something. Let me see. And then, yeah, I saw that Jock Landale is now a unrestricted free agent. That's surprising. There was a rumor today that Drew Eubanks is possibly a target for Phoenix. Yeah.
Coming.
Excuse me for a second. Yeah. I mean, if Phoenix wants to sign Eubanks, go ahead. Yeah. Trevor Williams says there's a rumor going around that the Blazers are signing Oubre. That's been someone that Dame's wanted for 2 years now. I think that is someone that would indicate trying to please Dame. So although Oubre is not the best player, if he's our backup small forward next year, it's not the worst case, as long as you don't really overpay him too much. But yeah, Oubre as a backup, I'm okay with because of the implications that Dame would be on board with that signing, as he was one of the guys he had convinced to sign here for the tax mid-level exception 2 years ago. And then right when he was about to sign, the Blazers got trumped by an offer from the Charlotte Hornets for over twice as much as they could offer. So, yeah. JJ Ben, we are definitely not getting Gafford. They're just not interested in his contract. So,
all right, I need to move the pin tweet for Shams because he had to pin something. Because of course. All right, what's up? I got what I need now.
All right, cool.
Torrey Craig to Portland. I would love to have a Torrey on the team.
But yeah, so I definitely think Oubre is a realistic one, and that was one of my predictions of a couple months ago. But still have to make other moves, I think, to make it. I still need a starting small forward, I think. Any chance on Herb Jones? He's a restricted free agent. The Pelicans opted out now to sign him to a better long-term contract, even though it'll cost them more this year. So I think it was just a smart move on their part to get him locked in at like 4 years, a little over $50 million, versus possibly having to pay him like $480 or something like that next year. So a little bit worse of a deal for them this year, but in the long term, it'll save them a lot of money.
So apparently Draymond Green, chat is saying, is going back to the Warriors.
Nice.
I don't know who's reporting that, but that is what chat is saying. Which would definitely be a bummer.
I mean, that was expected. It's Mark Stein reporting.
Mark Stein, all right.
What? No.
And we will have free agent signings where the countdown to free agency ticker is. I'm the only one on graphics today, so you know, you'll have to bear with me, but it is easier than the draft stream. All right. Mark Stein reported chat. Are we caught up on donuts? I can't hear you.
Bob, there's just the last two. Bob and Weave, $5 donation. They just killed my student loan relief. If Blazers don't do anything today, that's two Joes screwing me. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I mean, I don't want to get into politics, but it ain't Joe screwing you on that bit.
John Mitzak with a $5 donation, his first ever donation. Thank you, John. Hey guys, I'm hoping for the best and expecting the worst, but who is an ideal backup big man that fits what this team needs via free agency or trade? You have any targets, Tori?
I mean, the backup big man group isn't great.
Yeah.
You'll see it in the slideshow on the left when it gets to it.
Not free agency, yeah.
Yeah, and just play it. Yeah, I'm okay if the Blazers get, like, two bigs on minimums that, like, play a specific type of role well, that they can then, like, use one or the other depending on the situation. I talked about it in my free agent targets video. Like, Kevin Love is just that stretch five that can rebound. He's not going to really bring you anything defensively, but he can shoot threes, so he can be a floor spacer and he can rebound, right? So, like, if you had him paired with, like, a defensive big that didn't really bring much offensively, that's solid for minimums. Like, it's not anything great, but that's the best you can do with minimums, probably.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, the Clippers are looking to move on from Zubac.
He'd be a guy to get for sure.
Solid backup, yeah. Yeah, apparently they're fine with Mason Plumlee over him, so that would probably take Plums off the board. But if not, Plumlee wouldn't be the worst bring back candidate either. Yeah, I mean, I just think we need some depth there. So, like a Robin Lopez or something as your third center might not be the worst thing either. But I do think they need either a low end starting level center or a high end backup center type that can do that. Fortunately, they're not willing to pay what it takes or what the contract for a guy like Daniel Gafford, so it kind of limits our options. Zach Collins would be perfect to have back. Maybe they feel like they have something in Baji. I don't know how much we can read into that until next year, but I think it'd be crazy if they put their faith in the backup center in a guy like Abu Baji who hasn't even played an NBA game yet. So it'd be funny.
Yeah, it'd be bad. It'd just be straight up bad.
Christian Wood is going to make more than the minimum, and he sucks at defense. I mean, he'd be okay offensively, but he's the exact type we don't need at center, I don't think. Plus, he's kind of a tweener between power forward and center.
Yep. All right, so hit that like button, by the way. We got 861 people in here, only 122 likes. It's the easiest way you can show us some support. So help us out, hit that like button. Also, when we're about to kick things off, I will have the free agency intro from last year. Repurposed it slightly, but I spent so much time on it last year. I literally didn't sleep before last year's free agency stream because I spent so much time on that intro. I want to reuse it. So if you saw it last year, same thing. But if you didn't, some of my proudest work. And the tweets are gone. Okay. All right. Gonna make it so my cursor doesn't show up on the tweets.
Hopefully you didn't send Joe Cronin a sleep mask because we need him to be awake, right?
No, I didn't send him a sleep mask, but if you guys want to get yourselves a sleep mask, check out Manta Sleep Mask, promo code Uprise, 10% off. Link in description box below. Get yourself a great night's sleep. It's the most important thing for a productive day is a good night's sleep. Shout out to Manta. Also, shout out to all of you who helped us out and hit the like button. We don't ask for likes often, but it definitely helps the channel. Eric, I'm ready for things to kick off. We got 5 minutes left. This is the calm before the storm.
I actually wouldn't mind Jock Landale for cheap. He just got his, I don't know if you heard, Tori, but they just took away his offer sheet.
Yeah.
So he is unrestricted. Good, smart center that plays the game the right way.
And let me just say this. I'm not listening to any random Twitter accounts like Dropping Dimes 20. Okay, I'm not going to put any stock into that. We got the real Twitter feeds right here. We got real, credentialed reporters, guys that we know are legit, that we can listen to.
As far as Jeremy Grant goes, did Grant sign yet?
It hasn't even started yet.
It hasn't started yet.
It's 4 minutes.
If he signs quickly with Portland, it's a great sign for Dame staying. If he if he signs with another team, we're absolutely screwed. But Detroit's off the board now, so it's hard to imagine him working out a deal with another team that wouldn't require Portland helping out. And then, I think he'll, unless he's 100% sure Dame's coming back, I think it'll be at least a day or two until he signs, just to make sure that Dame's not being traded.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He's a clutch client. Clutch clients last year, if you remember, Yusuf Nurkic being one of them, waited till day 2 of free agency to re-sign.
Yeah, they just refused to have anyone sign first day.
Yeah, it was strange. So,
just flexing their power.
Yep. Yeah, the center crop. I mean, the free agent crop in general is not great this year. I think most of the splashy potential options for the Blazers would come via trade.
Yeah, or sign and trade. There's some RFAs, like Cam Johnson is definitely the name to look out for. Maybe you get into like a PJ Washington or a Paul Reed to a certain extent, but I don't know if we're going to be dealing with the Sixers if they're trying to get Morey. Seems like the type that won't make many small moves until he figures out his bigger moves.
Yep. And with 2 minutes left to free agency, Eric, it's intro time, so I'm going to let this play, and then we'll come back to a flurry of signings. All right, chat, it's 3 o'clock. Free agency is officially open. The tweets down below will update live to reflect signings. You don't have to go on Twitter. We got Twitter for you. And we're ready to go. Let's get things started. Eric, it is officially 3 p.m. Pacific time.
I'm so nervous.
I know.
I thought I'd be more worried than nervous with it.
Shout Rip City 208, $10 dono. That intro deserves an Academy Award. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I love that. I made that last year, and I just had to reuse it because I love it. I don't dabble in edits like that, but...
What are our expectations? Pain.
But way to kill the hype. We'll see what happens. Why even expect anything? We'll just sit back and enjoy the ride, for better or worse. You know, the roller coaster might go off the rails. Who knows?
All right, Joe, please redeem yourself in my eyes. Please, just do something great.
Yeah. So
I just want to get this out there. I want to be sitting here praising Joe today. I do not want to have another stream where we're like, you guys are so negative. You guys always just clown Joe. Like, I want to sit here praising him, saying, good move, Joe. That was a great job. Like, go get some. Like, let's do this.
So Draymond Green is going back to the Warriors. I'm going to have to change this Shams cut out because he has this stupid pinned tweet up. But there you go. Draymond Green is going back to the Golden State Warriors on a 4-year, $100 million deal. So the Blazers' dream target, Dame's dream target, is just off the window immediately. 4 years, $25 million. I mean, that's right in the range for Draymond Green. I wanted Portland to try and overpay for him to keep Dame and give the Blazers that, like, quarterback of the defense, and they did not do so.
Yeah, he opted out of like a little over 27 million, I think 27.6 or something like that. So he takes slightly less this year to sign a long-term contract. That's about what people were expecting him to do when he opted out.
Yep. I said in the video, it was going to be a long shot. Anyway, let me fix the Shams crop, I guess, because it's not gonna, like, I have to update it, unfortunately, so... That freaking pinned tweet.
Trevin says, clearly since no deals have been announced, that means no one tampered. They're going to wait till like 3:05 to start announcing.
Yeah. Yeah, they probably asked Shams and them to wait till 3:05 so that the NBA wouldn't investigate them. Yeah, normally we have a bunch of stuff just start dropping, like, right away. So, a little surprising. It's just Draymond and he's re-signing. Chat, feel free to bring us real rumors. Do not bring fake rumors. Do not bring fake trades. If you bring fake stuff in here, you will be banned. Trey Lyles is going back to the Sacramento Kings. No idea what the...
Do you want to pin my message?
Sure, let me do that.
Yeah, so this is going to change starting free agency next year, but yeah, it's pretty much known that you can kind of talk to your agents of your free agents ahead of time and work out the parameters of deals. So a lot of what you will see today will probably be players signing with their own team for the initial few minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, Bruce Brown is apparently meeting with the Pacers, who are rumored to possibly be offering him as much as $20 million a year.
Which is funny because every offseason we run a mock offseason with 30 community members, and I ran the Pacers this year, and I signed Bruce Brown.
All right, so LeVert just signed. Eubanks signed.
Signed with who?
To the Suns.
Drew Eubanks is a Phoenix Sun. Gabe, you got him. Congratulations, Gabe.
Suns. Let's go. That might be the most excited I get today.
Gabe loves himself some Drew Eubanks, man.
Thank you, Drew, but yeah, it was time.
Yeah, yes. Gabe, you'll enjoy him more than we will, okay? Let me know when you want the interview for the video so I can tell Suns fans what he does wrong. Minimum signing.
A 2-year deal. Player option, second season.
Yeah.
Good for you, Banks.
Interesting. I will update the graphics in a bit after this flurry, but you got Karis LeVert.
Kobe White, Taurean Prince is going to the Lakers.
Kobe White, 3-year, $33 million deal. That's a little richer than I thought he would get.
Stay with the Bulls.
Yep.
And then, yeah, Taurean Prince is headed to the Lakers.
Shams had these tweets saved in the draft. He tweeted this 15 seconds apart. Or he has somebody tweeting for him. That's probably more likely.
Yeah, so with Taurean Prince, the thing there is the Blazers could have claimed him off waivers using their trade exception. And he made somewhere a little over $7 million next year. So the Blazers, by not doing that, most likely signified that they weren't interested in him. Kuzma gets the bag to go back to Washington.
What did he sign for?
Waiting for it to... I'm not seeing the updates on my screen. Hold on.
We already got anxious Blazer fans saying, "What is Joe doing?" in all caps in chat, as if free agency didn't start 7 minutes ago.
4 years, 102 for Kuz.
That's kind of what I expected. I expected about $25 million a year.
Yeah. It's not updating on the screen.
Oh. Josh Okogie is going back to the Phoenix Suns. Yeah, I gotta make sure.
Expect the Suns to have like 6 or 7 minimum signings here today.
Yeah. Yeah, let me just make sure I have everything. Okay, that's why. That's why I wasn't updating. All right.
Drew's deal was a 2-year minimum with the Suns, so he gets a player option next year, so he can play 1 year, either go into free agency next year, or he's got a guaranteed contract if he wants to pick it up.
Yeah. So the thing is with Drew Eubanks, just quick analysis on him. He'll block shots, and people think he's a better defender than he is because he blocks shots, in my opinion. Out of position far too much defensively, chases blocks, bites on pump fakes like crazy, and really struggles to rebound, especially against big men. So like as a third string center, he's fine. And that might be what he is in Phoenix. As a backup center, he should not be a backup center on a team trying to win games. Mm. And it'll be fascinating to see if he is in the rotation in Phoenix because of their depth issues. So Woj says Kobe White is agreeing on a 3-year, $40 million deal. Shams said 3-year, $33 million deal.
LeVert, 2 years, $32 million.
$16 million, about what was expected for him.
That's right, where he was last year. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
So who's saying the Bruce Brown stuff? Is that just a rumor? Because we got Jack M with a $2 donation, Brown to the Pacers. Is that just a rumor? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It's a Pacers reporter saying it, but we'll just wait.
DeAndre Jordan returns to Denver.
Interesting. He won a title before Chris Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, who's going to retire last? DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, or Chris Paul? Or who's going to be out of the NBA? Who's going to stay in the NBA the longest?
I think probably Blake Griffin's closest to retirement, right?
Yeah, which is surprising. You know? I mean, not given the past couple of years, but if you said that, 5-6 years ago, that would have been a surprise for sure.
Why is that a bad feeling, Connor? In my opinion, Jock's an upgrade over Eubanks.
Yeah. If they want Eubanks, we'll take Jock.
Holden, it's not that interesting that Draymond signed a similar contract to Anthony because once you sign, you can't be traded. You won't be able to be trade eligible until December 15th. So there's nothing cooking if that's what you think. Kobe White has $7 million in incentives. Is the difference. Pineapples with the $2 donation. What do you think about the drop and dimes guy, Tori?
I am not gonna put any stock into any random no avatar Twitter user. Because here's the thing: even reputable guys get stuff wrong and get rumors wrong. Chris Haynes has swung and missed twice on Phoenix Suns stuff this year. So I'm not going to put too much stock into things. The Phoenix Suns sign Keita Bates-Diop.
Sorry, AJ.
Keita Bates-Diop is a hell of a pickup for the Phoenix Suns. I'm kind of confused because it's a 2-year, $5 million deal, which is more than the minimum. So I assume it's maybe a taxpayer mid-level exception, which would hard cap the Suns at $182 million of salary. I don't think they can clear up the full mid-level exception. Their salary picture is questionable, but Keita Bates-Diop shot 50% from the field last year, 39% from three, averaged almost 10 points per game as a San Antonio Spur. That's a good depth piece for sure. I love that. I love that signing for Phoenix. Shout out to Jesse Anisin with a 25, I think that's Romanian dollar dono. Sorry if I butchered your currency. But he says, "Good job, guys. 25 RON is just like $5, just FYI." Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate the 5. The equivalent of a 5 bomb.
Thanks for everyone for being here today.
I'm just sitting on TweetDeck right now. That's how I'm capturing these Twitter feeds.
Okay, cool.
I am just sitting on TweetDeck right now. Good. They will update even if I have something else up, or they should update. Thank you, Brady. Yes, hit the like button. These Twitter feeds will update live. You can just stare at these Twitter feeds. We got an update there. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the streams behind on my end. Whoops. I saw it update, but it wasn't.
Devin Ford says, kind of nervous that the Blazers are shedding roster spots. Make me nervous they might make a big trade to get back multiple guys. Roster spots aren't an issue right now. You can have over 20 roster spots in the summer, so maybe they don't want a bunch of guaranteed ones, but I don't know. I find it hard to believe they're cutting low-price guys for roster spots right now. Did you see our Summer League team got announced today, Tori?
Yeah, I saw our Summer League team. Keon Johnson's on it. Shane Sharp's on it, but that doesn't mean they'll play. Just because there's guys on a Summer League team doesn't mean they're necessarily going to play.
Yeah. Like Kate Cunningham was on Detroit's roster last year and didn't play.
Ethan, is that a recent one? Because, yeah, Max Strus has been a rumor. Which I am not a fan of at all.
Dude, let me just say this. With everything on the line right now, if Cronin's first phone call and his top priority is Max Strus, the guy needs to go, dude. He has no idea what he's doing, dude.
Yeah.
If that's our first signing, he has no clue how to assemble a roster. He doesn't know what he's doing. That better not be the case. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be a joke. That'd be an absolute joke, man. Did we waive Watford? Yes, we did. Venomous says, finally found a Blazer channel. We've been here for years, man. Glad you finally found us. Damian Lee going back to the Suns.
Even if we trade Anthony for a forward or a center, it still makes no sense to have Max Strus be our big pickup. He's too small to be a legit small forward, and we have Sharp, Scoot, and Dame still. Like we don't need more guards. We have the ball handling handled.
Aeromancer says the Suns can tamper without consequence because they have no second round picks to take. Yeah, what would the NBA do then? They can technically, can't they nullify the signing?
They can, and they could also suspend now front office personnel, which I don't know how much that's a big of a punishment, but they can also just say next available, so their 2031 next year would go away and they wouldn't be able to trade it after next draft. But Damian Lee also gets a 2-year with the second-year player option.
Mm-hmm.
M. Alon with the $10 donation. Another year, another great free agency stream, just showing love to the amazing work Tori and Eric, even during the offseason. Love all the way from New York. Prayers up for the retool and rebuild. Hashtag Rip City.
Thank you, M. Alon. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, I'll get these signings in.
Noah asks, what do you think about the Jalen McDaniels market? For me, that stuff that came out about him in the past, I forgot exactly what it was, something about filming girls inappropriately or something.
Yeah, there was something weird.
I think that because we could have gotten him at the trade deadline, and I think they passed on him then, so I'd be surprised if now they're going into other stuff. Or they go back to him as an option.
Yeah.
Randall says, it's sad that us getting the third pick and Eubanks leaving has been the best news of the offseason.
Yep. Now I just want to see Justice Winslow signed somewhere else.
Bruce Brown has agreed to a 2-year, $45 million deal with the Indiana Pacers.
He got a bag. Oh my goodness. Can't turn that down. That's going to hurt Denver. He was huge for Denver this year. I love Bruce Brown in Indiana. They need a defensive guy. They need more physicality. They got that with Jarris Walker, and now they get that with Bruce Brown. I love that signing.
They're a playoff team.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just using their cap space. I assume it's probably a second-year team option. We'll see. But for a team that doesn't really get splashy free agent signings, it's fine on a shorter-term deal to hypothetically overpay on a dude that's a really good fit. And that's what Bruce Brown is. And they saved money on the next 2 years with the Miles Turner deal, using their cap space from last season to sign him to a big contract for last year, and then they saved on the next 2 years and used that money and basically allocated it towards Bruce Brown. So I think Indiana is the past couple of years making really smart moves.
Yeah, and then I mean, most of you aren't in our Twitter GC, but I was looking at the Pacers for making a very huge offer on a short-term deal to a free agent, and it looks like they chose Bruce Brown to be that guy.
Yep.
But yeah, I think they're going to be a playoff team.
I'm gonna start updating stuff. I'm gonna trust you to announce tweets.
Okay. Let me caught up on some other stuff. Caleb Pendergraft, member for 20 months, can't suspend the Suns GM when Isaiah Thomas has no official position.
Yeah, apparently Isaiah Thomas has a big say in that front office right now.
Got the ear of Matt Ishbia. And then Connor Knapp with a $2 donation. What would you guys think about Mo Bamba or Josh Richardson?
I mean, we don't really need Josh Richardson. I mean, I guess Josh Richardson can play some 3. I'd rather have Josh Richardson than Max Strus. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Mo Bamba, I mean, I wouldn't want to use the MLE on Mo Bamba. If they want to use the biannual exception on him, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Minimum, at most, biannual exception. Like, I really like Mo Bamba, but, I mean, he didn't do anything in Orlando. He got traded to the Lakers, didn't play really at all. So I think at this point of time, like both Cronin and Dame said, it's time to start bringing in guys who you know you can count on, not guys you hope you can count on.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
Grant just signed $160 million.
Jeremy Grant is returning to your Portland Trail Blazers. 5-year, not $150 million, Eric, which was the rumor. It's $160 million.
Wow.
$160 million. So that is $32 million per year for Jeremy Grant on a 5-year deal. Which is a bit rich, but compared to losing him for nothing, I'll take it. This is what we warned about before trading for Jeremy Grant, is you're gonna have to pay the man, and he's gonna get a bag. $32 million when a guy like Kyle Kuzma gets $25 million, like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. It's gonna be a little bit rich, but this is good news for Dame potentially staying in Portland.
$27,586,207 first year. If they have the lowest amount, if it's not a flat rate.
Yep. Somebody said Tobias Harris type deal. This is noticeably cheaper than Tobias Harris's deal, and I think Grant's the better player. So, like, it's fine.
Guys, Grant was already on the team when Dame was saying they need to get more. So this is a very good sign that Dame is at least staying for now. Can Grant be traded? Nope. He is now on the Blazers at least until I think it's more than a bigger raise than I'd have to look at the new CBA, but it's probably going to be January 15th because we used full bird rights.
Boston is extending Kristaps Porzingis on a 2-year, $60 million extension.
That's a good deal for them.
It looks like Clutch clients are re-signing on the first day of free agency this year.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Ramona Shelburne that it's supposed to have a space between Trail and Blazers, but that's fine. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a reason why Jeremy Grant didn't accept that 4-1-12 number, and we're going to have to. He felt like he outperformed that, and we're going to have to pay for him. So. Yep.
But with how much the cap is going to go up, like for the comparisons to a Tobias Harris deal or whatever, I mean, he's going to be making less in the 4th and 5th year of his deal than Tobias Harris was, when the salary cap is going to be much, much greater.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nowhere near as bad as a Tobias Harris type of deal. I'm okay with it. It is a bit rich, but I'm okay with it. It's better than the alternative.
Yeah. So we can know to ignore all the Dame trade stuff for this summer at least, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's a chance that Grant re-signed anyway, just because that's the bag that he could get, you know?
Yeah. He's pulling a Gary Payton.
Yeah. Like, that is definitely possible, but... Troy Brown is heading to the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Strus to Cleveland, 4 year, 64 million, according to Evan Massey, if you believe him.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust Evan Massey, but 464 is such a massive overpay, especially when you got Karis LeVert off the bench already. Like what? They're gonna start Max Strus? They need to start a 3-and-D guy.
We don't. Let's wait to find out if that's for sure. Massey's got a checkered.
Yeah. I'm just I don't understand the Max Strus love. He's the type of guy that's like Miami Heat type player. He looks super good in Miami, then he goes somewhere else and isn't gonna look the same.
Well, he's also the type of player that's great when you have him on a cheap deal, but once you're starting to pay in the bank, like look at Duncan Robinson, it's it's like all of a sudden not worth it.
Well said. So Bruce Brown was 2 years and
45
million.
Caleb Pendergraft, $5 donation. At least Grant signed early. Waiting on Norm signing was so stressful.
Yeah, at least we don't have to stress about that. I mean, I wasn't really going to stress about it, especially with the certain landing spots off the table already using cap space.
Brandon Tatum asked, can we sign Middleton? We have no cap space, so we'd have to work out a sign and trade. And with Jeremy's higher amount now, that's going to make it very tough. But that could be that 1.8 million we saved for Watford now makes a little bit more sense because if it was 150, his starting salary would have been almost exactly 2 million less year one. But yeah, or he could just have a flat 32 million a season. None of this matters, but.
Yeah, chat, let me know if there's any sort of option on Jeremy Grant's contract. If you guys find out.
How much cap space does this leave? It leaves the same amount of cap space as there was before. There's no cap space. They have the exceptions. Maybe the mid-level exception, depending on what
That's
then.
Gonna be difficult. They're going to have to clear salary for that.
Yeah.
They're going to have to trade Nas for nothing, basically, for that.
They also have Thibault out there, so it depends on what he signs for. Sean Dawes says, why don't they cut Keon? Because he's got a guaranteed contract right now, so there's no point in cutting guaranteed salary. I think he makes like 2.7 million next year. Now they have a team option for 2024, 2025 that they have to pick up either by the end of this summer or not. It'll be interesting to see if they do that. Yep. We cannot sign and trade Grant. I do not want to go through this again this summer, please. Once you agree to a contract, you cannot just back out of it and then sign and trade him. That's not going to happen. So, no, I'm not mad at you, Marcos, but last year we had all this for a whole week after Nurk and Ant signed that we were going to somehow still trade them.
Reggie Jackson is returning to the Denver Nuggets on a 2-year, $10 million deal, which is the taxpayer mid-level exception because he was a non-bird free agent. And it's interesting because he didn't play for them down the stretch, but now with Bruce Brown gone, they kind of need a backup guard. Oh, Shams unpinned the tweet. Thank you, Shams. Yeah, Shams' Twitter feed has been hard to deal with because he had a pinned tweet that was... Oh, I need to crop the bottom of this. Oh, wow, I cropped that perfectly on accident. Wow. Yeah, I scrolled up the Shams feed. There you guys go. He had a pinned tweet that was making it hard to get it to update, so luckily he took care of that. Shout to Shams.
Clutch Surge 33 asks, how much money do we have left to spend? They have to make moves if they want to free up the full tax mid-level of 12.4 million, as I think what it ended up being. And so that is, but that hard caps you, so who knows if they'll free that up. The only other moves they could make would then be to sign someone for much larger than that, but have it be more of like a sign and trade. But that would probably take some time to work out. And then if they use the tax mid-level exception and don't get hard cap, they have about $5 million to offer the first year. That same contract that Reggie Jackson just got, 2-year, $10.25 million would be the most they could offer. Yeah. Were the Blazers competing against anyone to sign Grant? Probably not. Yeah, I don't see any. Well, no team could give him 5 years, but
yeah, not a lot of teams had cap space, and teams that had cap space took on guys like Davis Bertans and Joe Harris. OKC took on Bertans, Detroit took on Joe Harris. So a lot of teams used their cap space to go get guys that were already under contract, and Detroit got 2 second-round picks, but they should have gotten more. And I think in the future, you're more likely to see stuff like that than anything else.
it does seem like a lot, but as the salary cap goes up and up, these deals become more common. I don't think it's that big of a overpay. And this is exactly why we didn't want to get stuck in the situation where we're having to pay him that kind of contract, but so the Wolves switched out Taurean Prince for Troy Brown, or they basically traded him to the Lakers.
Yeah. I mean, I think they need a little bit more size. I don't mind that for the Lakers.
Grant will be eligible to be traded on January 15th. This is at 2K, though, Sloth Bag.
Javon Carter is going to the Chicago Bulls on a 3-year, $20 million deal. That's kind of a random signing. But Lonzo Ball, with his injury problems, is expected to be out for the year. The Bulls' direction, Eric, seems to be to run it back and try and improve around the edges to maybe win their way into the playoffs via the play-in. There's been rumors around Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, but at this point, I think the Chicago Bulls are signaling that they're going to keep those guys. Because otherwise, I don't know. I don't really understand re-signing Vucevic to the contract that they did, and then Javon Carter is going there to kind of be a stopgap for Lonzo Ball hopefully returning, or maybe it's their long-term starting point guard. Javon Carter, I mean, maybe he doesn't start next year, but you got Kobe White there who they re-signed, but interesting signing. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, unless they're trading Caruso, this probably means DeRozan for Ant trade is off the table for the Blazers. So if you were hoping for a DeRozan trade, that's probably bad news for you. But most people who are thinking about it smartly, I think, would say that that's probably a good thing.
That's a major loss for the Bucks, though, because they don't really have many assets, and I don't know what he had early bird rights, or did he have bird rights with the Bucks?
He had early bird rights because he signed at the end of 2 seasons ago and then signed a contract last year.
Yeah, so the Bucks could have re-signed him for up to $12 million a year. They could have beat this offer, and they didn't. And without much space below the hard cap, I don't even know if they're below which hard cap. Now that there's 2 hard caps, it's hard to say. But without many assets to really improve the team, they couldn't really afford to lose a guy like Javon Carter, in my opinion, because now you got to fill that gap. They do need more shot creation, so maybe they replace him with a shot creator and end up being a better team for it. It's just interesting.
Chimezie Metu has signed a 1-year deal with the Suns.
Yeah, he's just so eh.
Yeah.
I like that they signed Batesy up. Metu and Eubanks, if they're battling out for the backup center spot, that's scary. That's scary for the Suns. Neither of those guys are backup
they're like
quality.
Third string, 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Metu's more of a 5, and Eubanks is a 5. I mean, maybe you could play them together, but Metu hasn't developed as a shooter. Like, he had, when he came out of, he went to USC, right? I forget where he went. I know I was kind of high on him, but that was with the thought that he could potentially develop as a shooter, and he just hasn't. Without being able to shoot, he's more of a 5.
All right. Angel ACU Games, I am going to put you in a timeout. Please stop spamming trade Dame. Over and over again, we get it. You want to trade Dame, but if you keep just saying trade Dame for no reason, we're just going to hide you on the channel.
Yep. Simple. It's interesting that there's like specific teams getting stuff done early. Like the Suns have made, 4 signings now? Meanwhile, the Bulls have re-signed Vucevic and then signed Javon Carter.
And Kobe White.
And Kobe White, yeah, that was the other signing. Excuse me. You guys ban everybody that spams anything? I mean, in certain scenarios, it's like Eric's birthday was a couple days ago, and chat spammed happy birthday for him. You know, like, that's fine, because I told chat to spam happy birthday for him, but, you know, just spamming trade Dame is obnoxious, and you're, like, that's just annoying. So, yeah, we're gonna ban that.
If you want to say, I think we should trade Dame and give you a reason, that's fine, but you don't have to say it then over and over and over again.
Just don't be annoying in chat, simple. Simple, simple, simple. And that's what we got mods for. Mods, you know the deal. Anyway, let me update the top 10 overall at the very least.
I'll just keep watching the tweets.
Yeah, wish I had help on graphics. We want Zion. Well, we're not getting Zion, unfortunately. That dream is long but dead.
I think the best we can hope for right now is Cam Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah. Cam Johnson is, on my rankings, now the 4th best free agent on the board. So, and to get him, it'd have to be a sign and trade for the Blazers.
That was always the case.
Yes. Shout out to Ethan Colburn, $10 dono. Can you guys provide some analysis on Jeremy Grant's low rebounding numbers?
He's a terrible rebounder. He doesn't box out. He doesn't give effort on the rebounds. He just turns around and watches the ball bounce off the rim. So it is what it is. It's probably his biggest weakness. But
it's you got to pair him next to a good rebounding forward and a solid rebounding center, basically, to mitigate that. And it's fine if you pair him next to good rebounders, but that's exactly why, for all the people that want Miles Turner is a really bad rebounding center. You cannot have Miles Turner with Jeremy Grant, because both of them being such bad rebounders is just a major issue. They don't help cover for each other rebounding-wise because they both suck at rebounding for their position. I'll let you read the Carter dono if you want to.
Carter did with a $5 donation. Happy late birthday, Eric. Thank you, Carter. Appreciate it. Evan Massey reported the Cavs getting Max Strus. I haven't seen anything from any of the main guys.
Yeah.
So we'll wait and see.
I assume people have been asking about Herb Jones. New Orleans declined a team option worth like $2 million or something like that in order to sign him to a long-term extension. They wouldn't have done that, in my opinion, unless they were confident that they could sign him to a long-term extension. I don't think Herb Jones is a possibility whatsoever.
Yep. Fortunately, that is correct. Drew asks, is Jackson Hayes available? Yes, he is, because he was so bad that the Pelicans decided not to even offer him a qualifying offer.
Yeah. I don't want Jackson Hayes. Dude, you know what? We're signing Jackson Hayes today.
Oh, man.
We've been tied to him in the past. There we go.
Emerson,
blame me when it happens.
Emerson, member for 33-month message, so Dame is not going anywhere, right? I mean, the Grant sign is a huge first step to that. It was the number one most important thing, was not losing him. But the onus is still on Joe Cronin to provide a better roster for Dame.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that, Adam. Oubre is still my prediction. Why don't you all like Hayes? We don't have anything against Hayes. He just hasn't been spot on lately, like the other two usually are.
Was he talking about Chris Haynes or Jackson Hayes?
Oh, maybe Jackson Hayes. Sorry.
Okay. Jackson Hayes just isn't good. I don't know. Like
Yang to Cleveland.
All right, I'm just gonna leave that top 10 overall up for now until I can update the other slides. George Niang, 3-year, $26 million contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers.
That means they can't sign Strus, can they? They didn't have.
I mean, the Strus signing was supposedly 4 years, 64, so that's well past the MLE anyway.
I'm confused.
Yeah, so the whole Strus thing would have to be a sign and trade.
Yeah.
So yeah, be confused, because it is confusing.
Christian Wood does not help any of our problems. I think that would be a terrible signing trip in truth. Elias, $5 donation. Do you think there will be any options for Grant's contract? Maybe a player option. I'd be surprised if there's a team option. Because that was not the whole reason he sat out or wanted a bigger contract, was for that team, or 50 years. About?
Oh, Grant.
Jeremy Grant, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume it'd be a player option.
And Michael Orr with a $5 donation. Happy late birthday, Eric. Why don't we get some bets like Mason Plumlee on some minimums? We definitely should go after some bet minimums. Have a feeling Plumlee's going to sign for more than the minimum, though. It'd be tough to get him on a minimum. But if we could get him on a minimum, that'd be great.
Chris Haynes tweeted out a Javon Carter tweet with an A, Javon, then didn't delete that tweet, just tweeted out a new tweet with the proper spelling. So, Chris Haynes is in a slump lately, Eric. By the way, hit that like button, it helps out the stream. Easiest way to show some support. Appreciate it to those of you who do. Also, subscribe. We do this every year. It's a lot of fun. We do this for the draft as well. Kyrie Irving is re-signing with the Dallas Mavericks. So I don't think that, that reported meeting with the Phoenix Suns was true whatsoever, because it made no sense. They didn't have the money for him. But 3 years, $126 million. Eric, that is $42 million a year. So I don't think that's quite a max, but it's close.
Yeah.
And a player option in his third season. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I hated the trade for Kyrie, but you can't make that trade and then tank to get the 10th pick and then not keep Kyrie. So I think it's what they had to do, much like Jeremy Grant, right? I think they had to do it, and you could always trade him again later on. But I still don't like the Kyrie Luka fit as both of them being primary ball handlers.
Yep. A lot of players resigning. I wonder if this offseason is going to be a low point in terms of player movement. Maybe that's due to the new CBA.
Yeah, I think the new CBA, they're going to find absolutely screwed players because the lower tax mid-level, not many teams have the full mid-level, so it's kind of put players at either re-signing for overpays or leaving your team and getting what those few mid-level ones are, like Niang got with Cleveland. But the $5 million tax mid-level is not going to be that much more than the minimum for some veterans. So they're people like Gary Trent, for example, was convinced he was going to opt out and get the bag somewhere else. He wanted to leave Toronto, but he realized there just wasn't money out there for him to sign anywhere. And so he ends up keeping his option and hoping that he gets either traded or gets a big deal next year. But yeah, this new CBA, I think, is going to really hurt players that end up changing teams unless they're one of the few lucky ones that go to a team with like cap space, like Bruce Brown. It is kind of interesting with Brown in particular that he went to a team he left the Nuggets after both Mike Malone or Michael Malone and Bruce himself said that he would for sure be back.
I mean, I think he expected to be back, but when you get offered that much money, after winning a ring too, you took care of your dream of winning a championship, now you get paid like that. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised in the slightest that he ended up leaving, given that he was offered that massive contract.
Quando asks, should we trade Dame or keep Scoot? We should do everything we can to keep Dame. So
agreed.
I don't think. Quit spamming that question.
Yeah.
Middleton back to the Bucks. 3 years, $102 million.
Another potential sign and trade target off the table. Nobody's gonna do anything, I guess. Other than re-sign their own players.
Joe Ingles to the Magic.
That's very random.
Chris Haynes just says an agreement with the Orlando Magic. No details. That's actually, I think, well, obviously it'll be closer to what, $34 million a year for Chris Middleton. So that probably helps Milwaukee a little bit this year with a little lower contract, so they probably had him opt out to give him a long-term deal to get just a little bit of breathing room under that second apron this year.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on what, assuming they resign Jakob Poeltl, 4 years, 80 million. Toronto Raptors, 20 million a year for Jakob.
Another re-signing.
So, another team that's choosing to run it back.
Everybody wants to run it back.
Cole says, what kind of deal do you think Jakob Poeltl will get? He'll get a 4-year, $80 million deal to stay in Toronto, I think.
What would you have said before this?
I would have said it somewhere around there. Yeah.
What could Cronin do, man? Nobody wanted to change teams.
Cam Johnson going back to Brooklyn. 108 million.
All right, guys. Well, it looks like
Quandle, we're not trading Scoot.
It looks like we're not doing anything.
What is that? 27 million a year? Jeez.
You said 3 years. How much?
4 years, 108.
Yeah. Wow. Dude, I can't update this top 10 overall fast enough. Oh my goodness.
I mean,
what are your thoughts right now?
Okay, I'm not. This is if, okay? If we do not make a big move, I don't want to hear anyone tell me the word wait ever again. Like, I am so sick of wait for the trade deadline, wait for free agency, wait for the draft, wait for free agency, wait for the next trade deadline, just wait. No, Joe's got a plan, wait. No, he doesn't. Yeah.
He has hopes and dreams, probably. That's different than a plan.
And I don't also want to hear that there's not a good trade market for Ant. They got put in this position by the moves they made to make it so they have to move Ant, pretty much. So, like, I don't want to hear that either, dude. Like,
yep, it'll be, what could Joe Cronin do? Nobody wanted to switch teams.
Everyone wants the Blazers to trade Dame, so they're not going to help them.
Yeah, the pickings are slim. I mean, this is not a good free agency class. That's why after the draft, when everybody's saying wait till free agency, I wasn't buying it. Because it's just not a good free agent class. I mean, right now, like, I'm not high on Max Strus, but I like ranked free agents just kind of on a whim before this, just for this graphic on the left here. But Gabe Vincent and Max Strus are in my top 10 available free agents right now. Like, that's where we're at right now. You know?
I mean, they're good role players. We just don't need those positions.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe Cronin's trying to pull off some miraculous sign and trade for Herb Jones. Which would just be, like, the most shocking, absurd thing I've ever seen. I think Jones... I think there's going to be a tweet in the next 10 minutes. Herb Jones resigns with the Pelicans. I don't think that's realistic.
Well, I have a question. Why wouldn't we have traded for him before they opted out of his contract, and then we could have then opted for him then?
Because Cronin's like, oh crap, I didn't get Cam Johnson. Oh crap, what do I do now? Herb Jones, you want $30 million a year? No, just kidding. Jody wouldn't want it.
Herb's also one of those. It's like Austin Reeves, the early bird free agent. So we can't even offer him more than, like, we can't, even if we had cap space, we couldn't really give an over the top offer that the Pelicans couldn't match.
I can't wait for Joe Cronin's press conference.
Snackanic, $2 donation. What about a sign and trade for Rui and Bando? Well, we could have gotten Rui for free for 2 seconds last year, and we turned it down. So I'd be surprised if now.
And we could have maybe got 2 seconds for Trent and Watford.
Yeah.
So the guy we just waived, we could have maybe traded for Rui.
Heck, Watford had some really good games against Washington. We probably could have just traded. We probably could have just traded Watford for Rui.
Yeah. Like, why do you guys think I don't buy the just wait crap? Why?
I mean, if he doesn't do anything, let's give him.
Yeah, let's give him more time to see if he can sign one of the 5 good free agents left.
At some point, he's going to have to either go into next season with Scoot, Sharp, Ant, and Dame all on the roster, or he's going to have to trade Ant and get, like, crap back for him.
Yeah. Like, it's just comical position to be in.
Let me say this right now. When we trade Ant for, like, Dorian Finney-Smith and Royce O'Neal, don't give me this crap that, oh, they were trying to get Dame, so that's why we couldn't get anything. Like, that will not be the case.
I mean, it would be a situation where we put ourselves in a position to get fleeced in a Anthony Simons trade, is what it would be. Van Vleet to Portland sounds good. Yeah, let's just add another guard. He'd be the shortest guard out of all of them, too. Let's add him.
Stacking Egg with another $2 donation. What are we doing with Ant? Dude, who knows at this point? I don't know. I mean, Torrey Cronin's just playing the long game, and he's holding out for Embiid or Giannis.
Shout out to SC2B, $10 dono says, I bet this $10 Cronin isn't even working today. I know I am preaching to the choir, but for those of you in chat, Cronin isn't making any other moves. This is the roster as it is now. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, but I wouldn't bet against them doing literally nothing else today. I said I didn't expect much. Last night, we had a preview on our second channel, Blazers Uprise Live. Link in the description. That's where we'll be live streaming between this stream and the regular season. Other than Summer League watch parties, because that we're going to be doing those, because that'll be fun with Scoot. Yeah, we talked about it. We expected this.
Yeah. But, I mean, he did do something, to be fair. He did re-sign Drew McGrath. But,
that was probably agreed to ahead.
Once again, the bare minimum, right?
Yeah.
Someone's reporting that as of 5 minutes ago, the Blazers are still on the list of teams that are hot after Eric Gordon. No, Trader S. Do we have the BAE this year or just the MLE? We probably have neither. There's a chance we could do the tax MLE, still get hard cap by using the BAE, but 2 smaller players. But I don't know. It kind of depends on what a Thibault signing looks like.
Dude, that Eric Gordon or Max Strus to the Blazers tweet is going to slap. You know it's good. If they do anything, you know it's going to be one of those 2 guys. And it's going to make no sense. It's going to make no sense because they're both guys that are really undersized for the small forward spot. And after preaching, we need size, again, heading into the offseason, which he did last year too, and then signed GP2 and drafted a guard. This year, what's he going to do? Draft a guard inside a guard again. And cuts a front court player for probably no reason. Like, that is what we got. That is our GM. That's what we do. We are the guard factory.
The only thing I can think of is they think Sharp can be a 3, And so you're talking about Sharp as our starting 3 next year.
And Eric Gordon or Max Strus is our backup 3?
Yes. And then Scoot gets all the backup guard minutes.
We're going to be the worst defensive team in the league. Well, like, what's the... That's easily going to be a bottom 5 defense. Okay. I mean, at least in that scenario, Dame's still here, I guess, man. Well, here's the thing. At least in that scenario, Dame's still here, and we probably will tank again, and then maybe Dame gets traded to next off. So I don't know.
I mean, we'd still have, like, at some point when all the moves from this year can be traded, we'd have by far one of the best packages between Scoot, Sharp, Anthony, to go after whatever player becomes available. I do get that. It's just
comical stuff, man. It's just comical. Okay, there. I updated the top 10 graphic finally. That flurry of sightings had me down bad. Chris says, don't you have...
Trey Jones back to the Spurs, 2 years, $20 million. That's a great deal for the Spurs.
Yeah, we didn't sign him. He's a guard.
Always restricted. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I like that for them. Let's see.
We have not signed a guard yet, Shaquille.
We're working on it. So what was Chris Middleton's deal again?
3-102.
Was there an option in there, do you know?
I don't know anything else other than 3-102.
Okay.
What if the biggest move here was simply keeping Dame happy in Portland, says a $10 donation by Ethan Colburn.
How would drafting a point guard after he says he doesn't want to be part of like a youth movement and talking about needing more size and then signing an Eric Gordon or Max Strus who is not size, how would that be doing anything to keep Dame happy?
I mean, if Dame's completely on board with these moves and he's completely shifted his stance, I'm fine with that being the case, I guess. But we still need bigs, right?
Yeah.
We definitely need some forward depth that has size and length, and we need another big, at least one more big, probably 2.
This is funny. I mean, this is exactly how I expected today to go.
Sundo with the $2 donation. Thanks, Sundo. There's always Jock Landale, he says. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Jock at this point.
Yeah, give me some Jock. You guys can have some Drew, and we'll take some Jock.
Kyle, we don't know. That's all we've heard is from Evan Massey. Haven't heard a single other person say anything about it other than like Legion Sports and stuff that were retweeting him. You guys are sus.
What? What are you talking about? What do you mean? At this point, might as well be. It's okay. Blazers will make lottery next year and select Bronny James. Daddy James comes to Portland. And Joe's a miracle worker, LOL. Great comment. Ham Radio Live. That is probably the master plan, Eric. That's definitely the plan.
Yeah. Do have to somehow do something with that pick. We'd have to be in the top 14 in order to have a draft pick high enough to get Bronny, and then we're taking Bronny in the lottery. Guess it's worth it if LeBron's coming. But.
Yeah.
Blazers overpaid Grant and are going to call it a day. LMAO says Devin Ford. Yeah, Bronny's a small guard too.
Yeah.
$2 donation from the original Dizzy D. Thank you, Dizzy D. Good to see you.
Dizzy?
Well, at least we can score. Gotta outscore them.
I mean, maybe that's the plan, Eric, is just to try and become the best offense in the league and just say, screw defense, let's try and outscore everyone.
Yeah.
Because that's what signing Max Strus or Eric Gordon would scream to me.
We lacked intensity with a $20 donation. Thank you so much. I'm late to the party. Can you guys do a brief bullet points on what's going on? What's going on is the Blazers re-signed Jeremy Grant 5 years, 160, and Drew Eubanks is officially no longer a Blazer as he signed with the Phoenix Suns. A lot of teams just re-signed their own free agents. Kyrie, Chris Middleton, Draymond, Cam Johnson, all back to their respective teams. And then we have Bruce Brown was the biggest, I think, move to another team. He got the bag from Indiana.
Yeah.
And Michael Orm with a $5 donation. Brooke Lopez to the Lakers. Are you getting trolled by someone? How are the Lakers getting?
I've seen... Thank you for the donos. I've seen multiple people ask about Donta Hall. I don't know.
He's like a G League end of roster guy. He doesn't matter.
Yeah, like he's completely irrelevant. I don't even like A, know enough to discuss him, B, care enough to discuss him. So bro, Shams is sleeping. And so is Chris Haynes. We are both sleeping. And if you want to get yourself to sleeping, you know I love the segues, the ad segues. If you want to get yourself to sleeping, get yourself a Mansa Sleep Mask. Promo code Uprise, 10% off. Link in the description box below. Get you a great night's sleep. Shoot. If you bought one already, you could probably take a nap right now, as we are now in a lull.
We got Don Cooper saying Nurk is about to be traded. You can book it. Watch and see. Here comes breaking news. Also, Simons will be in the deal. Stay alert, Blazers fans.
You know
Thanks,
how many?
Don.
You know how many people I've heard say guarantee a Yusuf Nurkic trade, and then Yusuf Nurkic doesn't get traded? Like, I've heard it so many times.
Book it, Dano.
We're trading Nurk for guards, yo. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, you know that joke I made last night, Eric, about like Cronin's gonna be a trendsetter, you know, about like starting all guards, and that's gonna be the new wave, right? Just like the Warriors kind of changed the league, Joe Cronin's gonna change the league by playing all guards and winning somehow. I was joking when I said that, but I'm starting to wonder if that is actually truly his plan. Here's the thing. Wait. Hold up. If we sign Max Strus or Eric Gordon, what are we doing with Matisse Thybulle? Is he going to play the four?
They need depth, Tori.
So okay. So you're going to play...
We went through this last year, remember? We had this exact same conversation about Thybulle, exactly.
Not even to this extent.
And KJ Martin,
yep.
and Gary Payton, and Bruce Brown. Like, we had the same conversation. At least Bruce Brown's like
this is
good
even.
at guard.
But now we got the third overall pick, who's a point guard too. Just throw it into the mix for fun, just for entertainment purposes, just to drive us insane in a good and bad way. Because I love Scoop, but oh man. So Thybulle plays the three, says Andy. Okay, so wait. If they're truly gonna sign Max Strus or Eric Gordon, who supposedly they're after, right? So you got a 3-guard rotation with Dame, Ant, Scoot. And then at the small forward spot, you got Sharp, Eric Gordon, and Matisse Thybulle? How do you have enough minutes at the small forward? Like, you got 6 guys at 3 positions, including your best player.
Dame and Scoot and Sharp and Ant are all going to play 24 minutes a game to give time.
Like, how does that work? Like, there's no way they can do that and plan on playing Thibault unless they're playing him at the 4 or they're going to trade Ant. Also, Nasir Little is a guy on this team that we've completely forgotten about in everything that's happened.
That'd be so hilarious if then Nas breaks out and then we have no minutes for any of that.
Yeah, Eric Gordon's just getting DNPs because Nas looks great in training camp. And Chauncey wants to stick it to Cronin for signing and getting him guards.
Andy Marchant with his member for 7-month message. Maybe DiVincenzo will be Joe's target after Max.
Probably, bro. I mean, like what is this dude's plan? Who is he going to trade Ant for? I mean, I feel like I already know. I feel like I already know where Ant's going to go. If this is their plan, Ant's going to Brooklyn and we're getting back Dorian Finney-Smith and Royce O'Neal. Maybe we flip Royce O'Neal to a third team and we save money.
But if we're doing that, why are we going after, like... Because Dorian can play the 3 or the 4. Royce is like a 3. So, like, why would we need another small 3, you know?
We don't, but DJ Vega says he's not trading Ant. Okay, so then what is he doing? Since you know what he's doing and what he's not doing. Okay, so you got Sharp, Ant, Scoot, Dame. They want to bring back Thibault, and supposedly they're going after Eric Gordon. That's too many players at the point guard, shooting guard, and small forward positions. Like, so who's not gonna be a part of that equation? Do you think the rumors are false about him going after Eric Gordon? Because, like, I would assume they would be, just if I use basic logic in terms of roster construction. But after hearing the types of guys that Joe Cronin it falls in love with in terms of targets, Eric Gordon is exactly the type of guy he'd go after. So you can sit here and say they're false, but last year we heard GP2 and Matisse Thybulle. We heard another guard. And we've gotten both of them in the past year. GP2's gone now. That didn't work out. But now we got Matisse Thybulle. So rumors about who the Blazers have gone after in free agency under Joe Cronin have generally tended to be accurate. Caleb Pendergraph, $2 dono, says, Tori, it's obviously small ball center Thibault. Thanks you, Caleb, for the $2 dono.
Giannis Bondar with the $2 donation. His first ever message. Thank you, Giannis. Jabari, Murray, and Winslow package for 3 guards. Peter Hollins with the $5 donation. What's up, Peter? Hey, you two. Think the moral of the story is we're going to need patience, eh? God, I not vibing, waiting around, but ain't nothing easy if it's worth doing.
I mean, I am willing to be pleasantly surprised. You know, it's after years of waiting, and then waiting turns into guards on top of guards on top of guards. It's hard to, man, it's hard to wait, you know, and have any sort of confidence.
Especially when you factor in all their actions versus their words. How every time they've said this, they've done the opposite. And then on top of that, you still have Jody and Bert in charge. So what's changed? I mean, this is literally their blueprint. Do the bare minimum to keep Dame here, and so you don't have to get that backlash with the fans. And just go from there, right? Hope you guys get another year and can convince them in a year, right? They I don't know. It would shock me at this point if they had something cooking that wasn't like a desperate attempt at something they had to do because of their complete imbalance of their roster. Mm-hmm. $2 donation from the original Dizzy D again. Is there any chance of getting PJ Washington? I don't know how he's a restricted free agent, so I mean, I guess we could trade for him, but I don't know what Charlotte would want in that situation. I don't know.
Yeah, I would like PJ Washington because he's taller than me.
Yeah, and he's a pretty good switchable defender. So yeah, he can shoot a little bit. I think that would be a good fit, but
Shout out to Dad Dean, $2 dono, says Heat fan waiting. Thank you, Dad Dean, for the $2 dono. Also, hashtag free Bam.
oh, don't. I'm gonna have to mute you then.
Me? You didn't like all the trolling?
Cringe.
It was funny that Heat fans got mad at that. Like, bro, we've been listening to this with Dame for years, and as a joke, we do it for a day about Bam, and it's obviously a troll. Like,
Oh no, it wasn't a troll. They really thought they did something.
who?
No, I'm not. I don't want to say.
I mean, I'm sure somebody took it too seriously, yeah. That's very possible. Mellow to PDX. I mean, he's taller than me, so I guess I can't complain, you know.
LaMelo.
Both of them are taller than me. I don't care that LaMelo's a guard. At least he's taller than me. That's kind of the benchmark at this point. Like, basically, I just want our average height, Eric, to be taller than me.
Hippo Strength says, would you guys love signings of Eric Gordon and Torrey Craig because they have the same names as you? No, I don't give a crap about someone on my team having the same name. I want to frickin' see Dame compete and have a chance to win a championship. So, no, I would frickin' hate that.
I would rather have Torrey Craig than Eric Gordon. Because at least he can play some defense. Like, if we're really going after a 3 for some reason.
Isn't Torrey Craig only like 6'4", too, though?
Yeah.
All.
Yeah, he's, you know,
size-wise,
he's like Eric Gordon, but he can play defense.
Closer to the Bruce Brown, yeah, where hustle and stuff.
Yeah, like, give me a guy that can play some defense. I'll look up his standing reach right now. I don't think he measured at the... Maybe he did measure at the combine. I don't know.
H-Life says, do you guys think we should trade Nurk? Absolutely not. We have no centers on our roster. Why are we trading our one center? Like,
we need size. We desperately need size, man. Like, why are we talking about trading away our only guy that is over like 6'6" and can rebound because Grant can't?
Peter Holland says, isn't Brook Lopez going to the vet minimum to Golden State, or is that garbage? Yeah, I mean, I guess Brook Lopez is maybe crazy enough to do it, but yeah.
I don't see why. He's already won a ring. It's not like he has to ring chase to get his one ring. Twitter, please do something.
It's like really nothing's happening. Well, I guess we get a bunch of chat messages or something.
Yeah, we get to hang out with chat. It's just such a... These streams are so different than draft streams, because draft streams just go, and I'm updating a bunch of stuff, and this, like... I get to hang out with chat.
Andy Marchant with a $2 Australian dono. Ant to Brooklyn, Royce to LAC, Zubac and DFS to Portland.
All I had to do was ask Twitter to do something, and it did something, as Gabe Vincent is heading to the Los Angeles Lakers on a 3-year, $33 million deal. Which is interesting. It's interesting for a lot of reasons.
They're using the full MLE.
Because they're using the full MLE, so they're hard capped at approximately $172 million. They have multiple free agents: Rui Hachimura, Austin Reeves, D'Angelo Russell. I feel like this means D'Angelo Russell is not coming back, which means he's probably a Portland Trailblazer, because that's a guard. D'Angelo Russell going to be our starting 3. Let's go. It's just super interesting because they're hard capped in... If Rui and Austin Reeves get big enough deals, I wonder how close they're going to end up to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Austin Reeves does have that cap the first 2 years being an early birds free agent, so he can't get the bag in year 1 or year 2, so maybe that's part of their thinking. And then if Rui signs for a decent relatively reasonable amount, I think they can make it all work. But I hate this because I love their draft, and I think Jalen Hood-Schifino is going to be great for them. And I think as much as I like Gabe Vincent, I don't think this is like the best way to use their money. But they obviously wanted some vet help there instead of a rookie. So
yeah, I think Gabe Vincent might be a little better fit than D'Angelo Russell as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Shout out to Sundo in chat, who was very, very early with that Gabe Vincent. Got it before my tweet deck updated.
Sam Dooley with the $2 message.
What's
Cronin
up, Sam?
guards are like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Thank you, Sam. Michael Orm with $5 donation. Cronin so far is one of the biggest yes men I have seen in terms of GMs. And then Michael Akers with a $1 donation. His first ever super chat. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. No message on that, so if you meant to leave something and YouTube obliterated your message, let us know. We'll read it off. If we see it, because it might be hard to. We'll try.
Eric Schoenbeck says, who is our backup center? We do not know yet.
Ibu
Right
Baji.
Right now, it's Ibu Bashi.
All right, Twitter, do something again. There, watch.
I'm so excited to watch Evo and Summer League. Though.
Summer League's gonna be fun. Yeah, I want to live stream every game.
We get to frickin' finally see him play. So that was like the worst part of the end of last season when we were tanking was him being injured and not being able to play a little bit.
Yeah, not getting to see your guy.
So Heat Lifers asking, WTF is Riley doing? He's lost Gabe Vincent and possibly Max Strus today. But we also know that the Heat organization is good at finding the next two Gabe Vincents and Max Struses, so probably it won't matter too much.
Hey, Dame, so Philadelphia, they're going to lose Harden, right? Miami, they lost Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, right? We didn't lose anyone other than Drew Eubanks, who, we're in love with, but... are you sure you want to trade? I mean, it's actually a good thing that we're running it back, because we could be the Heat. We could have lost. We could have lost guys. That's Cronin's pitch right there. Shams is retweeting Kyrie shouting out his agent. So Twitter did something. Shout out to Michael Akers, $2 donut. Says Phil Knight, the Nike guy. Phil. Sorry, I didn't sing it properly, but I'm tired. Oh, that's funny. I love the Bill Nye reference there. Creative. I love creative donos, man. Especially when nothing's happening. Andre Drummond? ? Opted in. He's a member of the Chicago Bulls.
Maybe I could trade for him, I guess. Max Forsett, a £5 donation. Sorry if I missed it, but what's your ideal win now trade for Dame? Thanks for putting on a good show. Midnight here in the UK.
I mean, there really
we're running out of options.
Isn't any like
a long time.
Like Ant for OG at this point, I would probably do. I mean, there just really isn't anything. I don't even know what to like. It's bad when I don't even know what to dream about. Because I can dream. I can come up with like, oh, maybe Sonny trade Draymond. I can't come up with anything, bro. Because Ujiri's going to be stingy, and we're going to get fleeced if we trade with them. Other than that, what else is there? All our sign and trade targets are back with, re-signed with their teams. You're muted.
At this point, we're gonna have to get super freaking lucky for like Giannis or Embiid.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Middleton re-signed, though.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm just saying like that's the only type of thing that can save us at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could dream about an Ant for... I mean, the finance... Jody would have to pay a ton of money in tax, but I guess I can dream about Ant for Paul George. Obviously, more stuff going out with the Ant to match salary, but...
Why did the Clippers do that?
It's a dream for a reason.
Diego Vargas with a $1 donation. Thank you, Diego. And then truly Spencer PDX member for 8-month message. Best thing today was Tori's intro. It was fire, fire, fire.
Thanks, man. Yeah. I know some of you didn't see that last year, so I repurposed it. I accidentally cut out the... I just slapped 2023 free agency over 2022, and it accidentally cut out a little early, so... you know, I tried, but... Yeah, it's fun. Gets everyone hyped for the flurry, man. I had a lot of fun making that.
Highlight Legend asks, did Sharp really grow some inches? That's fake, isn't it?
I mean, yes. It's your... Just kidding, I'm not going to pull a chase on you. Never mind.
There was a meme, like, I forgot who it started with. Someone growing 3 inches, and then like every team had some trolls that did the same with one of their players, and then for some reason every other team's fans knew it was a joke except for Blazer fans.
Yeah, and they attacked Chase because, oh god, man.
Yeah, my dad did not grow 3 inches.
There's so many people in here that don't get our inside jokes at all.
It's fine.
And it makes it funnier. Fly Guy 95 $5 dono says, who on the Blazers roster is most likely to have tuned into the Blazers Uprise channel? Yusuf Nurkic is my guess. If any of them would have us on right now, it's Yusuf Nurkic. Do you agree, Eric? Who do you think it would be? Most likely Blazer to be tuned into Blazers Uprise right now.
Yeah, I don't think any of them care, but yeah, maybe Nurk. Hi, Nurk.
Hi, Nurk. Yeah, everybody say hi to Nurk.
Maybe Jabari caught something after if he saw my reaction to him getting drafted last year. Mm-hmm. I've also been trying to get his dad to...
Nurk just tweeted if. Told you. There it is. What's up? That's all he tweeted. Nurk, what does that mean, bro?
Michael Akers said his dollar dono was for me to try the Jody tongue twister. How much cash could Jody stash if Jody could stash cash fast? Since solid. You already tried it.
Yeah, solid attempt.
Didn't say it very fast. Dylan Brooks cannot go to the Lakers now. I don't see how they could make that work. They'd have to really pull something out.
Why did... Nurk is such a troll. He just tweeted if. Everybody's like, if what? What does it mean? What does if mean?
Well, the question was... Oh, no. I was going to say it would have been funny if the question was if someone on the Blazers roster.
Yeah.
Addison Hamlin with a $2 donation. can't believe we let Eubanks walk. Olshey wouldn't.
I love how we're talking about this Nurk tweet and somebody is coming in to spam Nurk tweet alert. We're already talking about it. Thank you, Addison. Appreciate the dono. And did you thank Joseph Turner? The no message dono from Joseph? We had a $2 dono from Joseph Turner. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate you. If you meant to leave a message with it and YouTube for some reason didn't like it, let us know. And we will read it off for you.
But, I mean, that doesn't...
Sleepwalker, that's a YouTube glitch. That happened to Murray last night. Michael Alkire says, so far Grant has received a contract $34 million bigger than any free agent in the NBA. How late you going tonight? Like 9 p.m., 10 p.m.? We're just going to hang out all day and see what happens. Yesterday we streamed to like 9:30, I think it was, maybe 10. And we were getting rumors about a GP2 potential signing, and I was telling chat that the moment we sign off air, GP2 is going to sign and we're going to have to hop back on air. And that's literally what happened last year. So we'll be here all day. You know, if you got stuff to do, you know, put us on the background. Put us on the audio, you know. We got you covered. We'll be your background noise. We'll let you know when something happens. We'll hang out with those of you who want to interact with us. Shout out to Addison Hamlin. $2 dono says what?
Go ahead. Yuta Watanabe signed with the Suns. That sucks.
Yeah, that's a good signing. I feel like he's slightly redundant with Bates Diop, but...
Yeah. But got him the shooter.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good signing.
That would have been a good... I mean, that had to have been for, at the most, the minimum or the $2.5 million, right? The other $2.5 million?
Yeah.
So, update the tweets.
I would have loved... Oh, the tweets aren't updated? No, the tweets are updated. Yeah, the tweets are updated. Yeah, shout out to Addison Hamlin. $2 dono says, we need to blow it up. Time to trade Dame. No, it's not.
For
Thank
the
you
record,
for the dono.
I mean, we probably have a lot of new people watching. We are very pro keep Dame. You know, like, I mean, if the organization isn't committed to winning with him, then yeah, I agree. We should probably just move him. But yeah, we both really like Dame. Shams is not updating.
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't updating. Okay, there we go. Joe Ingles, 2 years, 22 mil? Wow.
The Magic used their cap space on Joe Ingles after drafting who'd they draft? Jet Howard and
Anthony Black,
and they have Franz and
their Raptors inspired.
Alla.
Yeah, the Raptors inspired him. Like, why Joe Ingles? It's just so weird. Thanks, Ham Radio. Appreciate it. Shipless Stewart says, are the Blazers done making moves? I mean, they have to make more moves at some point.
They don't have one center.
But will that happen today? I don't know. Magic are taking the Blazers approach, all guards. Well, the thing is, their guards are like forwards.
Yeah, well, they have.
So that would be nice. You know, Bankero's like 6'10", 6'11", or whatever, and then Wagner's like 6'8", 6'9".
Elizabeth Allen says, McMiniman has said the Lakers are offering Austin Reeves 452, which is lowballing him and making someone else have to force it. Well, here's the deal. The 452 is the most they can offer, so it's literally not lowballing them because that is their maximum offer.
Why is that their maximum offer?
Because they don't have the cap space or the rules of the Gilbert Arenas thing. They can't put more money in the final 2 years. They have to wait for someone else to do it.
Oh.
That was all in that article I sent you before.
Yeah, I just didn't read that specific section.
What was funny because you gave him the max offer you could, but
yeah, as the Pacers,
you actually
went after Austin Reeves.
Yeah. But anyways, so that's the Lakers. They're just going to say, hey, the max the CBA allows us to offer is this. If you want to go out and sign an offer sheet, we will match any offer sheet. But that's what it is. So it's just up to him to get an offer somewhere else, or that's going to be the most you can sign for. Or maybe he just signs like a 2-year option or something. Bryson Ostergaard says, it's bad when Cronin is taller than half our roster.
Oh, man. I mean, Eric, I'll keep waiting like people asked me to. I'll keep waiting and waiting. We'll see.
You can take Gabe Vincent off the free agent list if you want something to do.
Oh, I left him up there. Okay, who's next?
All right, let's guess, chat, who's going to be the next signing. Jason Hawley with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Jason. Good to see you in here. I wonder if Dame and Shaden have been talking this offseason. Would love to be a fly on the wall for those combos, LOL. And what's with the trade Nurk stuff in chat? Makes no sense. I mean, we know there's a lot of people who hate Nurk and want him off the team for several years now, so it's not going to stop now. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yep. Who should be the next free agent? Who's in terms of this list? Chat, who should I put at 10?
Pastry Zach with a $2 donation. You thought it was going to be a small forward, but it was Ideo. What? Oh. D'Lo? But it was Idelo? What? What are you saying, Zach? I might just be missing completely. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't get it. You don't get it.
Yeah, I'm too old. Yeah. The tweets still aren't updating.
Why?
Oh, sorry. I haven't seen that. Cam Reddish is going to be the next one to sign. That's funny. Max out Cam Reddish.
Shake Milton to Minnesota.
That's a good signing for them. Real good signing. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah, I like it too.
Because they only have, they traded D'Lo last year. They only have Conley. I like it a lot.
I'm just going to keep this page up and see if it updates. Because, for some reason the tweet deck in general just isn't updating.
Hi, Chiefin. How are you today? Not ignoring you.
Good job, Eric.
But then he says we should sign D'Lo, so now I'm going back to ignoring. Pasty Zach with the $2 donation. CJ Ellaby next signing.
Yeah, we should bring him back so his mom can yell at me over his player review again.
Arcades asked what Gabe thinks of getting Eubanks. He's stoked.
He's always liked Eubanks for some reason, man, and I've told him he ain't what you think, and I just think it's hilarious that he's gonna be able to find out, watching him game in, game out, if he plays.
What's up, Clutchinson? How are you doing?
What's up, Clutchinson?
Oh. I mean, at some point we might have to hope that free Bam is the only thing.
Yeah. I mean, would Dame recruit Jeremy Grant to Portland, and then Jeremy Grant resigns in Portland, and then he ditches Jeremy Grant? That doesn't seem like a Dame thing to do.
Unless Jeremy just wanted the money. That's the only... But...
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
I mean, Jeremy Grant has signed with Detroit over a contender or, like, trying to win team before. So it's not that out of the realm of possibility, I guess. But I know Jeremy does like Ant and some of the other players, too.
Something has to happen at some point.
Cole first asked, where do you guys think Brook Lopez will go? I think he'll go back to Milwaukee.
Agreed. I think he's just trying to get the best deal he can out of them. Alright. I'll be back.
We might have a handshake agreement with Jeremy to trade him where he wants to go in a year or two.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Yep.
Hold it down.
Okay. Grant says he needs Thibault news, but a lot of times with RFAs, they either sign right away or they are a case where they hold out till the end. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, if they already have a deal. I don't even know anymore, guys. I don't know. So, like, because everything that I've wanted to have happen, the Blazers haven't even been interested in. So, Quick Clutch says, hey, Eric, what do you think about Christian Wood? I don't mind Christian Wood too much as a player, but would be one of the absolute worst pickups we can make right now. He doesn't play any defense. He's okay scorer, but I mean, we don't really need that role right now. But he is tall, I guess, taller than most of our teams. So now we're gonna get Christian Wood. Yeah, I mean, at some point this team can't just keep preaching length and defense and stuff as a need and then get someone who doesn't play defense. Yeah, Kyrie went back to the math. Dwight Powell, if we got him for the minimum, maybe. It's fine. Just what's up, Flo? How you doing, man? He says, it really feels like everyone is going right before our eyes. I really hope we have some kind of master plan. Shaking my head. I mean, so far we've gotten locked onto like one or two players, and then when that doesn't happen, the plan just all goes to crap. So why would this time be any different? Yeah. Realistic Blazer backup center Jock Landale. Omer Yurtseven will be fine as long as his medicals check out. He was hurt most of last year, couldn't really contribute for the Heat, but wouldn't mind him as a backup. Would like to have, if we're going to sign a minimum guy, hopefully it's two of those type of guys. So we have a little bit of depth besides Nurkic. Still think we need 3 centers on the roster. No idea about Skylar Mays. Carlos, what's up? He was not offered a qualifying offer or anything, so he is an unrestricted free agent. I guess he could be back, but Courtney Thomas says Herb Jones would be nice. Yeah, he would be, but that's not even a possibility right now. I do have faith in Ibubaji, but the problem is, I mean, realistically, he's going to be on a 2-way again next year, so probably get a lot of time with the remix. That means he'll be only eligible for a certain amount of games with the Blazers. So we have a situation where we have to make it work with him on the team. So he could be a breakout candidate, but I just think it's crazy to be thinking about that right now. If anything, have him back on a 2-way. If he is that good next year to where he can be like the third string or maybe in the backup center, then you can trade guys or move guys or cut guys or whatever, but I just don't think you can do that right now. I'd put Mo Bamba in the same category. He's just hasn't done anything in the NBA enough to warrant being someone we should target for that backup big if we're trying to win. I mean, if we're trying to be young, then fine, but that's not been the plan according to Joe Cronin. So DJ Vega, they can't go that deep into anything because they're maxed out on what they can offer Herb. Same with any other team that offers him a contract, because he's got one of those type of deals where it's like the Arenas provision. You can't make more than like 11 or 12 million this year.
Oh man.
Gabe's still on the top 10.
Yeah. Who did chat say that I should add to 10?
I don't know.
I didn't see it. Chat, who should I add to 10? Let me know in chat. I'll actually read it this time, I promise.
Kelly Oubre.
You guys just want to see Kelly Oubre's face up there, don't you?
Brook Lopez is already on there. Cam Reddish.
I'll put Oubre up there.
Embiid is not a free agent, but okay. The McDaniels on the Timberwolves is still under contract. He's still on the Timberwolves.
There you go. Oubre is there. Although Oubre should probably be above Max Strus.
Elizabeth Allen, you can't offer him $30 million. The most you can offer him is right below the mid-level exception. I think it's like $11.8 million or something. So it's not. There's no possible way to offer him more than what the Pelicans will match. No, Josiah Brook Lopez or Dylan Brooks is not signed yet. I don't get people's obsession with Christian Wood. So the Mavericks literally traded for him, and he was so bad for them that they tried to give him away in the Kyrie trade, and despite him being an expiring contract free agent that they could just let walk, the Brooklyn Nets were like, no thanks, we want nothing to do with him. And now the Mavericks aren't looking to bring him back at all. And Detroit let him go in a situation where they were rebuilding for like very little back. At what point are we going to realize that Christian Wood is just not, according to teams he's played on, like, let that show you that he's not really a good option for teams?
I mean, would I take him on a minimum?
Sure.
But at some point, when a guy's been given up on by a bunch of teams, that should speak to you. People saying, didn't Strus get signed? There was a guy that reported that he was getting signed to Cleveland, but it wasn't like one of the reputable reporters that I'd automatically believe. And it'd have to be a sign and trade. So, like, they couldn't just sign him outright is the problem. To 4 years, $64 million, because that's $16 million a year.
Internal Canvas says, how you feel about Grant Williams on the MLE? He's restricted as well, so I don't know.
We have our power forward spot taken care of. The thing is, we need a starting three with legit size.
Well, what if Grant?
Well, we need a legit starting forward next to Grant. Maybe it's, a power forward and Grant moves down to the 3. We just need a legitimate forward with forward size that can rebound a little bit next to Grant, that can play defense, rebound a little bit. And like
Nas finally starts us.
Like here's the problem though is if you do that, I mean, what is Sharp the backup 3? Like, you still got the 4 guard situation. Basically, the 4 pillars. I don't know if you count Grant a pillar, but you got Dame, Ant, Sharp, Scoot. 4 of the 5 pillars of this franchise are guards. And Sharp can maybe play up to 3, but you probably don't want to play him next to, like, Dame and Scoot or Dame and Ant. Like, he's just not going to be good enough defensively to handle what it would take, in my opinion. So that's kind of the question is, who's the other starter? At this point, if I had to guess, they're going to go into next season starting Sharp at the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they start Thibault and then Sharp is scorer off the bench and the bench is just better because Sharp's going to be better and you got like Scoot off the bench too. I don't know. It's just really strange. It's a really strange situation. Bro, I just answered the Strus thing. You guys are believing Evan Massey, who has missed on a bunch of stuff.
When it gets confirmed, well, for sure.
When it gets confirmed, we will, but it'd have to be a sign and trade. I literally just explained that. I am tired of people coming in saying, Strus sign, Strus sign, Strus sign. Maybe Keegan Murray's our backup center. Or not Keegan Murray, Chris Murray is our backup center. I mean, he has an 8'10" standing reach, right? It's better than Watford's. Eric, call your... Eric, make a phone call and make a deal happen.
Before free agency started, when you went to get your energy drinks, Did you hear what I said?
I was listening to it. I don't know if I spaced out when you said whatever you're going to bring up.
Well, I'll just repeat it, but yeah, apparently the Blazers have access to all their tools, the MLE, the TPE, all that stuff, but and they were hoping that a trade for Ant presents itself, but they had no plan for any of those things. They were just hoping for something to happen with those, which is typical. And yeah.
But see, you report this stuff and then, like, people give you crap like you have no insight. But then everything plays out that way. I mean, does this seem like a team with a plan, guys? I don't know. Why decline Watford then? The Watford thing is just strange, super strange. I mean, everything is
because if they end up using the TPE, the MLE, and the and with resigning Grant to more money than we originally thought, they are pushing the tax up there, and they have to try and fit all those into the. They get hard capped at some point if they use the full mid-level exception. Maybe it's just the tax mid-level exception they use, but we also know that Jody won't go too far into the tax. She'll probably want, even if we did, would just be a situation where it's like stay close enough to where we could get back under if we have to, right? So, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Yep. And then, yeah, but that's why I hate this freaking narrative that like, oh, well, there's just nothing out there to do. It's because we're not going after stuff. We're not being aggressive. We're not making trades happen. We're not calling teams and figuring stuff out ahead of time. We're hoping that something happens. And that's just, this is how you miss out on your target every time and then don't have a plan. And your target can be as little as Jared Vanderbilt, and it's still, you still fail in that, and you can't even pull that off. Like,
the problem with Cronin is execution, and it's what I've been saying. And people always give him the excuse for a lack of execution, saying basically there's nothing else he could have done, so he couldn't do anything. That's why he couldn't execute, because it just he didn't have options available to him. As a GM, you bring your own options to the table in a way, because negotiating deals with other GMs is a skill. And you got to go out and do your due diligence. And if you have one trade package that's iffy from a team, but like there's some positives to it, that's when you bring in a third team to see if you can get more out of it yourself and see if you can find something that works for everyone. That's why you work the phones. And I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the front office, so all I can do is speculate, but this does not seem like a GM or a front office that comes up with plans or executes what they say they want to do. So, until they execute, I'm going to assume that given the sample size of this GM, of Joe Cronin, and this front office, I'm going to assume that they are incapable of executing until they prove me otherwise. Because that has been the status quo, is they are incapable of executing. And people want to say that's not their fault. I mean, I'm tired of giving that excuse. So, I mean, people who excused him drafting the point guard with the third pick said wait till free agency. Previously, they said wait till the draft. Previously, they said wait till the trade deadline. It's the same people that say wait.
That's the same people that told us to wait for the draft and free agency last year, too.
Yeah, like it's just constantly waiting for this front office to do anything. And they don't. So, I mean, this is kind of what I expected. I'm not saying that they won't do anything today, for sure, or anything, but I mean, a lot of targets are already off the board in a free agent class that was pretty weak. Andy Marchant, luckily he's a restricted free agent, because I don't want that dude on this team.
Who?
Miles Bridges.
Daniel Osayo says, I met with Dame and Aaron Goodwin this afternoon. We had a great dialogue. We remain committed to winning a winner around Dame. What do you guys make of that statement now? The same thing we've always made of it. That he's this organization, I feel like, is saying one thing to Dame and saying they're all about transparency and not doing it. But for the record, I will say this once again. I hope that is wrong and that we have something big still to come and that we're all sitting here celebrating here soon. And I will give Joe Cronin all the credit if he pulls something off.
Jake Fisher reports Rick Lopez has an offer on the table from Houston that is 2 years, 40 mil, which is interesting.
I think Milwaukee only had a certain amount of room with like 8 people still to sign or something.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're getting priced out or what, but Ethan Colburn with a $5 donation. Blazers receive OG Anunoby, Gafford. Raptors receive Simons, Jabari, picks galore. Cleveland receive Little Keon, picks galore. I mean, what picks galore? We currently can only trade a 2030 first and seconds. We're not getting Gafford. He's too much. Like, we would have already done that if that was the plan, because it would have made way too much sense. Raptors still, who knows if they didn't trade OG. So, yeah, I mean, I'll believe a big trade like that if we see it. Bryn Tennis, stream definitely helping work go by faster. Great job, guys. $2 donation. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Braden, appreciate all of you. Connor with a $20 donation. Thank you again for another donation. Connor, insert Jeopardy music here. Dun, dun, dun.
I don't know. I need to see if...
As much as we want to blame... Or Kenny D with a $5 donation. His first ever super chat. Thank you, Kenny D. As much as we want to blame Cronin, when was the last time the Blazers made a blockbuster move? 1999 with Scottie Pippen and Steve Smith. Okay, but still, our point all along is then don't promise you are going to do it and committed to doing it if it's not going to happen. Just tell us that you need to go young around Dame and that's your best chance. And if Dame wants to stay, that's great. If not, sorry, but be honest with them and say that that's what we have to do in a team with a team like Portland. But they every step of the way have been saying that they're committed both financially and with making the roster moves for
Jones resigns with the Pels.
Yeah.
Dude, why is this just not updating properly? Like, will it update? The deal is 4 years, 54 mil.
Yep, which is the max they can offer.
Yep.
So they very clearly decided to get a good long-term deal. You see this in baseball all the time.
Yeah. With
young players signing like 10-year deals for it seems like $100 million for someone who isn't unproven or hasn't proven themselves. But then when you get into their 7th or 8th year and they're like 30 and they would have been a free agent and getting like $300 million or something. So yeah, this is a tremendous one signing for the Raptors. They could have had him cheap next year, but this gets him locked in for multiple years at a cheap price.
Yep. So
Dwight
off the board. What's up?
Dwight Powell back to the Mavs. Great move for New York.
What?
Just trying to read chat. I don't know.
Yeah. What did New York do?
Herb Jones to New York. This is Tyler Smith. What? You meant New Orleans? I think he just fooled people. Joey Pushki asks, I wonder what Josh Hart is going to get paid. He actually opted into his contract at $12.9 million, so we could have kept him possibly at under $13 million and not had to pay him $18+ million like people were saying we were going to have to.
Yep. Yeah, I was told, watch, he's getting... Like, people guaranteed me he was going to get, like, $18 million. Didn't happen. So...
Yeah, and he can sign an extension now that the new league year started. So we'll see. They might give him a little extra money in that because of staying cheap this year. Yeah, he's for sure going to sign long term, but
I'm going to try and switch the tweet deck over to Chrome and see if that will fix the updating, because it's just not.
people are upset because Justice Winslow is out here liking a bunch of Dame to Miami tweets.
I don't like Justice Winslow, bro. I don't.
You got so much crap for that too.
Yep.
Now people are gonna see.
Yep.
Yeah, we can take Herb off the list.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I'm just trying to get it so that this this tweet deck will update, because okay, I got it on Chrome. We'll see if that. Here, let me reattach this to. Chrome's not even showing up. Okay.
He's talking super quiet right now, Parker.
Yeah. I can't even connect to Chrome.
Vladimir says, should we go after Rui? How are we getting Rui away from the Lakers?
Yeah, I'm just trying to fix this Twitter feed.
Jaden Cruz, why would we even consider a cat trade?
Yeah, what does cat solve?
They shouldn't be upset about Herb Jones signing. We've been telling people that was going to be the case for this whole stream.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, Peter. It's once again, Cronin said that he had stuff that he was working on at the draft that did not require draft picks. That would be something they would look back into in the next week leading up into free agency. So he would have already had to have planted those trade seeds. So, you know, you could be waiting on teams to find out if they're losing certain free agents, sure. But, yeah, I mean, who knows?
I mean, he said he, quote-unquote, planted seeds, so whatever that even means.
Yeah, busy and aggressive going after Eric Gordon. I mean, if you're expecting to see a blockbuster trade for Portland, I don't know what to tell you.
This is exactly why I'm tired of wait, because it just gets you disappointed when they inevitably don't do something.
Sweet Riverfell says, as someone who is also not that great at their job, I empathize. Leave us alone. Well, you don't have a public job, I'd assume.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Opal with a $2 donation. Besides free agency, how have you guys been?
Last couple days have been hectic for me, but I got stuff situated.
I've been good, man.
You've been good. That's good. I'm glad you've been good.
Hey, who you? I mean, the Blazers might get desperate and trade for someone that matches this description, but up until now, they've been completely unwilling to trade for anyone that's in the same Jeremy Grant situation because they know they're going to get stuck paying the bag for him next summer. And you already paid the bag to Jeremy. You're already on the hook for Dame for a lot of money. Whatever other players that are left here, you're on the bag for. So, why would we trade for OG? Knowing that he could either leave next summer or we'd have to overpay to keep him here in Portland. I mean, I'd be surprised if that happened, but that would be the ultimate desperation move. AJ Poseidon asks, is Nas, Keon, and someone else enough for Finney Smith? We don't have anyone else anymore. We've cut Watford, we cut Knox, but even if we didn't, no, it's not enough. Jeremy Anderson says, what's going to happen first? We have a good team or that MLB stadium gets built in Lloyd Center? Well, I mean, if we pick a route and we go after, I mean, if we try to win with Dame or we go the rebuild route, I still think either way could possibly be faster. Jake Fisher is still talking about the sign and trade to Cleveland for Max Strus, saying San Antonio has now entered the mix as a third team.
Interesting. What's his Twitter handle?
Jake L. Fisher, I think. Patriot asked, did Thibault accept Blazers' offer? It's a qualifying offer. It's just a placeholder until they make an actual contract. I mean, after free agency kind of starts winding down, there might be some people that accept a qualifying offer, but it's fairly rare. Keep on rolling too with a Euro $2 donation. What's the best offer from Philly in a Dame trade? Bunch of crap.
Yep. Bunch of crap. Who you have no idea about my personal life, bro. So I'm not even mad. I'm trying to fix the Twitter feeds, so don't speak on things you don't know. Okay.
Andrew Guevara, we don't really care what that person is saying, so.
Yeah.
Josh Richardson to Heat.
Back to Miami?
Going back. I don't know. Only Chicken BS has said that. Dame Time just said it. I'm not seeing my update story.
I mean, there's nothing else I can do.
I'm just
Yeah, it didn't update. No, that's why we got all you in chat. Because I don't know what is wrong with TweetDeck. It's all on auto refresh. But there it is. Josh Richardson agreed to a deal with the Heat. Let me Google this. TweetDeck. Not refreshing.
Max Strus replacement. I'm guessing that what's going on with the Max Strus thing is that Miami didn't want salary back, and so they found a third team.
I'm just trying to figure out this Twitter feed. That's why
Ethan asked, what's your guys' favorite team besides the Blazers? I don't like having multiple favorite teams, so I only root for the Blazers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might become a Pacers fan if we piss off Dame anymore. Alan Dines asks, is KJ Martin a possibility? Yeah, of course he is. He's cheap. And we've been linked to him in the past, but not sure why. What we give up to get him.
Okay, I'm going to try this.
Oh yeah, expansion is going to happen soon. Really excited about Sonics coming back, and I'm also excited about Vegas getting a team because that's a fun place to go to vacation and watch. It'd be cool to watch a Blazer game in Vegas. But yeah, Dylan Brooks has not signed yet. You should put him on your list, Tori.
No.
The guy on the left is actually trying to fix the Twitter feeds so we get them updating. He's not stunned by the...
Bro, what is wrong with people, man? Yeah, I'm working to get these feeds for y'all, man. I'm going to put Jake Fisher and Chris Haynes on this right column, and we'll put both of them in one column. And this should hopefully update. This is supposedly a workaround.
You can't take a flyer on a PJ Washington in a sign and trade. That's just like you have to give up something to make them not want him anymore.
Yep.
Jake Sports in all caps says, I just got here and got off work. Has anything happened for Portland today yet? Yes, we cut Trendon Watford and we re-signed Jeremy Grant to 5 years, $160 million, and then we also lost Drew Eubanks, who signed with the Phoenix Suns.
Lost, quote unquote.
You're not hidden, Gray. Stop that. Gosh. Why do people always...
Why would you... Bro, okay, what's the point of typing in chat, I must be hidden, if you think you're hidden, and therefore nobody will see what you're typing in chat? Doesn't make sense.
main character syndrome. Yeah, I think it's almost certain that when the NBA expands, it'll be Vegas and Seattle.
Yeah.
And they're gonna move. They're gonna move one of Minnesota, Memphis, or Memphis to the east, most likely.
Yep. All right. Roll this.
We don't know, Jesse. Maybe we talked about it earlier. I had no clue. It was certainly a shock to see that this morning.
All right.
Kelly Oubre has not signed yet.
It should hopefully update. I just put him in lists, basically.
How would new teams get players? There would be an expansion draft, to which they could, like every team protects a certain amount of players. I don't know what it would be in the new CBA, but in the past it's been 8 players you can protect, and then they get to pick up to 1 player. There's like a draft between the 2 teams, and they can for each 12 spots, and then they trade off picking players. Once you get a player pick from your team, then none of the other players can be taken, so then you get all the remaining players back.
Did you shout out to Famished Yoshi, $2 dono. Did you like the NBA paint logo for the Blazers? Yeah, that was funny. Those are funny. I enjoy those.
Yeah. The ghost with the RIP city.
Yeah.
It's kind of fitting if we don't do anything here for Dame.
Yay.
Trader Boggs, we've already given our thoughts on Jackson Hayes. I mean, he's a pretty mediocre player. I don't think he helps that much, but I mean, as a third center or something as a minimum, sure.
Wait, what?
No, that's someone that.
I know.
Could you tell who changed their name?
No. No clue.
That's. I know you're a channel member who's ever impersonating Mike Richmond, but please change your name back, or I am going to ban you, even though you're a channel member.
Yeah, don't impersonate people. It's not cool. Alright, so no, that's not Mike Richmond. Mike Richmond I don't think he likes us. Connor says, I'm glad we don't have chat in the stream overlay because some of y'all say some of the stuff y'all say in here is crazy. Yeah, that's why I don't put stream chat on the stream. I know that's like a big thing on Twitch, but I don't bother with that because chat is wild. Never know what you're going to get in chat. Jay Robbins says, we trade Ant and Nasir for Roko. Yeah, that'd be phenomenal. Bald Derek White? Who is bald Derek White? Did Derek White he shaved his head? That's interesting. That's the most interesting thing that's happened recently. Yeah, if this doesn't update, I'm gonna cry.
What are we thinking? We're just waiting for something to happen. Oh. Caesar Diaz says, "Is it really a bad thing to trade Dame for great young composition and build a young core D for your team for years to come? I'm asking for a friend." The only bad thing is them continually telling us that they're committed to building with Dame if that's their goal. Like, if that was their goal, just come out and frickin' say it.
Yeah.
But it's like we're stuck in this stupid game of chicken where we don't want to be the ones to tell Dame that we're moving on from him, and Dame doesn't want to be the one who requests out. And he really doesn't want to ask out. He wants to be here. It's ridiculous what we do, man.
I'm just tired of having the same conversations.
I mean, but as long as Cronin keeps doing this crap, we're gonna.
I'm gonna let those questions keep coming. I'm not gonna answer them because we've answered that so many times. I mean, Nurk if. Chat, give us questions that aren't trade Dame related, and we will answer them.
Scout with Brian tweeted 5 hours ago, Bruce Brown gets a $20 million a year contract. I will eat a living pig on live YouTube.
He's gonna say, well, I said 20 million a year and he got more, so. Is Joe Cronin asleep? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he bought a Manta mask. What'd you say?
Tim Reynolds, Heat reporter, is reporting that Kevin Love is returning to the Heat, but I've seen nothing concrete. Would you guys like Tyrese Maxey in a Dame trade? Why would we want Tyrese Maxey, who's a great player? I love Tyrese Maxey, but if we're trading Dame, we're literally building around Scoot and Sharp. Why would we want Tyrese Maxey? Stop spamming.
Yeah, give us questions that aren't trade Dame related. Like, I am not going to answer any Dame trade related questions.
We should hopefully get a crap ton from Maxey from another team.
Dionysus, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Doing some graphic stuff on the side, and I'm trying to expand that. What was the question I was going to answer? Tyrus, who's more likely to go to the dunk contest next year, Scoot or Shaden? Will Shaden be invited to the Rising Stars game this time?
I think they both probably get to the Rising Stars game, and yeah, so maybe they both do it. I don't know.
They both should do it. I agree. How would you guys feel about Miles Turner to the Blazers? Not good, because the rebounding with him and Jeremy Grant at the power forward and center spots would be absolutely horrific.
And we'd also have to give up stuff.
Yep. Ryan McKee says, thanks for all you guys do. Thank you, Ryan. I'm glad you appreciate it. What are your favorite options for backup center? Mo Bamba, Mason Plumlee.
Jock Landale.
Jock Landale is okay. Why can't Jeremy play the 3? Because he's better defending in help side and around the rim than he is on the perimeter.
But we're still going to put him on the perimeter.
So might as well make him 3. Zubac, if they're actually serious about getting rid of him.
Also, the problem with Miles Turner is we'd have to give up other assets besides like just Nurk to get him, so it's not a straight up trade. So The Beast asks, is Chris still available? Are you talking about Chris Middleton? Because he re-signed with the Bucks, so no, he's not.
Yeah, this list is updated. The top 10 available free agents are right here.
Herb Jones is still on there. Any chance for a cat trade? I sure hope not, Julian.
Is the Struce signing official yet? Not even close. None of... It has to be a sign-in trade, so they're working on a sign-in trade, but Max Struce has not signed yet, and this deal might not happen.
You want to take Herb off?
Oh yeah, I was gonna do that. Okay. Oh, I just forgot to save it. Is being a fan of other clubs similar to this? Because being a Blazers fan is hard. Being a Blazers fan is very hard. It's very, very hard. In my opinion, we are one of the hardest teams to be a fan of.
What was worse for this? You or the Mariners? I know you don't care about baseball as much, but...
Yeah, so this. But, like, the Mariners, it was like, well, we just are destined to suck forever. And, like, it's just kind of accepted with this. It's frustrating because we have Damian Lillard, you know? Yay, it updated. Richardson's deal has a player option. Okay, time to put him in it. That's interesting, him going back to Miami. I think he's a better player than Struce. Where is the Josh Richardson card? What about Buddy Hield to the Blazers? Why would we need another guard? Zach, are you a Pacers fan? Are you trying to pawn off your players to us?
Then he asked again. Zach Fairfield says, I hope you guys have the time to read this, and I never thought I'd ever say this, but is it maybe time to see what we can get for Dame at this point?
Why do we keep reading these club ads?
And, well, I just let me clarify why I read it. Okay. Zach, we just got done having this conversation about stop with the Dame talk. So you expect us to take time to read your comments, but you're obviously not listening to us talk about stuff. So how is that fair, my man?
Facts, actually.
So let's just chill on the Dame trade stuff. Like, it's gonna happen if it's gonna happen, and we can all be depressed and have probably the worst stream ever.
Yeah.
But let's just it's all good, Zach. It's not. I didn't mean that personally or anything. It's frustrating. We just have people saying like, this means we're trading Dame. We're trading Dame. We're trading Dame. What can we get for Dame? What should we do? Would we trade with Philly?
Yeah. Shout out Nathan Foley, member for 5 months, says, is it Jover? It might be Jover. We'll see what Joe does, or if it truly is Jover. I assume, I don't know. I feel like we're going to have a signing later tonight. It's going to be at like 11 p.m. again.
Yeah.
We're going to like have signed off 10 minutes before it happens and then have to boot up another stream.
Yeah, Connor said it was Jover first.
Yeah, Connor beat you to the punch there, Nathan.
Oh, Cesar Diaz is a Heat fan. That makes sense now. I want him, but I have to admit, I admire his loyalty to you guys. He's a real one.
Yeah, I admire
Thanks.
it too. I just hope the front office admires it. What was the terms on the Josh Richardson deal to Miami?
It has not said. It says, player option. It says 2-year deal with the Miami Heat. Player option, 2nd year.
No money on it.
Oh. So maybe it's a minimum?
If it's a minimum, that's shocking.
2 years, $6 million, says mind over matter,
Okay, I'll believe it.
which is pretty close to the minimum. Yeah.
That's a bargain. Oh my god. Surprised the Pelicans wouldn't pay him that.
Rui headed back to the Lakers. 3 years, $51 million. Gets 17 mil a season.
My guy Rui, man, getting his bag.
He definitely earned it in the playoffs last year. Had several key games for them. So
My guy Rui.
Henry Kaler, right after Parker says, wish we could get Zach Collins back, says, what do you think about bringing Collins back? We'd both love Zach Collins back. I think he'd be a perfect 4-5, either as a starter or as a backup. So, yeah.
Yeah, but probably not gettable. San Antonio likes him for good reason.
Sub Zach Novak. All right, we take Rui off. Dionysus says, have you heard any DeRozan talk to the Blazers? I did hear a lot of talk, for DeRozan talk, but with the moves the Bulls made today, it really doesn't make sense for them to get Ant now, in my opinion. Just a reminder, please do not post fake messages or anything.
So, Brad Turner says, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul and agent Josh Hairston have agreed to a multi-year deal for Cam Reddish to join the Lakers.
How do they use the MLE on Gabe Vincent?
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
How are they doing a multi-year deal? I don't know.
I mean, it could be one of those 2 years minimum player option.
Yeah.
I mean, Cam just doesn't fit there at all, and that's gonna. I feel like he'll be a guy that Laker fans just bag on, but.
They would have had to use the full MLE Jonathan Evers to sign Gabe Vincent for 3 years, $33 million. I mean, that's, 10. It's all but like $2 million of it.
Julian Champagny is signing a new deal with the Spurs. At least we're getting stuff now. Was that the Champagny they had? Because it didn't say resign.
Shams now says 2-year instead of multi for.
Yeah. Well, it was Brad Turner that said multi-year. So.
Oh, yeah.
So the Lakers getting a couple deals done with Rui and with Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish could be their Lonnie Walker replacement, I guess.
We don't know George Alonso. I mean, it's absolutely pointless to talk about dream scenarios right now because we don't. For all we know, the Blazers are just going to run it back next season with 4 guards, and Brook Lopez doesn't seem to be on the Blazers' radar. It seems like, and I mean, I don't. Why would they trade? I don't know. I mean, we didn't have money for free agency, so it shouldn't be.
I mean, we told you guys last night. Like, this is exactly how I expected it to go. I'm chilling. Like, I'm a little tired because your boy got 2 hours of sleep last night. All right, so I don't have as much energy to just constantly entertain, you know. But this is what I was expecting. I mean, this is basically every free agency goes like this, and that's why I wasn't buying all the hype of, like, just wait till free agency, Cronin has a plan, you know, he... blah, blah, blah. Like, nothing should really be shocking about how free agency has gone. Like, nothing has surprised me today. Even Bruce Brown getting that bag from the Pacers made sense. Okay, the only thing that surprised me today is Trent Watford getting cut. What flavor of Gatorade is that? Summer fruits. If you haven't tried it, it's a good flavor. At least we get another funny press conference. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, Eric, is another Joe Cronin masterclass of a press conference. That'll be fun.
Zach, that's exactly what Phoenix is doing right now.
Eubanks wasn't surprising? I mean, what was surprising about him signing a minimum? What were you going to say?
Vladimir says, couldn't we sign and trade Reddish for Bando? Wait, that's not how sign and trades work. I mean, they're
probably just signing him to a minimum. Why would they? Fred VanVleet is going to the Houston Rockets. 3-year, $130 million deal.
Serious? What are the Rockets doing?
For Fred VanVleet to go to the Rockets. Okay, Ujiri, now it's time to blow it up. Because you lost Fred VanVleet. What a freaking signing. Wow. That's... How much is that? That's a max, huh?
That's $43 million a year or something. 43.33.
Yep, good math.
Oh my god.
So that's wild.
I thought 280 was bad, but that sounds a lot better right now.
280?
Oh, that was the rumor from that dropping dimes dude that he was going to sign with the Rockets for 2 years, 80 million or something.
Oh, yeah.
They probably had to yeah. Well, the Raptors have been trying to do this without a point guard. Now they can officially do it without a point guard.
Yeah. Wow. I don't get what Houston's doing. So they draft him in Thompson. They got Kevin Porter Jr. They got Jalen Green. Now they bring in Fred VanVleet. Still got Josh Christopher there. I mean, he doesn't really factor into things, but you got a lot of ball. You got a lot of point guards or ball dominant guards. I don't really understand the point of this for Houston at all. I mean, they're still going to be bad unless a men comes in and is great right away.
DREC21 says, can Joe fleece the Raptors now? LOL. I don't think Joe's going to be fleecing anyone. In fact, he has said that his personal philosophy is to make sure both teams are happy with the trade and not to go about it as a fleecing.
So then he fleeces himself. That's the guy he fleeces, Eric.
We are doing the exact opposite of the Raptors, as Brandon Woods points out. They're like F guards, and we're like, we only F with guards.
Why are you frozen? Okay, there we go.
Hello?
Yeah, you're fine. It was Skype minimized for some reason. Eric is a good mime. Yeah, I agree.
Zach R., please, this is your last warning. Do not spam. You still have to convince your jury to do that trade, and you still have to worry about paying OG the bag next year.
Okay. Do what you gotta do with that spam.
I cannot believe Cam. Van Vleet. What are the Rockets doing, dude? They just got out of John Wall's contract. Like, they finally have cap space, and they spend it on Fred Van Vleet.
I mean, like, fit-wise, next to Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, if that's your starting point guard, shooting guard, small forward. Like, Van Vleet can shoot, so he can play off of men. Like,
he can shoot. He's got one of the worst field goal percentages in the league.
Van Vleet, he can shoot threes.
Yeah, I guess.
What did he shoot last year? I mean, like, that's like the only thing.
It was like 29% for a long time last year, both twos and threes.
His 3-point percentage was higher than that. 34%.
I think it went up at the end of the year. Yeah.
And that was a down year. Like, every other year he shot 36.6 or better, career 37%. It was a down year last year. He was also playing 37 minutes a game because Nick Nurse just ran his dudes into the ground. So, yeah, he's not efficient from two. That's why I've always thought he's overrated. He's a career 43% shooter from two and doesn't get to the free throw line. Shoots less than 3 attempts per game. So, basically, he's only efficient from behind the 3-point line outside of last year. So, I mean, I think this is a massive overpayment. I think this is going to be looked at as a really bad contract in a year or two. I think the Rockets are going to regret this. But in terms of just like on-court fit, I think like he kind of fits a man in Jalen Green if he's just kind of off-ball. But then why did you pay him a max? Like, it's
Kevin Porter Jr. too.
Well, I feel like Kevin Porter Jr. gets moved at some point or comes off the bench. I don't know.
You don't want Amen to play point guard?
I mean, well, that's the thing is Van Vleet can just spot up and Amen can play at some point, you know? But, like, he can take the pressure off Amen, too, so Amen doesn't have to, like, be a full-time point.
But to me, like, the whole value of Amen is having him have the size at point guard to where he can guard bigger guards, but is a mismatch problem. So now you're going to start him and Green, and then
I think that's their long-term plan.
Well, I know they have, like, there was that theory that they needed some adults in the room. Van Vleet certainly is that. But, I mean, you could get veteran leadership for a lot less than $43 million a year for 3 years.
Champagne agreed to a 4-year, $12 million deal.
Team option last year.
Yeah, kind of a strange contract. Sean Dawes, they'll play him in.
Yeah, but you have to play in Van Vleet too.
Yeah, they'll play together.
Yeah, I would rather sign Skylar Mays to a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the signing at all. But
Steve J asks, what happens if no one wants to pay Harden? Well, he's under a contract, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Or else he'd be on this list on the left.
Ryan Tadaro with the Tadaro Nation, St. John's legend, Julian Champagne.
St. John's legend. Where did Justin go again? Wasn't it Pitt? Didn't he go to Pittsburgh?
I don't remember.
And isn't Justin in Toronto now?
He was last year. I don't know if he's still.
Do you see that Jabari Parker's on the Bucks Summer League roster?
Yeah, trying to make a comeback. That's like when we had Beasley and.
Yeah. So I heard the Raptors need a point guard. Yeah, I mean, if you had any pipe dream, any hope of getting Siakam or Anunoby, I still don't think it's realistic because I don't think Ujiri's realistic. I don't think he lives in reality, but they now need a point guard. They now need a guy. Well, here's what they need, Eric. They got some ball handling and initiation if they keep Siakam and Scotty Barnes. Those guys can bring the ball up, initiate offense, kind of be point forward types of guys. They were one of the worst shooting teams in the league last year. Anthony Simons, there's questions about if he starts, can he be like that true point guard type of player at that one spot? But when you got Pascal Siakam and Scotty Barnes, it makes that less crucial, because he doesn't have to be the main guy in terms of initiating offense, bringing the ball up, but he can do enough where, you have a guard that can do that, right? You wouldn't just want, Seth Curry and have to solely rely on your forwards. So I think they're a good fit in that way, and then Anthony Simons is a great shooter, and that's what they need. I think Anthony Simons is a really good fit for that team. Yeah, and he's young. He fits the timeline. If I'm Ujiri, I'm trading OG Anunoby for Anthony Simons in a heartbeat, especially because OG Anunoby might leave. The question is, would Ujiri consider that now? And the question is, would Portland consider that? Because I don't know if Portland would.
Here's Trevin saying, now we get to downgrade Ant to OG while attaching assets. Let's go.
Yeah, well, Trevin thinks any trade is bad for us because he loves everyone on our roster.
I will say this, though. If I'm Joe Cronin, I am saying I'm not including anything else. You can take that straight up or leave it. They're kind of stuck right now.
Yep.
And play hardball with your jury. Don't be like, well, they asked for more. What was I supposed to do? They wouldn't have done it.
Yep.
So now we'll judge that trade on how close to just Ant for OG it is.
Yeah. If we traded Ant for OG right now, would you be happy?
I wouldn't be happy, but it's pretty much one of our last options, I think.
Yeah.
I think we have to at this point.
The roster would make a lot more sense going into next year.
So you got, Dame, and then whoever starts between Scoot and Sharp, and then you got OG at the 3 who can play on ball, moving Jeremy to off ball at the 4, and then you got Nurk still at the 5. You just need to shore up the bench still. Still need a couple centers, I think. But yeah. Yep. I think that's one of Cronin's only options right now.
Yeah, if they pull off a big move, that's the only thing left on the table, yeah. So that would be my guess. And Portland, you'd get your on-ball stopper. You get a legitimate small forward that can play a little bit of power forward. The roster would make a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such a clean trade all around.
Except for the financial implications
Except for OG Anunoby potentially being a rental. But as we've seen this offseason, maybe we should just have confidence that we can re-sign him. Because everybody's re-signing everywhere.
But unlike Grant, OG has serious issues injury-wise that paying him a Grant type of contract might not be the best. But
well, who knows if he's injured next year? Who knows if he's going to demand that?
Yeah.
And here's the thing, 3 years down the line, what's the salary cap going to be at, is my question.
Yeah.
Right now, or last year it was what, 124 million? In 3 years it could be what?
It can only go up 10.
Yeah,
it can only go up 10% a year.
It could be 160, right?
Yeah.
So if you're paying a player $34 million 3 years from now when the salary cap is 160, that's like paying a player $26 million last year.
Yeah.
So,
but Dame's contract jumps way up in 2 years too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's questions, and then how does that overlap with a Sharp and a Scoot extension? But here's the thing, like, if those guys are worth max contracts, you got OG Anunoby, who's worth all that, and Jeremy Grant, who's worth all that, and Dame, who's worth all that. Like, that's probably a really good team if you have that many players that are worth that much. So, I mean, I think if anything, Toronto should have to give up something in that sort of deal, but they won't. I think Anunoby for Simons is just clear-cut, clean trade. Anthony gets to go to Toronto and pair with Gary Trent Jr., who he came into the league with in Portland. That would be kind of interesting. And then, I mean, their starting lineup would be Simons, Trent, Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam, and Jakob Poeltl. And then they would hope that Barnes and Simons could pop and turn into all-stars next to Siakam, and then maybe they could contend again.
Blazer fan says, Blazers Uprise should give some props to Cronin for not keeping Reddish and Eubanks, your two most hated players. No, I will not give Cronin props for that because we didn't want any of those players on the Blazers to begin with. So the fact that he thought those were good options in both free agency last year and for trading Hart for, that makes me say no, he does not get credit for then losing them for nothing.
You should give us props for telling you guys that those guys aren't that good and that they probably don't factor into the future of this team. Because Cam Reddish, when we got him, people were like thinking about how he factors into the future, the multi-year future of this team. And it was like, they're probably, I mean, we both talked about it. They're probably not bringing back Matisse Thybulle and Cam Reddish. And they didn't. So, yeah. Here's the other thing about an OG Anunoby Anthony Simons trade. Portland actually saves money in that deal. I don't know what else would be thrown in.
Yeah, depending on what else.
Like, maybe...
What if it's Boucher and OG for Ant and Nas?
I would like that. I mean, Boucher gives us some length. He doesn't bring us any physicality in the front court, but, you know, at least he's a front court player.
Mm-hmm. Michael Orm at the $2 Nation, I feel like we need Plumlee back for a minimum. Thank you for the donation, Michael, for the Plumlee on the minimum for a second time. I mean, sure, yeah, I'd love Plumlee back as a minimum, but I don't know how he doesn't get more than that or re-signs in with the Clippers.
Yep. I need to make this Van Vleet card. Yeah, I guess that's my final dream, Eric.
Does the Van Vleet deal take them out of the Brook Lopez?
Didn't they have like 50 mil? I mean, well, they signed him for 40, so
40 something, yeah.
Possibly. That's where maybe they try and get
I'm
off
gonna
some
have closer to 60
salary. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would think that they accounted for both in terms of like offering both. But the third year's a player option, you said, for Van Vleet?
I didn't say anything about that.
Oh, I thought. Chat, does Van Vleet have a player option? My trusted chat. Nope. Okay. It's not like he'll be turning it down anyway.
Dionysus says, could Harden actually end up here with everything shaken out so far? I mean, I can't say that it's not possible, but
so be our small forward. I mean, what's his standing reach? What's his height? Like without shoes.
How do we match his contract? And then also, then what are we doing at center? Because that would have to be Nurk, I think.
He's making 35 million. It would be Ant and Nas.
Oh, I was thinking 45. Yeah, that's what he opted out of. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was 45, I think Ant, Nas, Keon. No, wait, we got rid of Knox. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well.
Dickie Chung with a member message. What Ant trade more possible? Raps or Nets or no trade? I mean, I'm just going to say no trade because that's always the most possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Both of those teams have been like ridiculously horrible to deal with for Cronin, so I don't know.
God, I want OG. That's where my hope. That's where my hopes and dreams have landed, and it never happens. At this point, it's always like, oh, this is the target that I want now. After all this dust has settled, and then we don't get him. So it's probably foolish, but
Or running out of options. Sorry.
I know it's the only option. I mean, OG fits well.
Hey, there's Murray with Australian $2 donation. I was waiting to see his reaction. Waving Watford for nothing is depressing. Please, Joe.
Did you just wake up, Murray? Or have you been up?
Duro, quit trying to force a DeRozan trade to happen. It's not going to, buddy.
Why do you want a DeRozan trade? Doesn't help our defense. It makes our shooting worse. Yeah, we're going to have Dame, Scoot, who shot 27% in the G League last year or whatever, and then DeRozan, who doesn't shoot threes. David Jacobson says, OG and a decent backup center, some health luck with Nas and Nurk, development from Sharp, and we're legit next year. Well, that's where, like, Ant and Nas for OG and Chris Boucher makes a ton of sense for both teams, in my opinion. How much is Boucher making this year?
I want to say it's like 11 or something.
I'll look it up.
Somewhere between 10 and 12.
I'll look it up right now.
Janelle says, any chance Cronin is holding out for a potential Embiid play? Well, I mean, something like that's pretty much his last option right now, but why? I mean, if that's his plan, it's dumb because you're basically just hoping for a miracle to happen, and honestly, that's what it seems like with everything he's done as a general manager has seemed like that's all he's doing is just waiting for some sort of horror like magical like unicorn trade to fall into his lap, but like unfortunately that's just not realistic. Like what? So then you could just say the excuse, well, we were going to trade for Embiid, but they didn't want to trade Embiid, or they kept him, so now we didn't have any options. Like, well, okay, well, that's what you get for throwing all your eggs into that basket.
Yep. Get Precious, and I think that's asking for too much. I mean, we're talking about Masai Ujiri. Like, we'd be lucky to get anything remotely reasonable with him. I mean, I assume if we made such a OG Ant trade, we're giving up a first or two.
We're protecting our 2024 first, and
Or we're reducing the protections on it. Yeah. I don't know. Or we just word the first as conveys.
yeah.
But then it doesn't have as much value. Yeah, Boucher's 11 mil. So OG plus Boucher for Ant and Nas, we end up saving oh wait. The salary is literally equal. It's 30.3 mil. It's literally equal.
Dro asked why Herb Jones signed on such a good contract for the Pels. His value is that low? No, it's because of the CBA. That was the max that he could get in free agency right now.
Yep. If Ant gets traded, how would we feel on getting Caruso in another deal? Why do we need more guards?
We have 4 guards right now. We need to trade one out for a forward so that we have 3 solid guards, and then you could have backup guys, but we don't need more guards on top of that. Kyle Neely has a coming out of left field kind of feeling about what is about to happen with the Blazers. That's always what people say when we don't have a plan, you know, something we haven't talked about materializes. I mean, I hope you're right. I hope we have something that's good. Murray with another Australian $2 donation. If nothing happens, I'm an NFL fan. Go Niners. All right, welcome to the Niner fandom.
I was teaching Murray about football last night.
Nice.
Yeah. Since he's Australian, he was talking about rugby. Okay, I need to put this back down where it's supposed to go, which is right.
D-Rex says, will Watford get signed before Blazers make their second signing? I think Watford might have to clear waivers first, which means the team might just claim him. So it might take a day or two to...
Dude, there has been nothing in quite a while. How long will it be, chat, until we get more news? That is my question for all of you. $6:30. It's 6:08 right now.
Sweet River Phil is worried about your candle falling off your dresser there.
My candle. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's almost spent anyways. I need to get rid of it. Oh, man. Windhorse moment? What did Windhorse say?
No, he's asking me what's going to happen with the Nets with their thing last night. They did make a huge salary dump trade today. Nathan Foy says Blazers signing coming at 7:32.
We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, stuff's still going to happen today. It's only been 3 hours. Off that, I mean, we just... Oh, for Tori, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm really getting tired of going over these dream scenarios that aren't even dream scenarios that have realistic chance of happening, and then the Blazers aren't even interested in it because of the financial ramifications. And so if Embiid becomes available, we'll of course have all kinds of stuff about what we give up and stuff, but Benji is in Germany at 3 a.m. sitting here asking himself why he became a Blazer fan.
We need a Torrey Hatflip part 2 if Derek Jones Jr. comes back. Yeah, I mean, whatever to entertain you guys. This is dull, man. Cam Reddish went to the Lakers. Yes, he did.
Steve Townsend says, do y'all really give it a good chance that we go into the season with our 4 guards? It's just so hard to believe. Yeah, I mean, it seems absolutely insane right now. But, I mean, this is part of the problem when you draft a point guard when you're talking about winning now, and you already have 3 guards. So I don't know. Do they give one away for cheap just to make sure they don't have 4, or would they try to run it back with 4? I think they probably just try to play sharp as many minutes at the 3 as they could and hope that's enough.
It's as likely as anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where I said today was going to be fascinating to just find out what happens, you know? I love the storyline of this organization, even though it's not a great one for fans. Portland's one of the most intriguing teams this offseason. And there's still a lot left to figure out and find out. And even if we find out that it's standing pat, that's kind of crazy to me.
Would we take Aneka Kongwu with our TPE if Orlando's willing to go? Yeah, heck yeah, we would.
In a heartbeat.
Not giving him away like that, though.
Yeah. Is there any rumors right now, chat, from anyone, anywhere?
Rick G, $2 donation. Ant and Nurk for Rudy Sofa King Gay. Who says no?
You read it. You read it. Thank you for the dono, Rick. What?
I said sofa.
Yeah, you read it. Sofa King.
I know what it says. Thanks.
Yeah, it says Sofa King. Yeah.
Anyways, Rudy, that the CBA says no to that trade, even though it's a joke.
Thank you for bringing us some entertainment, Rick. We needed it. Tori's putting on his green scarf. Giannis foreshadowing? No, it's foreshadowing me becoming a Timbers fan instead of a Blazer fan after...
Rick G with another $2 donation. Thanks to Laugh Go Blazers. I mean, what are we doing at this point? It doesn't matter, right?
No, it was funny. I didn't know if you like read it before you said it or not. So
I don't care.
Either way, it's funny. Yeah. Griffin says the stream is slower than last year. Signing and trade wise, I thought that would be impossible. Well, I mean, the free agent class is not that great. And the new CBA has lended itself to a lot of re-signing of players and a lot of like shorter, like 2-3 year deals. So free agencies in the future are going to be packed because there's a lot of like 2-3 year deals. Cody Franklin, we literally re-signed a guy today that wanted to come to Portland. Cal Neely says, I'm literally working in my food truck right now, and it's hot as balls. Waiting for the Blazers to make a move makes it seem hotter in here. You're making me hungry, Kyle. I might need to get food soon.
Jonathan Evers, no, now, ever since they switched it to the June 30th thing, like, no one cares about the July 1st thing anymore. No one's waiting on that time to start things.
Mm-hmm. Zach, what? Apple, how about you don't tell me what to buy and what not to buy? How about that? Who do you think you are, bro? Near012, member for 34 months, says, push all of our chips in, Joe said. We're anxious to make the big moves, Joe said. Yeah, Joe said a lot of things. He's said a lot of things. Has he done a lot of things? Not even close. But he said a lot of things.
At this point, I'm just going to, whatever Joe says, I'm going to think that the Blazers are about to do the exact opposite in the next year.
Oh man, yeah, I agree, and I will be hoping that he says he wants more guards on the roster because that's the only way we're not going to have all guards. Brother Kid says, "Do you guys feel like CJ and Co dropped the ball in the CBA? Seems like a lot of people hate it."
Yeah, I mean, well, I think the owners kind of they thought they wanted this too, but I think it's going to screw a lot of people. But the players absolutely got screwed. They cared about the weed and the gambling thing was big to them, which is fine for that to be a priority. But they made sacrifices elsewhere, and I think in a few years when some of these signings are, because now that like most of the teams have used their cap space that had a ton, there's gonna be players out here that should have gotten like the MLE of 12 million or more, and they're gonna have to sign minimums. So like, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch it play out.
But yeah, I mean, for me, it's weird because hold on. We had this. I talked about this at the beginning of the show. We hear Joe Cronin talk about cheap contracts, and the currency in the new NBA is going to be rookie scale contracts and players on good deals and stuff. And then we, like a week later, like cut one of our rookie deals that was like a actual borderline rotation player for less than $2 million next year. We cut him. Like I just doesn't make any sense, man.
Yeah.
Kenny, that would be fine if Damian Lillard wasn't here and being told the opposite. So you can lie to us fans all you want about not wanting to tell us you're rebuilding, but if this whole time they've been stringing Damian Lillard all along and saying they're going to be committed to winning with him and they're not, then that's worse than them just saying they're going to go young and draft Scoot and possibly trade Dame. Like, that would have been much better. Yeah, it would have really sucked, but at least then you don't get the lying part of it too, and the sleazy scumbag part of it as well.
Yep. Can we sue? I mean, you can try.
Yeah. I mean, you can sue for anything. So. People have won lawsuits for stupider reasons, right?
Yeah. It's been like, what, 36 minutes since the signing? How long will it be?
So Zachary, you think Dame is secretly in on it when he goes on shows and says that's not his route if we keep the draft picks? It's not his route to be a part of another rebuild. You think that's him helping the situation? I don't understand how that would work, because you're basically calling Dame a liar too now. We can't get Cronin out. He's like Jody's dream GM right now.
Yeah, and petitions aren't going to do anything.
OG's more of a small forward, Justin. Then he's not really a guard. White Lounge says, how do we trust a rebuild when they can't even surround a bona fide superstar with talent to compete for a title? I mean, that's the next problem. Like, how do we know this next time when we need front court players so we won't draft another guard and make it all work and then trade Scoot, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he could be working on an Ant for OG trade right now, for all we know. I sure hope so. You have a better shot of getting Siakam than OG. No, we don't.
One, the problem with Siakam is he makes more than OG, so matching his salary is tougher. So I'm gonna take a quick break, get something to eat and or a snack, and refill my water and stuff.
All right, I'm gonna step up and carry the stream. Time for me to shine.
Before I go, let me make sure I didn't miss any donations. I think we got them all.
Cool.
All right, I'll be back soon. Hopefully this is good luck, right? I'm trying to manifest something.
Yeah, because
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna stand up for a second.
no, it's fine. Watch, we're gonna get something.
All right.
Colin, $10 dono says, appreciate the channel. No Westbrook on the top 10? No. No Westbrook on the top 10. Because when you're ranking role players, you should value role players that can effectively play a role as a role player.
I had to listen to your answer for that.
Yeah. I mean, Westbrook doesn't play well off the ball. Like, he's not good enough to have the ball in his hands all the time. Like, he doesn't really fit a role. That's why he's not in the top 10. He's close, but he's not in my top 10, man. Why is Westbrook not on your list? Oh, it's almost as if I just answered that question. Shout out to Josh Sargent. What's up, Josh? With the $5 dono. Says, chance of Embiid or OG now that Harden and Van Vleet left. The chances of Embiid are basically zero. The chances for OG, I mean, whatever I say is probably wrong because it's Masai Ujiri. OG, I'll give it I'll give it a 20% chance. Maybe 25. Trade for Robert Williams. The Boston Celtics are not going to trade Robert Williams. Although I didn't think they were going to trade Marcus Smart, so what do I know? Will you have another Derrick Jones Jr. moment this year? I mean, I was expecting Olshey to pull off something good. And Derrick Jones Jr. was just not worth that contract. I don't know. I'm not expecting much, so I don't see myself having a Derrick Jones Jr. moment. But if you guys really want me to throw my hat, I will throw my hat. Grant Williams is collecting dust. Yeah, he's a restricted free agent. I forgot to put the restricted free agent tag on him. Actually, I can do that right now. Why is Embiid a zero? Anything's possible, right? I said basically zero. Like, it's not a complete zero, but I wouldn't get my hopes up for Joel Embiid. I just wouldn't. Like, it's far more likely that Dame gets traded than Embiid ends up here. Shout out Elias, $5 dono says, trade Ant and Nas for OG and Boucher, and then sign Tsunami, Poppy, and Mason Plumlee. Thank you, Elias, for the $5 dono. If we do that trade, I don't think we're going to be able to duck the hard cap that would get put in place for signing Kelly Oubre to a full mid-level exception. I think he will get more than the taxpayer. And then Mason Plumlee is going to get probably more than the biannual exception. It's not really... I don't know if it's possible to sign one of those guys in such a scenario, let alone both. I don't know exactly where our salaries lie in that scenario, but Jeremy Grant got paid 5 years, $160 million, so his starting salary is going to be like 28 million. Peter Holland says, Tori, you agree our MLE options, PJ Washington, Grant Williams, Eric Gordon, Kelly Oubre, Mason Plumlee, Jalen McDaniels, Thomas Bryant, and Torrey Craig. I'm not high on Thomas Bryant at all. Jalen McDaniels doesn't really make a ton of sense. We don't need a guy who's like strictly a 4 unless he's really good and worth moving Grant to the 3. Because you got Chris Murray as the backup 4 now. PJ Washington can play 4 or 5, so he'd make sense just as a big off the bench, but he's a restricted free agent, and I don't think the Hornets are going to let him walk for an MLE. I think they just match that. Probably the same thing with Grant Williams. So your options really, in my opinion, are Eric Gordon, Kelly Oubre. Bro, what? What? I hate Masai Ujiri. What? So, okay, well, OG dreams might be dead because it looks like the Raptors found their point guard and it's Dennis Schroeder. We don't need a trade for Ant, guys. We're gonna sign Dennis Schroeder, and we'll be fine without Van Vleet because we're gonna have Dennis Schroeder. You know, we can't shoot, right? But we're gonna lose Van Vleet, and we're gonna get Dennis Schroeder, and that'll fix it. And now we can contend. What? I just $13 million a year for Dennis Schroeder. That is comical. Dennis Schroeder is barely worth more than a minimum. Masai Ujiri he's a terrible GM. He's, in the past 3 years, he's gone from, in my eyes, like one of the best GMs to absolutely horrible. Why in the world would you sign Dennis Schroeder? He shot 33% from 3 last year. For his career, he's 33.7%. Fred VanVleet is 37%. So, one of the worst shooting teams in the league last year. They're going to run it back, though, but get worse shooting at the point guard spot. That makes sense. I mean, they're just gonna run it back, just like Portland's running it back, but they're just gonna have a bunch of forwards and they can't shoot. And meanwhile, the Blazers have a bunch of guards and they can't play defense. Masai Ujiri moves quickly to replace Fred VanVleet in free agency, luring Schroeder to the Raptors. I'm not really sure you could... I mean, of course he lured Schroeder to the Raptors. He gave him a 2-year, $26 million deal. God, dude. Michael Orm, $2 dono, says, what is Masai Ujiri smoking? It must be good. Yeah, it's some strong stuff. I hate Masai Ujiri, bro. Tanner Butler, we'll be going all evening. Blaze the Nug says, Masai clearly unwilling to make a single trade that isn't extremely lopsided in his favor is harming the franchise of Toronto. Absolutely. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him, but he's just... I love how Eric left right before that came through, too. Rose City USA says, since the Raptors signed Pirtle, isn't it less likely they'll trade OG? Why would it be less likely? They got Scotty Barnes and Pascal Siakam at their forward spots and Pirtle at their center spot. OG Anunoby's basically their starting 2. But they got Gary Trent Jr., so like what, he's going to come off the bench? It made a ton of sense to just trade OG Anunoby for Anthony Simons and move forward with a starting lineup of Anthony Simons, Gary Trent Jr., Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam, Jakob Poeltl. That is much better than risking the chance that OG Anunoby is going to leave in free agency next year or demand a bag. And better than spending $13 million on Dennis Schroeder, who's just a horrible fit because shooting is one of their biggest issues, and that he's not a good shooter. He's a worse shooter than Van Vleet. Noticeably worse shooter than Van Vleet. Even in a down year, worst shooting year from behind the arc for Van Vleet last year was still better than Schroeder's career average from 3. It just makes no sense. The Raptors are a joke. Masai Ujiri is just not a good GM. That signing is the worst signing of the day. Shout out to Dane, $8 Australian dollar don. I can't even talk. That's how annoyed I am with Masai Ujiri. Shout out to Dane, $8 Australian dollar donation. Says, I came onto the stream to check in on your speculation of why the Blazers waived Trendon Watford. Is there any financial reason? Man, honestly, I have no idea why they waived Trendon Watford. It made no sense. It didn't clear up any extra money. They're going to have to sign someone to a minimum contract, which is basically what Trendon Watford was on. So they're not going to save money. Like, they lose a player in the front court when all they have is a bunch of guards. Made no sense. I don't understand why they waived Trendon Watford. It's extremely annoying to me that they waived Trendon Watford. Half Daddy says Phoenix will put in a waiver for Watford, I bet. I don't know if they can, given their... I mean, I think they can. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how their waiver process works, honestly. That's a weak spot in my CBA knowledge. They must hate hearing T-Watt so much. Yeah, maybe that's why they cut him. Got tired of the nickname. Oh, man. Damn, we really hurt, huh? Haha. Yeah, I mean, like, but this is just what I expect. Like, oh, we can dream about this. Nope, shut down immediately. Draymond Green is the first signing of the day. Oh, we can dream about Cam Johnson. Like, 30 minutes later, Cam Johnson off the table. Gets signed to a massive bag. And then, oh, well, Fred VanVleet left, so Toronto needs a starting point guard. Anthony Simons makes a ton of sense for them, especially because they need shooting help. And he fits their young timeline. And is already really good. Makes a ton of sense for OG Anunoby. Nope, they're going to sign Dennis Schroeder to $13 million a year for 2 years. Like, we just get slapped in the face. Like, it's to be expected. This is exactly how I expected today to go. And it'll be Cronin can't do anything. He's just incapable of doing anything because there's nothing for him to do. So it's okay. And that'll be the narrative after today. And people will excuse it. And Cronin will say he thinks the team got a lot better and is ready to win now with Dame. And I don't know, he's probably going to go sign Eric Gordon or something. So I'm just ready. I got a gut feeling like Eric Gordon's going to be on this team 2 hours from now. At 8:34 p.m. Pacific time, I think Eric Gordon will be a Portland Trailblazer. He's going to be our backup 3. Shaedon Sharpe's going to be our starting 3. And we are ready to try and score 140 points per game because that's what that roster would need to do in order to be above 500. So. Oh, yeah. If it's not Eric Gordon, it will be Dillon Brooks. Yep. Thanks for reminding me, Eric. Eric, I want your thoughts on Masai Ujiri signing Dennis Schroeder to this freaking stupid deal. I would have loved for you to have been here and heard your what? I can't do an impersonation of your voice. I don't know how to, but that was my best effort. I love how Woj hypes up the move. Masai Ujiri acted quickly. Of course he was able to act quickly. Dennis Schroeder was probably shocked. Remember when Dennis Schroeder turned down a massive contract from, I think it was the Lakers or something, and then only signed a minimum later on? Well, I think he's been humbled to the point that this probably surprised him in a good way. I can't believe that's their move. Dennis Schroeder last year. had a... He shot 46% from 2 and 33% from 3. And for a point guard, is an average to below average passer. Dennis Schroeder is not a good NBA player. Adam Moore, $2 dono. Would you rather have Brooks or Nurkic? What? Thank you for the dono, but what? What? I hate Dylan Brooks. I'm complaining about having too many guards, too many wings. We need a big. How is Dennis not a good NBA player? He's not efficient and not a good passer for a point guard. What is he good at? He's inefficient and he's not a good passer for his position. What is he good at? The stats back that up. I'm not hating because I'm mad. I can literally back it up with stats. I think Dennis Schroeder's point of attack defense is a bit overrated. Oh, Brook Lopez. Oh. I mean, I don't think there's much of a difference. I think Lopez's defense would look worse here compared to Nurkic. So Dennis Schroeder is a good NBA player because he's a good defender despite him being bad offensively. I mean, if a player is as bad offensively as they are good on defense, then they're mediocre. That's not good. It's not like Schroeder can guard threes. It's not like Schroeder has defensive versatility. He's a solid defender against guards. That's literally the only good thing about his game at the NBA level. He's not bad offensively. How's he not bad offensively when in 30 minutes a game, 32 minutes a game, this dude gets 4 or 5 assists? That's average to a below average for a starting point guard. He's never really been much of a facilitator. He had a couple years in Atlanta. That was it. You could say maybe his passing is average if you're being optimistic for a point guard. And he's inefficient. He's a career 53% true shooting percentage. League average is like 58. Shot 46% from 2 last year, 33% from 3. That's not good. It's not good. Oh no, Seth? What did Seth? Seth is going back to the Mavericks. The Mavericks are having a good offseason. Teams were leaving Dennis wide open. Yeah, and he still was not good from 3. He's not a good fit for Toronto. They needed somebody that could shoot. They lost the best shooter in their starting lineup. Outside of maybe OG, I guess. And they replaced him with a guy who's a poor shooter. Except for Kyrie. I mean, they had to keep Kyrie. I don't think it's a good offseason. It was good for them to keep Kyrie. They gave up assets for Kyrie. They got Derek Lively, who I think was a great pickup in the draft. They got Maxence Prosper with the 24th pick. They also got off Bertans' contract. Ninja Ghost says he defends not everyone has to shoot threes. Someone has to shoot threes. Toronto was like, I think maybe the worst three-point shooting team in the league last year. I'll look it up. Toronto was the 28th ranked team in terms of shooting the three ball last year. The only two teams that were worse were tanking teams. It was Charlotte and Houston. Mavs got Rashad Holmes with the pick, too. Yeah, Dallas is having a really good offseason. Zers won the draft, bro. We are A-OK. Well, unfortunately, team building in the offseason is more than just the draft. Shout out Totally Not Spook. $2 dono says somehow Joe Cronin is a better GM than Masai Ujiri. Yeah, I mean... I don't know if I'm going to say all that, but thank you for the dono. I mean, we just have no direction, and we have a million guards, and we're going after another one, apparently, because we want Max Strus or Eric Gordon. Kawhi is like the only thing that Masai has really done. He took a gamble and it paid off for a year. Props, but shouldn't base his GMing off of all that. And I'm definitely going to base it on what he's done recently, which is... I am not impressed. Connor Etzler, $5 dono, says, if you were Dame, what players would it take to acquire for you to stay in Portland? I mean, I'm not Dame, so I don't know. But I'd stay in Portland regardless. Like, I mean, I'm sticking through the team through the misery that's been the last 4 years, and I'm making content on them. So if I was an NBA player, you can believe that I would be sticking through the tough times too. How do you feel about getting Al Horford? I don't think he's really gettable. He costs a lot of money. I mean, how are we getting him? Why does Joe take so damn long to make any moves? In my opinion, it's because he doesn't really have much of a plan. He has hopes and dreams, but they're not really well-founded. And then I don't think he's a good negotiator. I think he's too much of a nice guy, and I don't think he negotiates trades well, so that's how you get a lack of execution. No Cronin interview tonight. It'll be days from now. But yeah, that's why you get a lack of execution, and then people excuse it by saying, "Oh, well, there's nothing better he could have done." It's okay that he didn't execute, and then we move the goalposts on to either the draft, free agency, or the deadline. Whatever is next, we move the goalposts there afterwards. Shout out to Dane, three Australian dollar dono, says, would Kelly Oubre Jr. really be a good fit? I don't think he would be, but he'd make Dame happy, so, I mean, and at least he's a forward. Like, we are at the point where we're just settling for any guy who's a forward. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, at least he's taller than 6'5". Like, that's how sad of a position we're in. Like, I truly think Cronin just has to sign one guy that's like over 6'5", 6'6" to get his props. That's it. Getting DeMar makes Dame happy. I mean, you'd have to trade Ant for DeMar. I'd rather just sign Kelly Oubre. I don't think we're any better with DeMar instead of Kelly Oubre. Who can we trade for at this point? I mean, I would hope OG, but Masai is the stingiest dude in the league. Jonathan Evers says, waiting for this Cleveland-Miami Spurs deal to go through so we can swoop in and snag Allen. We're not gonna... I don't think they're gonna trade Jared Allen for Max Strus. They don't have to. It would be like Seti, Osman, and Isaac Okoro, which we might be after one or both of those guys. That is very possible. Why would you want a player because he makes Dame happy but doesn't make the Blazers better? Because Dame being a part of the Blazers makes the Blazers better, and trading Dame makes the Blazers worse. Why can't Nurkic just quit with these annoying cryptic tweets? Because fans eat him up, and it's funny. Chris R says, could the Blazers have a deal for Lopez, but they need to finalize a trade with Nurkic before announcing it? They would have to sign and trade for Nurkic, or they would have to sign and trade for Lopez, so the trade would be like a part of the signing. They would go hand in hand. But you have to look at franchise long-term future, not just Dame. So I think Dame being here to mentor Scoot, mentor Sharp is good for those guys, and I think that the long-term future isn't going to be much different if we trade Dame or keep him. So I'd rather be better now than... I don't think a Lopez for Nurk thing is happening. Is Eric eating dinner? I'm not sure. No, Scoot's development won't be stunted by playing with Lillard. Like, it would be good for Scoot's development to get better at playing off the ball. Like, playing with the ball in his hands and playing off of guys. If he can develop both aspects, that's the best for him, in my opinion. And Dame mentoring him, I think, would be huge. And Scoot's going to get minutes if Dame's here. Scoot's still going to get upwards of 30 minutes a game. I'm not worried about Scoot's minutes. Eric Olsen, maybe, but Toronto signed Dennis Schroeder, it seems like, to be their starting point guard because they paid him $13 million a year. What's the chances of Simons getting traded? I have no idea. Aeromancer. Are you trolling? If so, please don't. Jason Lee, $2 donut says, Ant at the 2 next to Schroeder. Barnes moves to small forward. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe they would be willing to do that, but I think it's less likely now that they got Schroeder and paid him that much. Ant at the 2 isn't maximized. What do you... I don't see the logic with that. Arrow, can you stop, bruh? Ant is a number one. When Dame's out, he puts up monster numbers. Here's the thing, though. Ant is not a number one on a winning team. So, Ant maximized would be Ant playing a role that wins games. Right? Sword and Shotgun says, there is Harden to Portland tweet. How? Why is everybody obsessing over this random account? With no credibility. I don't get it. I could see us going after Harden, though. I could actually really see us going after Harden. We really might be. I mean, here, Dame, got you another star. Our defense is still going to struggle, but, you know, maybe we'll be the best offense in history. Yeah, Ant and Nas for Harden. And then Harden starts at the 2 and I don't know. Sharp starts at the 3. Damon Harden Chiefs would be hilarious to watch, yeah, and then Scoot is the third guard behind him. That'd just be kind of ridiculous. I don't know why that 3-guard rotation is so funny to me, but that's just so weird. Like, has any team in NBA history had a 3-guard rotation like that? Like 2 guys in their 30s, like a Dame and a Harden, and then a prospect like future star like Scoot is the 3rd string? I mean, I can't think of a situation quite like that before. Dane, $8 Australian dono says, could you break down who you think are most realistic options at the wing position we could acquire either by free agency or trade? Thank you, Dane, for the $8 Australian dono. I mean, like free agency, it's just going to be basic role guys. It would be like Eric Gordon being undersized at the 3, or a Torrey Craig, or a maybe a Dylan Brooks. There's not a lot available at the wing spots. Maybe Kelly Oubre. Those are kind of the names to watch out for. Trade-wise, they're... I don't know. Ricky, I love how you guarantee contention after a rebuild, like it's assumed that that automatically brings contention when it doesn't. I hate that. What do you think of the Raptors signing, Eric?
Stupid.
I think that was the worst signing of the day. I think that was maybe worse than the Van Vleet signing.
Did you say it was $13 million or something?
$13 million. It's 2 years, $26 million. For Schroeder, who's a terrible fit because they need shooting.
Yeah. He's at best like a tax MLE guy. I don't know. I think Schroeder's a little better than you're getting credit for him, but he's still not $13 million a year good, or bank all your starting point guard hopes on him good. I think they just kind of panicked after losing Van Vleet.
Yep. I'm gonna take a break. I've been waiting because I need to do something. So, are you good to hold it down for a bit?
Yeah.
Cool,
You got all the donations.
Yeah. Yeah, I got them all.
Okay.
All right.
All right. The switch. What's up, everyone? Just had to go get a snack. Had some leftover pizza and a bagel. Just scrounging for stuff. Want to look something up real quick. I saw Curry back to the Mavericks. It's a good signing for them. All right, so I've said this several times during the stream, but I keep seeing people asking about Jalen McDaniels. The Blazers had a chance to get him at the trade deadline, passed on that. So I find it hard to believe that now try to sign him when they could have just traded for him. But there is an incident that happened here in the Pacific Northwest when he was a senior in high school, where he shared a sex tape of another fellow senior girl. And from what I heard, after initially being kind of mad that we didn't get him in that trade that brought back Matisse Thybulle, I heard that was part of the reason why. So yeah, I mean, who knows? I haven't really read too much into the incident or anything. I don't know like how deep it is or whatever, but yeah. Erno asked, even with a good roster, do you believe in Chauncey as a coach? I think the jury is definitely still out on Chauncey. Obviously, this was supposed to be a big year. I mean, at the same time, if you're pushing that 4-guard lineup on him and still haven't given him the size that he's been begging for, you saw how distraught he seemed after the trade deadline that they didn't get any big men for him or any size up front. Yeah, so it's tough, but Chauncey's going to have to find a way to make it work. And as Eric Olson puts in chat, good luck with that. That's a tough ask. Hopefully, third season, he's starting to learn from some of his mistakes, can maybe implement some more stuff. But yeah, I mean, if I had to say right now if Chauncey's going to eventually be a good coach, it's hard to say yes to that question. I don't think we can possibly expect that. Hopefully he surprises us, like Cronin could still surprise us, but yeah, I don't know. But we're not going to fire him, at least not this summer, because still has multiple years left on his deal, so the team's too cheap to do that right now. And then also, we keep hearing how this offseason, he's going to be influential in bringing free agents to Portland. And, I mean, it was somewhat part of the Jeremy Grant thing, but Dame was the main reason. But, yeah, could hopefully get him to lure someone to Portland, but that hasn't happened either. Sword and Shotgun, why do you want me to comment on the Portland rumor? Tori already obliged you with an answer to that. Derrick Rose is signing with the Grizzlies. Awesome. Unfortunately, Tori's thing, he left and it's not updating. What do you think the Blazers would have to offer for Jarrett Allen? Probably stuff that they wouldn't give up for Jarrett Allen. And also, I mean, it doesn't really make sense, the assets they have for what the Cavs would want back. Oh, there's nothing about Derrick Rose? I don't know. Never mind, now you do. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's still no updates on any of those. How do Blazer fans feel of a possible Lillard trade to the Lakers? We all hate it as Blazer fans because the Lakers have nothing to give us. So, no, we're not trading him to the Lakers. Tori's messaging from the Blazers Uprise Live account. Interesting. Chiefin wants to ask again about Harden for some reason. Say we made the play for Harden. Would you rather Harden run point guard and Dame basically plays the 2 guard? I mean, I don't think it really matters, but both him, Harden, Scoot, and Dame, the best versions of all of those people are with the ball in their hands. Yeah, you could play off ball a little bit, but I mean, it's not going to really matter that much because they're all not being maximized if all 3 are on the team. Do I have faith in Joe Cronin? Absolutely not. I've never had faith in him. So, do I think Masai overplayed his hand in negotiation for OG and Pascal? Yeah, that's who he is. We talked about this earlier, but there's I forgot who said this, but someone said that like a lot of GMs have turned into being fleece gods, like they want to fleece teams and win every trade, and it leads to a lot of overvaluing of your own players. It leads to a lot of belief that your roster and your draft picks and stuff will pan out. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's Masai won a title, so ever since then, he's been thought of as some like the best GM in the league and stuff at times. And like Tori said earlier, he hasn't really done much to warrant that. So yeah, we'll see. All right, Shams has it. Derrick Rose has agreed to a deal with the Memphis Grizzlies. No terms. David Harrington asks, are we looking at Matisse and Little as our only 3s, or would we really put Sharp there? If we keep Ant, Scoot, and Dame and Sharp, we have to play Sharp at the 3. We have no other choice. We have to. We have to, man. He has to be a 3. I mean, maybe T starts, but Sharp's going to have to play all of his minutes at the 3 spot because there is literally no minutes for anyone else at the 1 or the 2. So, all right, let me get these last couple donations. Thank you, everyone. Michael Orn with a $5 donation. D-Rose to the Grizzlies would bring welcome veteran leadership to the team. They need it badly. I mean, that's kind of questionable. I know D-Rose is thought of very well, but he's got his own kind of checkered stuff in his past. So I don't know if he is exactly the veteran leadership that team needs, but yeah, I mean, if he's healthy, I don't think that's a terrible signing since they lost Tyus Jones in the Smart trade. But yeah, so you got Smart and D Rose to hold it down while Jaw's out, but he's only going to be out 25 games, so. All right. Julian PTB with his first ever super chat. Thank you, Julian. 20, what is that, pounds? Or whatever. I don't know what that is. Crazy how 7 years ago, some random NBA 2K draft made me a hardcore Blazer fan. Nice videos, but come on, I think it's time for a rebuild with the Blazers. Obviously, didn't get it done with Dame. Greetings from Switzerland. I mean, I wanted them to make it work with Dame. I still am hoping that they can, but unless some sort of thing moves or happens here in the next couple weeks, I don't think their actions have ever backed up their promises or words about committing to Dame and winning with Dame. So I'm starting to think that maybe that's the team just needs to admit that and move on. But if Dame still wants to be here, I do not think we should trade him against his will or anything. I still believe that Dame has earned the right to be a lifelong Blazer if he so chooses. So I'm not going to force him to leave or anything. Yeah, Dame doesn't want to have to ask out. Yeah, it'd be horrible. My now 44-year-old body cannot handle the rigors of the NBA, so I think there's better options out there. Josh Sargent with a $5 donation. What's up, Josh? He says, why would we cut Watford since he has some height? I have no clue, dude. It makes no sense. I don't know what Portland's doing. I don't know if they're just being cheap, but they had a couple of cheap contracts with Knox's $3 million and Watford's $1.8 million. Yeah. I don't know. Because up until, I mean, even the end of this last season, I've heard that the team is super high at Watford still. He had a really good last 15 games of the season, averaged 13 points a game on 55% shooting from the field and 40% from three. On still 2 more years on team controlled under $2 million contract. You can't find better contracts than that. So yeah, I don't understand. PDX Born says, so much for Dame recruiting players for the team and the team making it happen. How depressing would that be for him? Yeah, I think that's one of the worst. I think that's one of the worst things for Dame is he actually had put in the work with several players when he said that at the end of the season that he knew of some really good players that wanted to come here. That was not just him saying that. He actually had recruited several players to join him here. Some of those players are in situations that they don't have any leverage to get out of. And then some of them have been in situations where they might have 1 year left on their deal, and Lillard has convinced them to maybe leverage their way here, but the Blazers themselves have not wanted that player. So, yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating. I think he also got frustrated. There was a player or two that were telling him, a month or two ago that they were willing to come here, and then when it came time to do it, they really didn't want to. So, yeah, Yeah. White Owl says, I think I'm going to be sick. Thoughts on Grant Williams? I mean, he's a restricted free agent. I don't think we can offer enough money, and I don't think a sign and trade really works, or wouldn't want to give up too much for him. So I don't think he's really a good option. Yeah, I'm not going to name the names. For those that watch us consistently, I do name names when I talk about this stuff. So I've named every name that I know, multiple names. So yeah, it's not like I don't ever say what I'm talking about, but it's irrelevant right now. Struce's signing with the Cavs is not official. It's still being worked on. So until it's official, we'll still leave it up there. That's not true, Tyler Burkett, and watch what you say or you'll be banned. So, see ya. There's no reason to come in here and be rude. No, you don't have to watch. No, you don't have to. But don't tell me that I need to tell you names when. KJ asked, would Toronto still trade OG or wait till the deadline? I mean, what do you mean still trade OG? They've said all along they're not trading OG, so I don't know. I'd be surprised if they traded anybody. Dwayne Colvin says, like I've heard you guys say before, it seems like we can't have nice things. Yeah, I don't know. Thoughts on the Suns? I think they're building as good of a roster build out after, sacrificing their whole roster. Yeah. I really like the Utah signing. Connor's out here banning people, geez, for no reason. Eric, if Brandon Roy and Greg Oden never got hurt, we'd have a few championships. Yeah, well, Portland's the ultimate what if. And if you want to relive some of those painful moments, I do have a show I do called Rip City Retro. We talk about stuff from the past and try to relate it to the future. But yeah. Might have to do a show on the history of striking out in free agency. But yeah, we just recently had last week a 2-part video. Both are really long about there's 10 are both Rich and my 10 most painful moments or times as Blazer fans. And yeah, it was very long. Hard to narrow it down to 10, but Steve Townsend with a $2 donation, his first super chat. Thank you, Steve. There was no message attached. So if you tag me in chat, I'll try to hopefully see it if you have that. Half Daddy asks, who I'm going to miss more, Eubanks, Reddish, or Watford? Definitely Watford out of those three. Tori is back.
I'm here now.
Double hatting it.
Oh my goodness, dude. I am sleepy. Because Joe Cronin is sleepy. I think I open up another energy drink and it's not cold anymore, but gotta do what I gotta do. Because we're gonna do something late at night again. Watch. Got to ban someone while I was away.
Yeah.
That was cool. Bozo, of course, man.
Yeah, we did sign Gary Payton the second late at night on the first night. Steve Townsend said, just have to say I didn't find you guys until 2 weeks ago, but y'all have high-level basketball minds that have been on every live since. Keep up the good work, guys. Very good stuff. Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Glad you found us. Usually, I mean, like, we try to be... I mean, this organization is just beating us down. Like, we try to, like, look forward and try to come up with all these great trades and moves we can make using our trade exceptions and free agent signings and stuff like that. But it's hard to get too excited or to spend or waste any time coming up with scenarios when you know it's going to be like an epic failure or just they're not even really trying to make creative moves or anything. So.
Yep. And we try and think logically about everything. We are fans and we aren't afraid to show emotion. Like people with platforms, I feel like think that, you should act a certain way because you're someone with a platform or you're someone in media and, you're supposed to be level-headed and all this sort of thing. Like, I don't view myself as anything other than a Blazer fan. Like, I don't view myself above the viewer, I'm a Blazer fan. I want you guys to know that I'm a Blazer fan. And you guys are a bunch of Blazer fans. Like, it's just more of a community to me. So I'm not afraid to show my fandom, show my frustration, show my happiness, So I'm not going to dole that down. And sometimes people don't like when I'm frustrated about things. But I always try and back it up with something.
Yeah, I get that all the time. You guys aren't professional or whatever. Well, yeah no doubt. We're not professional.
Yeah, we're fans.
We're literally YouTube fans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes this channel good, in my opinion. So.
Yep. Dennis fan with the $2 donation. Joe Cronin deaf sleeping at his desk.
Yeah, somebody go wake him up.
No, Lee Lewis, nothing has happened with Matisse yet.
See Gary Trent Jr. getting a contract extension.
Oh, no. They haven't... Oh, they're finalizing.
Yeah. Did you not see that yet?
No. Interesting.
I'm more optimistic about signing Eric McCollum than getting a good piece at this point. Yeah, if you told me we were going to get an Eric McCollum reference today, I would say that it was a pretty boring free agency day.
Yeah.
Because that is quite the name pull there. When we had Blevins, I was saying, screw it, might as well get Eric McCollum on a two-way as well.
Yeah, we obviously didn't really put much stock into development, but then we finally did with Trendon, and then just cut him for no reason.
Dude, oh, God. Like, what a way to start the day. We're going to do nothing today, except we're just going to randomly cut Trendon.
PDX Born says, I don't think Jeremy would have signed if he knew Dame was leaving. What do you guys think? I mean, it's a pretty safe bet that Dame is at least willing to give them some time. Like, he's kind of calmed down, but
also that's a bag, and he might have just said, screw it, I'm gonna get this cash.
Yeah, he might have just told Jeremy, dude, do what's best for you. Like, maybe you can join me later or something. And for all we know, they have a deal with Jeremy just like Detroit did, that if he wants out or if they'll accommodate a trade at some point. And that's a ton of money. That's plenty money, as Dame would say, right?
Plenty.
Plenty money. So yeah, I don't know. These trades take time to plant the seeds and to have the seeds grow, right?
Yeah, have you guys ever gardened? It takes time and love and care, and Cronin just has to plant his little trade seeds and then show them love and water them and let them sprout, you know? Nothing else he can do but take his time. Shout out to... Do you think the Dennis fan, Dono?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Sebastian Lupton, $5 dono. Says, I have lost faith in Joe Cronin's ability to be aggressive enough to be a GM in the NBA. Is there any chance he has something planned? My question for you, Sebastian, is why did you have faith in the first place? Because he's never proven that he can be aggressive enough to be a GM in the NBA. Is there any chance he has something planned? I mean, maybe, but it doesn't seem like... I'm sure he had a plan that was a pipe dream and didn't work out, and now he's, I don't know, going after Eric Gordon or something. I don't understand what Cronin is truly thinking. I don't know.
What's up, Crushables? How you doing, man?
What's up, Crush?
Hope your stream went well. Are you give us your thoughts on what's happened today so far? I caught the first few minutes of your stream, but then obviously we started too, so.
Hopefully you sent your viewers our way. Some of that clout. Just kidding. Kyle Wilson, $5 dono, says, what happens first? The Blazers make a good trade/good signing, or the Pac-12 actually gets a media rights deal. Being a fan of the Pacific Northwest is pain. I think there might be a new I-5 bridge before either of those things happens. Just throw that out there.
Yeah.
Or basically,
what are three things that'll never happen?
Portland will win an MLB championship before that happens. Shout out to Connor Etzler, $2 dono, says, who do you guys see as a realistic backup center signing?
Jock Landale.
Yes.
I'll keep saying it until he's off the market.
We lost T-Watt, so we need some Jock.
Andy Tholberg asked, do you think Scoot is a Rookie of the Year contender? I don't even know if Scoot's going to get more than like 20 minutes at this point. I don't know. If we end up keeping Ant, I don't know. If I'm like, Scoot's been really seemingly excited about being a Blazer, but if he starts to have his playing time dwindle because of Cronin's decisions, I don't know if that's really going to be like what he signed up for, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Dame 35 minutes a game, Ant 33 minutes a game, leaves 28 minutes a game left over for Scoot. I think he'll be in the upper 20s even if they keep
Ant.
And if he kills it, then he'll get 30.
Maybe best case scenario, I think Scoot is so good that we can afford to rest Dame more and only play him 32 minutes a game, something, and we're winning games.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's somewhere we just challenge him to be that pest defensively, or at least try as a rookie and play his ass off, and then he'll get proper amounts of rest. You know, like he's not gonna have to play 36 minutes a game and carry everything offensively, so it could be a good thing for his defensive development. I don't know. Tori, you just said a bit ago that Scoot will get tons of minutes. Yeah, he'll get upwards of like 30 minutes a game, in my opinion, even if this is what the roster is. They'll find ways to get him minutes.
Brendan Noyes asked, when should we expect to hear from Cronin? It won't be till after the moratorium, so we're at least a week away from like hearing from GMs and stuff. Or is the moratorium shorter now?
I think it's shorter. I'm not sure how short with the new CBA.
It's still going to be like at least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday-ish. Well, it won't be Tuesday. It's holiday.
Oh, what should I DoorDash, chat? Let me know.
Crushable said he had a great stream. Glad to see Grant resign, but not sure what happens next. What do you all think about Grant Williams? Just tough to get because he's a restricted free agent, and
we don't really need another 4.
Yeah, well, my thing is, if we trade it for him, I don't really want to give up much. I guess I'd be fine if we signed him to like 10 to 12 million a year, just normally. But yeah, I don't think it makes a ton of sense. But it's still better than a guard, I guess.
Yeah.
Peter Exporn says, I don't think Cronin says anything he hasn't already said, just more word salad.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be that, oh, well, we think we can make it work with Sharp at the 3, and just having this much talent on the team is better than trading it out for lesser parts or whatever, and yeah.
That'll 1,000% be what it will be. He's just going to excuse it away, and that's it.
If we sign someone to the tax mid-level or the full mid-level or whatever they're thinking right now, the thing is, it's going to be very telling about how competent he is. If it's like a legit small forward or, power forward center type, then sure, like we can say, okay, at least we're targeting the right person. But if we sign like an Eric Gordon type or a shooting guard size player, like you have to immediately question any sort of ability he has to field out a balanced roster. And this is the same thing people complained about Olshey for years, how he held on to his players and never traded them. But now all of a sudden it's okay because there's no good trades out there. Well, how come none of you gave that excuse to Olshey? And then, I mean, I'm not trying to defend Olshey. He was terrible too. But we're all of a sudden giving excuses that were the exact opposite argument for our last GM. Like, it was, oh, he never takes risks. He never does anything. Like, he won't go on. And now all the same people are saying, oh, Cronin's just different. He's built different. He does different things. And he's not afraid to take a risk. Like, really? Oh, name a risk he's taken so far.
Yeah.
It's so easy to tear down a team. Even he said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what are we, I don't know. But if I'm telling you right now, if he signs a smallish player that's questionable fit at the 3, if he's big enough, that tells me all I need to know, that he's just not even looking for the right types of players. Like, so how can we then take his word that there wasn't a good trade out there for the 3rd pick, or there wasn't a good trade out there for Ant or whatever, because like he's not even targeting the right players or whatever.
Hashtag built different. Trevin, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. We just chill and wait and see, and maybe we'll be live tomorrow for a bit, depending on what happens.
Stanley Ramoli says you were hating on the Shaden Sharp pick. Once we found out we were keeping it, both Tori and I were fine with Sharp. Once we heard everything that they believed in Sharp, I was fine with the Sharp pick. It just then didn't make sense to draft a guard and then sign a 6'2 guard and with the mid-level exception get hard capped a week later. Like that stuff didn't add up to me. I still don't understand it. So
maybe Fred leaving opens up an ant trade to Toronto. Well, I think they found their point guard. They just paid Dennis Schroeder a whole bag, a big old bag, too big of a bag.
I mean, drafting talent is, there's a difference between just picking the best available player at your spot and finding like a Giannis at 15 or whatever, like
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, every GM in the league would have taken Scoot at 3 if you were keeping that pick, right? The problem is they decided they were keeping the pick and not willing to even try to maximize the value of it, which might be the right decision, but then you have to make a move. Like, you can't tell then Dame that you're going to get someone in free agency or trades and get that small forward but we think Scoot will also help us, but then not do it. Like, it's just... Papa says, man, y'all look defeated. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm not. This is what I was expecting. I'm not defeated. It's just.
I mean.
I'm just sitting here, bro. Like, I love how. Eric, I love how. If I just sit here and, like, don't say much and I just am completely neutral, I love it how people will come into chat and just, like, try and read into my emotions. Tori's so mad. Tori's defeated. Like, it's strange to me. I'm not anything. I'm just sitting here waiting for something else to happen. That's literally it.
Taylor Packer says, why do you guys think a big chunk of this fan base has such a low bar for Cronin? I don't get it. It's 100% because he's not Olshey. He's a nice guy, and that buys a lot of time. That bought a lot of time for Stotts, too.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's like, just don't be a jerk and treat people with respect, and you get a lot of passes. And, yeah.
Tori, what's your chess elo now? I don't know, Connor. I'll check. 1617.
And yeah, that's the ultimate thing that I still don't understand, because he has to clean up Olshey's mess. Like, somehow that's still affect. Like, we can't sign we can't sign Eric Gordon right now because of Olshey, right? Because Cronin, like, he can't even get his target because of Olshey. But no, what people always forget, though, when it comes to that, let you in on a little secret that most people seem to forget. Cronin was here that whole time. He was here.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Cronin was in the front office. He was part of the front office making some of those decisions this whole time. People act like he's like some new guy that they brought in that had nothing to do with any of that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Cronin was behind all the guards all along.
I mean, Tori, I'd be sitting here with such a different, like, yes, I would have been pissed, but if this organization just came out and said, we never thought we'd be in a position with the third pick to get Scoot Henderson because we didn't think he'd be on the board at 3. It's a game changer for us. We believe in Scoot. We believe in Sharp. Dame, if he wants to still be a part of that, we would love to have him. I'm more than happy to always accommodate him on this roster. But this team had a unique opportunity to pair our backcourt of the future as Dame gets older. And even though that Dame had the best year of his career, this just does not happen very often for an organization like Portland. And as much as we want to go all in for Dame, we just can't. We just can't organizationally in a small market sacrifice this opportunity we have to have this backcourt to like go all in for Dame. So don't say we're gonna push all our chips in. We're anxious to do so, you know. And then like yes, we can get mad. Let me just finish real quick. We can get mad at that, or whatever. But at least we'd be sitting here today knowing what their goal is and what their organization is planning on doing, and not keep being promised some big move next time.
For them, I just don't think it really matters what the fans believe right now.
Right.
Or what the fans think right now. Like,
well, that's BS as a fan. But
yeah, but I mean, multiple sports organizations will PR their way into what they feel like is an optimal view from the fan base. Like there's going to be a PR spin on almost everything. Like the Blazers have gone quite far with it, which is annoying. But I think their actions are showing what you said.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like that's not. I think they feel like that's not going to go over as well with the fan base, so they're trying to say what they think goes over well, which is, lame maybe, but at this point, like, they're going to do what they're going to do. But, I just, whatever.
But they're obviously telling Dame that line, too, you know what I mean? Like, because why would he go into that meeting?
Yeah, I don't know when it changed, but I don't know.
I mean, they literally just had the meeting Monday. That was 4 days ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what was
after the meeting. Cronin said they're still fully committed to winning with Dame. So yeah, either that's a lie to cover up a trade request.
I mean, they could be fully committed and not pull off anything in free agency.
No, I understand that, but
the draft is where the BS is. And where everything lies, but at this point with free agency, like, I think it's clear that they've showed that it's BS in terms of like being willing to do whatever it takes if they don't shop the third pick. So
yeah,
I think we already kind of established that. I don't know, like, it's frustrating, but
so if they told Dame like, we will for sure acquire one of these players no matter what it takes to make you happy, as long as you give us the confirmation that it's okay that we keep those 3 draft picks or whatever, and then they fail to do that, I don't know.
I mean, that's just such a random hypothetical, though. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe they did, but it would be incredibly stupid to guarantee something that they have no control over. Like, and maybe they were stupid enough to do it, but I don't know. I don't know what exactly they said. And that's just kind of where, like, I'm not going to necessarily worry about what they told Dame or stress about it, because I don't know. And I'd rather just watch it play out, because that's going to be my answer for me.
So, would you have that same feeling if this whole time they've just been planning on trading Dame and have been...
I mean, I'd be mad if that was their plan, but... we'd see, that at some point, and then I'll be mad when we see that. Like,
yeah, okay,
yeah, because I could sit here and say, what if that's their plan, to get like stressed and mad about it, and it's just not you know, the best thing mentally to do because I don't have any control over it. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just not stress about it until it happens, and then I'll be upset. I'll definitely be very upset if that happens, but I'm like trying not to over stress or over worry about things that I have no control over, and we'll see the answer play out anyway. If that makes sense. Because it would be hard for me otherwise to deal with all this stuff. Like, I absolutely get where you're coming from. Who's even backing up Nurk now? I mean, we're gonna get a center at some point. A backup center, I would assume. I mean, I shouldn't assume that. Who knows? Who's the shortest center in the league, Eric? Montrezl Harrell. Yeah, Montrezl Harrell is gonna be your backup center. Bring back Chuck Hayes. I was thinking about Chuck Hayes, yeah. Winslow? Winslow was never a center. I don't know. Using him as a small ball center.
We could use him as center, yeah. Rose signed a fully guaranteed 2-year, $6.5 million deal.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him that he gets to stay in the league for another year or two with a good team. And play next year when Jaw's suspended. Elias $2 dono says the most cursed signing would be Pat Bev. Where do you think Pat Bev's gonna end up, Eric? I keep saying Phoenix.
Cursed.
Nah, I keep saying Phoenix.
Yeah, it's not a bad spot for him.
Gabe despises him, doesn't want him. We'll be pissed if they get him. So it'd be kind of funny. Isaiah Stewart, smallest center, yeah, he's down there. Wish they went for Leonard Miller in the draft. We need size. Scoot and him were teammates on Ignite. Cronin, brain cells exist. Yeah, I preferred Leonard Miller for sure. Connection with Scoot, higher upside than Chris Murray. But like Chris Murray is some size. It's not like they didn't draft size with that pick.
I think they think he can be the backup 4 right away.
I mean, I'm not super high on Chris Murray, and I think he can be the backup 4 right away. So, like their front court, they have 3 of the 4 spots filled as of now. In my opinion, they got the power forward spot filled with Grant and Chris Murray. Center, they got Nurk. We'll see who's the backup center. But the thing is, they need a solid third string center because Nurk is a bit injury prone. And also, if Chris Murray can't cut it, it would be nice to have a solid third string 3-4 that you could maybe play as the backup power forward if Chris Murray struggles as a rookie, because that's possible.
Trent Watford, you mean?
Yeah, you know, like a Trent Watford. Yep. Exactly. He like finally started shooting the 3-ball well, and nope, we want our undersized power forwards to not shoot the 3-ball well. That's why we like Justice Winslow, so we're gonna cut you. Good luck. I mean, come on.
Jabari Walker is a good rebounder, the 4. He just, I mean, maybe if he starts shooting the 3 better, there's something there. But once again, it seems like I'm lower on the younger guys than I am, but in Portland's situation with them saying specifically that their mistakes last year were not enough vet proven players. I just have a hard time believing in unproven players to fill those spots, without any sort of plan there other than to hope the rookie and a second year guy are good enough.
Yep.
I'm gonna trade Ant for DeAndre Hunter.
Why would the Hawks do that?
Well, Ant could go to a different team, but
yeah, if you want an injury-prone small forward, there you go. Yeah, Chris's standing reach is like 4 inches, 4 inches taller than Watford's too, Habib. So Watford played some center and was severely undersized. Severely undersized for the center spot. Man, all we've gotten in the past 2 hours, basically, is Derrick Rose, Seth Curry, and O'Shea Brissett. That's it. That's it. Yay, Seattle's up 2-0. Oh, Seattle's up 4-0. Nice.
Aiden Mounts asked a random question, but now that the 2022 draft class has played a year, who do you think would have gone first? I think it'd still be Banchero.
Yeah, Banchero. I mean,
after Banchero, it gets kind of iffy.
Yeah. I just don't know why I didn't have Banchero number 1 on my board. I mean, just that size, fluidity, athleticism with the ball handling and like playmaking feel, I think should always be bet on. And that's the type of stuff I usually bet on. And I had Banchero at 3.
Yeah, I'm at 2.
I mean, we haven't even seen Chet play, so who knows? But
yeah, for sure.
But OKC's going to be much better next year, and they were a 500 team already. Like, they got Casey Wallace now, which Casey Wallace is basically going to be a better offensive version of Lou Dort for them, long term, and cheaper. Like, I expect them to move off Lou Dort at some point and start Casey Wallace with SGA with Giddey. And then you got Chet there now. And also some other young guys that could be better because they're young guys. So they'll develop. Alright, chat. What do you want us to do to entertain you all? Jeremiah Robinson Earl got waived. Did he? I guess.
Make a trade, sing.
What?
His options. Sing karaoke. Get a ukulele and sing some songs. Juggling.
Guitar that's out of tune that I don't know how to play. Juggling? I can juggle.
Hot tub stream.
Okay, that's too sus. Stream of Blazers rebuild on 2K. I don't own 2K. I refuse to give that company money.
That's Crushable's job.
Yeah. I don't know. Do y'all have questions about the channel? Do you have questions about next year? Do you have questions about anything? We can talk about whatever. Whatever y'all want to. For which is worse, 2K or Madden? I mean, they're both bad. Madden puts no effort into their game, and 2K doesn't put any effort into anything that they can't put 1,000 microtransactions on. So, which one's worse? I don't know. When y'all selling merch? Next season, probably. Yeah, I need to get on that. Tori, didn't you used to play 2K? Yeah, I used to. And then they stopped putting effort into the franchise mode and because they don't microtransact it, and that just made me not want to play it. Favorite video game? Rocket League. Are you guys going to be doing a fantasy league? Basketball or football? We were in a football league that we've had going for like 7 years. We'll stream the draft for that on the second channel. Eric, who do you think is the most improved team so far this offseason?
Well, the Spurs getting Wemby, I think that's going to have a huge jump. I think Dallas has made some good moves to have a bounce back year next year.
Yeah, I love Dallas's offseason.
If Omax Prosper can give you any kind of Dorian Finney-Smith uplifting, they could be kind of scary.
Yeah.
But they're still kind of wing deprived. Trying to think. I think Boston getting Porzingis without really. I mean, it was weird that they pivoted to giving up Smart, but I think they still have decent enough roster to make up for it. I think they'll still be okay defensively, and adding Porzingis, one of their biggest problems has been creation when it matters, and I think between Porzingis and Tatum now, just kind of alleviates some Jaylen Brown's weaknesses of having to create as much. So you got three people that can kind of do it, you know. I still think they need kind of a lead ball handler type, but I really like getting Porzingis for cheap, and then they also pick up a couple of first-round picks on top of that. I love what the Pacers have done. Bruce Brown and Jarris Walker, just perfect fits for that team, in my opinion. So I think they should be a play-in team at worst. They almost made it the play-in last year before falling off towards the end of the season after Halliburton got hurt. So I think that's still a huge thing. Trying to go through other teams in my mind.
Why have you been doing that? I'm looking at last year's stream, and this time we had a very similar lull.
Okay.
It was like right after Andre Drummond signed with the Bulls. And then like John Morant signed his extension out of the blue.
It wouldn't. No GMs are going to talk until free agency is over, or the moratorium's over. We are not Seahawks fans. We're both 49ers fans.
Yeah, I'm a Mariners fan. That's my Seattle team. I
also think, like, this might sound kind of dumb, but and I don't think they're done yet, but re-signing Cam Johnson and getting rid of Joe Harris's contract for just a couple of seconds in this CBA, I thought was a good couple moves for Brooklyn.
Yeah. Any new things you guys are adding to your show, visuals are adding to your crew, etc. Next year for post-game shows, we'll be able to do more because I can now get graphics coded and like automatically generated. So we'll be able to do more. And then Wizards are trading guard Monte Morris to the Pistons, says Shams.
What are the Pistons doing? Joe Harris and Monte Morris were what they used their cap space on?
Yeah, I guess. So yeah, I'll be able to do more in terms of graphics, and then I want to add a couple podcasts on the second channel. I want to add more on-air talent. I already know who it'd be basically, so but I hope that the Blazers keep Dame because I think the team will be more interesting next year. So when we try and add some stuff, I want to do like a pregame show for every game. I want to do a watch party for every game, but basically just rotate who's on that watch party amongst like me, Eric, 3 or 4 other people. Maybe Steven will hop on a couple with me. That could be entertaining. Stuff like that is what I want to do. I want to find a restaurant sponsor to host a watch party once a month and then have sponsorship on stuff. So that's kind of what will be in the works. Yeah. Monte Morris to the Pistons. That's so random and pointless.
The question is, did the Pistons give something up, or did the Wizards just want to salary dump him?
We'll see.
Little Scrappy 50 Cent says, how are you guys feeling about the Grant overpay? It was necessary, but when you trade for him, you had to re-sign him. You can't lose him for nothing. So this is exactly why Portland might not want to get in a situation like that again next year with an OG or a Siakam or players like that. And it's also why Tori and I were, before we traded for him, so against going after guys that were going to get the bag coming up and who you'd have to overpay a little bit to keep around. But Portland has to overpay for their free agents, even if they're bidding against themselves.
Any chance Mikal Bridges wants out and wants to get traded to Portland to be with Dame? No.
Yeah, he's very happy with how Brooklyn's committed to him and thinks of him. So yeah, I don't think they trade him.
Bob Mark said Portland now projected $15 million below luxury tax after the Grant signing, and key restricted free agent is Matisse Thybulle, so I don't know if he's calculating his hold or not. Probably not. We should have a full mid-level exception. I think the Blazers may look to cap dump Nas, which is funny because we thought that was a great deal when he signed it.
Personally, I do not like the new CBA that much. Some of the rules are cool, but some of the rules I feel like are going a little too extreme to penalize teams that are wanting to win. Like if Matt Ishbia in Phoenix wants to have a super expensive roster, I don't think it should be out of his I don't think he should be penalized for doing so.
Yeah, I think there's a balance. Can you explain the rules? I mean, there's a lot of new rules that would take too long to explain. We do try and explain CBA rules over the course of the entire year, though. we do focus on trying to like teach those Cal Wilson, I'm not sure. It just depends on, I mean, not the NBA, because they just signed a new CBA, so. Andy, this sounds familiar. With the players on him, yeah.
Yeah, I have had most of those. I had them all when I was little from way back in the day. I wish Dairy Queen would do that and bring back the baseball helmet Sundays.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Joey says, I thought we were supposed to be very active. Well, why'd you believe that? You read the whole CBA already? No, I have not. I know a lot of the new rules. Some of them I'll forget off the top of my head. How's Grant in overpay? I thought no way he signs for less than $25 million. We got him for $27.5. No way he was going to get less than 4 years. He got 5. We did not get him for $27.5 a year.
We got him for $32 million average per year.
Yeah.
27.5 the first year.
Yeah.
But it'll be up to what, 35, 36 in the last year.
I mean, based on cap projections, it's like 18 to 20% of the salary cap. His previous contract was 16%. It's really not that much more than basically his previous contract if you compare it to the cap. So it's not as bad as it looks.
Is anyone going to give us the details of the Monte Morris trade?
Apparently, I read that the Wizards traded, or the Pistons traded a second for him. I think somebody in chat said. So basically, they got a second-round pick, Joe Harris and Monte Morris, for their cap space. And my food is here, so I will be back soon. I will be at my computer, but I don't want chat to watch me eat and take screenshots because they're weird.
Yeah.
So I'll be back.
Daniel asks, how do you guys feel about PJ Washington? Restricted free agent, so it's going to be really tough to get him. I would love to have PJ Washington, but seems kind of unrealistic at this point. Kyle Wilson asks, why are the Seahawks so much better managed than the Blazers? Kyle, I've answered this question for you multiple times in the past. The NFL is just different. You have a structure set up to where you cannot or do not have to face questions about paying a luxury tax or go whether you're going to be a tax team or get payments and stuff like that. So, the NFL is just a different animal. Plus, they have experienced people in their front office, and they basically just let them do what they want because the CBA is set up with the salary cap and stuff to where you don't ever have to do anything. If you're Jody, you can just let them do whatever they want, and there's a hard cap and all that stuff. So she can basically say just do whatever you want in this span of the CBA, and they're pretty good at their jobs. So we have two really inexperienced GM and coach that don't really know what they're doing. So and then Jody has no clue how to navigate the CBA and stuff like that. So it's a tough situation. It's not even comparable at all. And the NFL is an absolute cash cow. Andy says, what about Zelda? I haven't had a chance to play the new one yet. I've played a lot of the older ones. Cole, Washington is trading Monte Morris for a second-round pick because Detroit's using the last of their cap space. What's Plumlee cost? I don't know. He's probably going back to the Clippers. So Marcos asks, is Dame getting any help besides the Grant signing? I don't know. Usman Garuba as their backup center. Yeah. I like Garuba still as a prospect, but once again, he's one of those players it's hard to pencil him in as your backup center when he hasn't really done much. I don't really want to throw money at any of the MLE guys right now because I don't think a lot of them are worth it. So yeah, but unfortunately, Portland's in a situation where they kind of have to. I would make a run maybe at a Paul Reed, see how locked in the 76ers are to, even though he's a restricted free agent, they're apparently lining up by not offering Maxey a extension, either a trade, so Maxey can be part of a trade this year, or trying to maximize cap space to possibly have two max contracts next year in free agency. So I would call their bluff on a some sort of like I don't know, 3 years, 24 million or something for Paul Reed. He's a good defender, good rebounder, hustles. I think he'd be a good fit as kind of our backup 4-5. Todd Pierce is guessing a big trade is coming. Who are we getting from New Orleans, Todd? Andy Tholberg, welcome to Starter Membership. Thank you so much. And Adam versus Eve, $2 donation. Don't forget to hit that like button, please. Really appreciate it. It's a free way to show your support for the channel and for the stream and stuff today. So thank you to all who have done that, and thank you to everyone for donating. And Adam versus Eve says, show Blazers Uprise some love. Thank you. Joe Cronin forgot to set an alarm. Well, he did re-sign Grant, but Cronin's cooking something for Bruno Fernando. Yeah, that would be. Do you happy that the Blazers didn't sign Draymond? I mean, I think Draymond would have been really good for us. Just like, I know he's a jerk, but we kind of needed that culture shift to having a kind of a jerky player that sets the tone in that regard. And I think he would fix the culture of our defense. What are my thoughts on how Billups has done so far? Not good. I mean, he has a lot to prove still. Why don't we just go get Gafford? Because he makes $12 million and Jody doesn't want to pay a center $12 million. So we have the Woj update. Wizards are trading Monte Morris to Pistons for a second-round pick. Wizards will create a nearly $10 million traded player exception. Nasir Little would fit into that. Okay, Asha, thanks. Who's your favorite Blazers coach, like, of all time? I mean, it's obviously Jack Ramsey, but I liked Rick Alman too. Blaze the Nugs asks if I'm happy with keeping Grant at 5 years, 160. To him, it's an overpay. That I'd rather lose him for nothing. No, we had to keep him. We traded for him. We had to keep him. We just didn't have any option. It sucks, but yeah, Terry Stotts would be last on my list of coaches. Apple. I just had pepperoni pizza. Eric Olson asked what my thoughts are on the Wizards free agency. What? I mean, just re-signing Kuzma? H-Life, we said we were going for a long time. What do you mean we're still here? Why can't the Blazers do anything? Because Joe Cronin is helpless and the league is conspiring against the Blazers because they want Dame traded and they are holding Joe Cronin hostage until he actually comes up with a trade or trades Dame and decides to trade Dame. So I think the Wizards did the right move of blowing it up and rebuilding. I don't know if I necessarily like some of the moves they've made while doing so, but yeah. No, the Blazers would never be relocated to Seattle, so that's not even a thing that would be possible to happen. We need Ben Simmons. Okay, Andre, how are we getting Ben Simmons? Yeah, I said that, Shaggy Squid. All right, just waiting for more news here. Xpin says, I wouldn't watch a game if we traded for Ben Simmons. Andy, I did just talk about Billups a little bit ago. He has not been good. He needs to be better. He's been terrible. So he's got to figure out a way to make things work. He says a lot of the right things. He knows the right schemes, the right buttons he's supposed to push and all that, but he never seems to push them right or have that manifest into actual or translate onto the court. So we're not getting Zion, man. They're not trading him. That's over. When Tori gets back, it says Dante DiVincenzo. Tori, you spelled Dante wrong if you can hear this. It's with an O.
I did spell it wrong. I thought I might have.
Kurt Cole, I don't think there are many good options for the Blazers anymore. That's why we've been frustrated for the last year and a half at every trade deadline, every draft, every free agency period, every move that's been made leading up to this point where there's not a lot of good options unless they decide to move on from Dame. So that's the frustrating part. And we can come up with ideal trades and pickups and moves that they can make, but this organization doesn't really know what they're doing, so it's not going to happen anyways. What are my thoughts on Donnie Hall? I mean, I have no problem bringing him in. Just it's always tough to know how much we like can count on him to be like a rotational player or not. I mean, he's a good player, but never know if he's going to be like fitting in the NBA or not. So, I mean, yeah, hopefully it's like one of those pickups like out of the blue that guy comes over and everyone's like, how was he not in the NBA before? But yeah, it's hard to bank on that. And once again, we just literally heard Joe Cronin and Damian Lillard sit up there and say we can't do that again. We can't go into the season with guys we're not sure about, like unproven guys, and now we're going to do that again. I don't know. We don't know how much Gary Trent got. It says they're still finalizing a lucrative multi-year extension. No, I don't want them to move off of Dame, but yeah. Rip City Retro says, have you ever considered that this is all part of a grand plan to push all our chips in at the 2026 trade deadline? Yeah, that's when we'll do it. What do I think we need to help out the Blazers? Well, we need a legit starting caliber small forward. We need at least 2 centers right now that can play minutes if Nurk's not in. Hopefully one that is pushing starting level, and another one that would be a good backup if one of those 2 is hurt, because we know that's going to happen at some point. If dropping Dimes is legit, he was earlier reporting Dame to the Heat, so he's now flipped on that. Dame isn't getting traded today anyway. Eubanks is a stud. All we need is him. Completely disagree. It's Travis. He was not good. He somehow had people fooled into thinking he was good with his fake hustle, but yeah. That's been the highlight of the day for me right now. That's really sad, and I can't believe that that's the best part of today. Pineapples, you've literally missed nothing. Shut up, Wheezy. Nah, the team doesn't want Jaylen Brown, so. Dro says Olshey would have made a move already. Okay, cool. He would have signed Mario Hazonia and Nick Stauskas by now. Thanks.
Yeah, a good move? No.
Have the Blazers signed their rookies? No, they have not yet.
The Duke of Fall, no, people swore he was like a starting caliber center. And better than Nurkic. He had people fooled, yes. Where did I go? I'm trying not to eat on stream, you know. I hadn't eaten all day. And I was starving, so yeah. Half Daddy, that's not just a rumor, that's a fact. NBA Alex, I agree, but Ujiri isn't fleecing in that deal, so he doesn't want it. Tori, why didn't you eat in front of us? I'm not gonna eat in front of y'all, man.
Oh, they've been eating just food, not free agent signings.
Yeah.
Drew asks, just hop back on by looking at everyone's faces. I'm assuming this ain't going well. Not much has happened, so.
Yeah, it's more boredom. Like,
Ashley, can you please stop talking about Ben Affleck? Like, okay, we got it. You think I look like Ben Affleck? Fine.
What?
I don't even know. I don't think I do, but whatever.
Is that worse than Mike Richmond? Being called Mike Richmond all the time?
I don't know.
Hmm. Shout to IzPz. $5 donor says, thank you for letting me get past work. Cronin Redemption? Probably not Cronin Redemption, but I'm glad we helped you get past work.
I mean, I would love to be talking here either later tonight or tomorrow about Cronin redeeming himself. But yeah.
Thank you for the dono. Appreciate it. IzPz. What would you grade this free agency? Incomplete.
Xpin says there seems to be a lot of teams that don't know what direction they want to go, Philly being the main one. No, Philly knows what direction they want to go in. They just unfortunately hitched their wagon to a person who has requested the most trades from teams in league history, and that's James Harden. And after a little over a year there, he's already wanting out again. So, yeah. Do you want to update the DiVincenzo thing? It's bothering Connor.
Oh my god, it doesn't matter like that, bro. But fine.
And it's also bothering Aeromancer. Not for me. I didn't say it.
No,
Connor.
for them. Yeah, I'm talking to Connor. Our mods. I mean, they're trying to make sure the stream is going well, so I get it. You know, they are emotionally invested in the spelling of Dante DiVincenzo graphics. I will fix it once it loads. And I will also add the restricted free agent tag to Grant Williams.
Thank you. Finally. Jesus.
I meant to earlier, too, and I forgot. Alright. I made these graphics too high of a resolution. They're slow to update. PJ Tucker to PDX? He's under contract. What do you mean? We just gonna toss out random names? T shoots trays. $2 dono says another year of mediocrity. I mean, probably, but
Scoot 6-man, Sharp most improved.
We're winning it all.
Chris Murray rotation level.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, no shooting struggles, and shoots like 48% from three on like 78% true shooting percentage. And Dame averages 39 points per game in 24 minutes a game.
39 and 24. Yeah, we're winning the chip next year. I don't know if we'll lose a game. All NBA first team is our starting lineup.
He's only playing 24 minutes. How is he supposed to average 69 points in 24 minutes, Aeromancer? Get ridiculous here. Come on.
But we give up 130 points a night. Well, it's a good thing we're winning by 20 every night.
I don't know what happened, Gray Hughes, because we hid you.
Blazers will win the Summer League. Yeah, why are we worrying about next season? Let's worry about Summer League. Winning that thing. Oh, what the hell? Why did I just get a sharp pain in my foot? That was... felt like I got stung by something. What the hell? Sharp is playing. Sharp's on the roster. I don't know if he's for sure playing. Just because guys are on the roster doesn't mean they're for sure playing. So, we'll see.
I am going to really quickly update my Blazers page here.
Okay.
Because people are asking about what our finances are at right now. Just trying to get an accurate number.
For Grant?
I'm trying to just, with the grant and cutting. Cutting Watford.
Grey Hughes Investigates, $5 dono. Says, so who starts, Sharp or Scoot? That is where the issues will be. It's cool that I can type when hidden. Yeah, thank you for your dono that I didn't see, Gray, because you're hidden. Appreciate the $5. I mean, it depends on if Dame is here or not, I guess. But I would guess Sharp. Hard to say. Shout out to Hayden, $8 Australian dollar dono. Says, just curious to how Eric has sources. Are you around the team to some extent, or are you close to journalists that are around the team? Thank you, Hayden, with the $8 dono.
I mean, I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
It's not a journalist. It's not journalists or anything like that. So, I just know some people. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you expect him to tell you who his source is. Like, thank you for the dono,
but I find it funny, like when Woj tweets that Monte Morris is like getting traded to the Pistons or whatever. There's not like, who did you hear that from? Where? Like, you better name a name.
Yeah. Shout Connor Messing, $5 dono, says, I've watched the beginning 2 hours of the stream, then went to the gym, then DoorDash, took my dog for a 30-minute walk, and y'all still grinding. Yeah, it's an 8-hour stream. We told y'all it's gonna be an 8.5 hour stream. We're waiting to make sure nothing happens, and if something happens, we're here to react. I mean, GP2, we signed off after 8.5 hours last year, and then GP2 signed like 20 minutes after. So we may do that again. That is very possible.
So the only thing I'm not sure about is Ryan Repair's salary next year, if we promised him a little more than the minimum or not.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out if I missed anyone in this.
Ian Leslie, everyone's sources are off at times. But, I mean, are you going to go give Chris Haynes crap for getting two Suns things wrong, or no? I mean, just relaying info that is told.
Oh, and I want to say, how do you know my sources were off on Draymond Dinner? Was it ever proven either way? no one has denied that they had dinner the other night. And Aaron Fentress had a tweet that was very confusing on whether he meant they had dinner and didn't talk about basketball, or if he was not in Portland. So that's nothing confirmed or affirmative, and he refused to clarify. So how do you know that wasn't accurate, that Draymond didn't have dinner, or who my sources were on that?
Connor, the point is, in a game of telephone, or when you're relaying info, some stuff will get messed up or misinterpreted or whatever. Like,
well, also, I mean, when you're talking about rumors, it's different when you're reporting stuff that's about to happen. But when you're talking about rumors, there's always teams that back out of stuff, or things happen or whatever. But
yeah, and it's not like that type of thing was something where, like, Eric could then prove it and then say, see, I was right. Like, there's no way to prove that. So it's obviously, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? There's obviously really not a ton of gain in that. To just make that up. And Eric, as a guy that I've known for a long time, is not going to just make stuff up. So people can choose not to believe them and talk shit if they want. That's fine. Like, people will always do that no matter what we do. So whatever. Like,
also, just want to say, got really quiet about it quick, right? I think you can read whatever you want into that, but it definitely, someone was trying to squash that it happened. So if they convinced some of you that it didn't happen, they did their job. And yeah, they were worried about the implications of that, even though it was an innocent dinner. But I never said it wasn't an innocent dinner. But yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if you want to believe they had dinner and then Dame didn't mention a single time, hey, you should come to Portland, dude. You're a free agent. Like, that's fine if you are that naive.
Yeah. Shout out Hayden, $8 dono says, not throwing shot. Ah ha ha. Love the channel, guys. Love from Sydney. Thank you, Hayden. Appreciate you. Shout out to Emma Long, $2 dono says, did Blazers do any signings? Still praying. Nope, nothing's happened in a long, long time other than Monte Morris, Derrick Rose, and like Seth Curry. That's the only stuff that's happened in the last 3 hours. So we've just been hanging out with you guys. I also have food, which is nice. I didn't finish. I just came back. Shout to a Finesse Lord 21. Is that Juju?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe I'm confusing Finesse Lord 21 with someone else, but shout out to Finesse Lord 21 with the $5 dono. Says, just got off work and had to tune into the stream. Any Blazers rumors and how we feel about Jeremy signing? Had to keep Jeremy, so it's fine. It looks bad, but the cap's going to go up a ton over the course of the contract, so it's not going to be as bad as people think. And it's good news. Okay, it is Juju. Yeah, what's up, man? It's good news for potentially trying to keep Dame, but still, Grant might have just taken the bag. But I mean, you had to keep him. You can't lose him for nothing. The Blazers don't gain anything from that, so fine with it. And then the rumors right now. I mean, we've been tied to Max Strus, but it sounds like he could be going to Cleveland in a sign and trade. And the other guy we've been tied to is Eric Gordon. So,
did you get Emma Lom's $2 donation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Juju. Good to see you, man. Worst signing so far? Fred VanVleet and Dennis Schroeder.
Those are the best, the most head-scratching ones for sure.
Trevin says, time to make a Twitter thread about how quiet you guys are right now. Yeah. Please go criticize me on Twitter about how there was too much dead air right there. 6.5 hours into our stream. with no ad breaks.
Gray, why are you asking something that we've literally talked about for like 10 times on the show so far? Like we're ignoring you or something.
Dang, 3 rings, huh?
Why do they call Rich Paul a CEO? Because he's the CEO of Clutch Sports.
Connor says Miami trading Depot to OKC.
I noticed you, AJ.
Miami is trading Victor Oladipo to OKC. So, Oladipo... You remember the trade deadline where it was like, players go back to their old locations, Eric?
Yeah.
We had Josh Richardson today. We have Victor Oladipo today. And then there was one other player that I forget. Who was the other guy that went back to somewhere he played before? Chat, let me know who the other guy was that went back to somewhere they played before. Yeah, Josh Richardson and Victor Oladipo, and there was... Oh, Seth Curry. Went back to Dallas.
Third time.
Yeah, again. So that means we're getting Derrick Jones Jr. and calling it an off-season. I wonder what Miami is trading Victor Oladipo for. Shams
Probably
tweet.
just getting cap space.
What'd you say?
Probably just cap space.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the Shams tweet. We're talking about the Shams tweet. What you got to eat, Tori? I missed it. I got Burgerville. It's fire.
Is Miami somehow trading their or changing their protections? I doubt that. They're probably paying OKC somehow to take on that contract.
Yeah, we'll see. Because Oladipo's hurt, so not really going to be an impactful player. I don't know what his recovery timetable is, but...
Classic Thunder, get him healthy for a year and end up trading him for a couple seconds or something.
Yeah. Like they did with Chris Paul, basically.
I believe Stan's just closed down, if I'm not mistaken. So. How would we react to a Dame trade, Wojbomb? Not very
We'd be
positively.
extremely depressed. Do you want us to think about how depressed we'd be?
What's my favorite fast food? I'm a McDonald's guy. I know it's crappy, but
Tori, answer what? What do you want me to answer? Heat lifer. Have you tried the Grimace Shake? No, I have not. Have you tried the Grimace Shake, Eric?
No, I've not. I don't do well with milk, so I will still eat the ice cream sometime, but...
Travis says only men drink without a lid. Well, they didn't give me a straw, man. So I guess I gotta be a man today. How's the Mariners doing? They're up 4-2 against the Rays, who are the best team in baseball, I think, still. So...
PDX Born says we missed his super chat question. I went and looked. I didn't see it. Sorry. But maybe YouTube hit it for some reason. How many years before Adam Silver calls Jody and tells her to sell the team? I mean, there's no way to know that. Anything I say would just be a guess, so...
Rahi says extension tweets start coming out in like 20 minutes, right? Well, if it's like last year, yeah. OKIC got OLI? What does that mean? Where's Lopez going? I assume he's just going to re-sign with the Bucks. Okay, so Oklahoma City is acquiring Victor Oladipo in draft compensation to absorb his $9.45 million expiring contract. Miami creates a trade exception of $9.45 million.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if they changed the protections to just the 2026 protected first, because they owe him a 2025 protected first that turns into unprotected in 2026. If they change that around at all, look for them to possibly be able to open up trading 3 firsts in addition to that pick. Not sure if that's even a thing right here, but something that the Heat might be looking at doing.
Giannis Bondar, $2 dono. Without Dame, the Blazers are a poverty franchise. Yeah, thank you for the dono. Yeah, it's interesting that it's these two teams specifically. Man.
Yes, Robin Lopez is a free agent. I'll be back in just a minute if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Do I see Ohtani breaking Judge home run record? What's Ohtani at right now? We about to turn into the Sacramento Kings without Dame, the old Kings. Yeah, I mean, people underestimate the chance of being bad for many years. Plankton says, you guys need to rest. I'm good, man. I'm good. There's just not much to talk about. I'm relying on you guys for conversation, really, to be honest with you. Barely slept last night, but I'm actually doing surprisingly okay right now. Ishfluent says, Tori, these delusional fans said that Cronin was cooking, LOL. What was Cronin cooking? Woj update. Yeah, it's about Oladipo's rehab. Tori, can you come visit Japan sometime? Yeah, when I get over my fear of flying. Maybe I'll see what I can do. Can you talk about the finances? Do you know all about it? Would like to get a better idea about how it works. What specifically, Travis? Giannis says, talk about your favorite moments watching the team throughout the years. Dame's buzzer beaters, for sure. Brandon Roy, a couple big time moments. And yeah. Heights. I don't do well with heights now, so that's what it is. Mo Wagner on the biannual could be interesting as the I don't know, like I wouldn't want to settle for him being the backup center, to be honest. Otani has 30 home runs. Then he's on pace for like 60-ish because they're halfway through the season. I mean, he can, obviously, because he's insane. Jetson says, Tori, do you feel safe in downtown Portland? My parents haven't really taken me there in a few years. Yeah. I mean, some parts are a little less safe than others, for sure. But it's not like it was like 2-3 years ago. Do I still DoorDash? Haven't in a while. I'm trying to do other things to not have to DoorDash. Tori, at what point does Cronin commit to this and play the 5-guard lineup? Let's make history. I don't know. It might be right now. He might be committing to it right now. Make Shaden Sharp the center because he can jump high enough to protect the rim. What's my favorite breed of dog? I've never owned a dog, to be honest. My mom was allergic growing up, so. Shout out to Nunya Business. $10 sticker. It's an LOL sticker. Laughing at our pain. Or something, I don't know. I laugh at our pain too, because it's comical. This team is purely comical. Tori, would you drive to Summer League? Would I drive compared to fly? Right now? Yeah. If I had to go to Summer League, I would drive. Yeah. Tori, is there any hope? I mean, depends on what you're hoping for. I would not be confident that there's a chance at Embiid or Giannis, because I saw somebody ask for that earlier. Mind Over Matter says a bunch of media members are saying to keep an eye on the Miami Heat deal before the deal. I mean, yeah, like that would be changing the year of a pick to open up another first, but could mean Harden. Like, who knows? Troy, would you be happy if the Blazers signed Brook Lopez? I mean, I don't think he's that. I don't know. I think he struggles defensively. Tori, do you have a cat? Not as of now. Is there hope for one singular free agency signing? Well, they have to sign someone, so yeah, there is hope that they'll sign someone. Am I going to the home run derby in Seattle? I wanted to, but it's too expensive. It's not my cat, Connor, so I don't own a cat. Can we chill for one moment on the Dame talk? Like, JFC. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it, and people don't listen. Have you always lived in Washington? Nope. I've lived... Growing up, I moved around a lot. I'm from Washington, though. Ishfluent says we need to start signing players taller than Tori. Yeah, we need guys that are taller than 6'4". I agree. For all the people that think I'm like 5'7", because Eric makes me look short when we're on camera together. Because that's a thing, apparently. Murray is still depressed from us waving Trendon. How tall is Eric? Like almost 6'6" or something like that. If Washington got a team, would you be a Sonics fan or Blazers fan? Okay, it takes me 15 minutes to drive to Moda Center. It takes me 15 minutes to drive to where the Blazers play. I have a whole channel dedicated to the Portland Trail Blazers. That is kind of a silly question. Seattle is like 2.5 hours away. Seattle is like literally 10 times further away from me. Plankton says, I hope Blazers move something good so your efforts are not wasted. Yeah, fingers crossed. But you're a UW fan. Yeah, I am a UW fan. What about it? I'm also a Gonzaga fan. I'm also a San Francisco 49er fan. Would you ever live in Spokane? I like living in Vancouver. Ishlant says it's crazy our best Uprise channel win was the bubble game 1 versus the Lakers. Yeah, that was pretty big. Also, game 1 versus the Nuggets was pretty big. And also, the start of last season was pretty big. What about trading for James Harden? Maybe doable, but do we want to do that? Probably not. Have you ever attended Summer League? Yeah, Zach Collins' rookie season, 2017. How is cost of living compared to Sacramento? I don't know what it is in Sacramento. It's expensive up here, though. You should make the channel remix Uprise because the G League has more promise than the actual team. Travis, that's sus, man. Thoughts on Jeff firing? Jeff who? Well, this free agency seems done. I mean, that's what I thought last year, and then we signed GP2 like right after I got off, so... Oh, Van Gundy? I mean, ESPN's trying to go a different way with content, which I think is a good thing, but I don't understand the Van Gundy firing. But I know, like, the Pat McAfee show is kind of the direction they supposedly want to go with things, which I'm in support of. I need Eric to come back soon because I got to take care of something. Was 2019 was the 3-on-3. Drew, I mean, I might have to test that because I need... Rip City Retro, $5 dono says, Herculean stream today, thanks so much. As always, guys, for this dono, may I ask you to make a time-killing announcement, post a link to new fan swag for me. Yeah, post whatever you want, Rich. You're fine. Yeah, post whatever you want, bro. That is not what I have to do, Travis. Not at all. Eric will be back in a sec, and then I gotta... That isn't... I'm gonna ban anyone that's... Or I'm gonna put someone in timeout if you guys keep saying that. It's not... I don't need to go to the bathroom. Y'all gotta stop tripping. I'm not really annoyed at that. I'm annoyed at something else, Duke, but yeah, keep reading into things. I don't know what Eric's doing.
I'm back.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I gotta run for a second. Yeah. Sorry to rush you back, but I gotta take care of something. So. And chat thinks it's... Chat's wildin'. Take care of chat.
Oh, hey, what? Sorry, guys, I turned my AC on for like a few minutes while I had to go do something just so it would cool down a little bit in here. It's Travis had a $2 donation with no message. But when I came back, I wanted to. You've been asking about the Blazers' exact financial situation. No, it's not beer. Yeah, unfortunately, it's too loud to have on during stream. So.
All right, I'm back. Is it hot where you're at right now?
Well, I came back on. I still had the AC on. I forgot to turn it off. I tried to turn it on for like 5 minutes while I was doing something, so it would cool down a little bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh man, are we gonna get anything?
So I was just about to go over the financial thing. So I'm just estimating. I'm gonna estimate repair at like 2 million just to be safe. And then we got the $27,586,207 for Jeremy Grants. So with Thibault's qualifying offer, so if we sign him, even if we sign him to a multi-year deal, as long as it's somewhat close to that 6.3 number, we'd have 12 people under contract, so we'd still need to sign 2 more. Also, I don't know if you saw this, Tori, but there's some new rule about accruing games for two-way guys if you have less than 15 people on your roster for games.
No. What's the rule?
There's only like a certain amount of games you can have less than 15 non-two-way guys on your roster in addition to the games played for the other guys. I don't know, it's super confusing, but...
So, like, the minimum basically is 15 players on a roster?
Well, starting this season, you can dress 15, but if any less than 15 are dressed that aren't on the roster, it counts as like an accrual game or something. And you can only have so many of those a season, even if your two-way guys don't play in that game or something.
That's so weird.
Yeah. But anyways, so we'd still need to sign 2 or 3 players. But right now we are sitting at, well, this is assuming we made Jeremy Grant's first year as low as possible. We're sitting at $1,420,182. The salary cap, or the tax line, is 162 million, or no, 165 now, right?
Yeah, 165.2.
165. So we are roughly, like what, a little under 9 million under the tax. So if we're trying to stay under the tax, it's going to be interesting. The first apron, which would be a hard cap that if we still use more than that 5 million TPE, we have almost 15.5 million. So we could sign someone to the full mid-level exception and then 2 minimums, or pretty close to that, depending on how the numbers shake out. But
yeah,
right around that. Maybe have a little bit of wiggle room depending on Thibault's first year number and what we signed repair to. But basically, we're looking at maybe partial mid-level, like kind of like what we did with Gary Payton last year. And then, sign a couple minimums.
Yeah, I assume it'll be, a small forward signing, whether it's a undersized small forward like an Eric Gordon or, a Kelly Oubre or whatever. I assume the rest of our offseason is going to be an MLE signing to play the small forward spot, and then we go in, and then we maybe sign a center for a minimum contract, and that's our backup center. And like a Jock Landale or whatever. And we go into next season with Dame, Ant, Scoot, 3-guard rotation, Sharp and whoever we sign at the small forward spot, Grant and Chris Murray at the power forward spot, and then Nurkic and minimum center, and maybe, I don't know, we run small lineups in order to get more minutes at the backup forward spot. You know, like, spread more minutes around to the MLE signing and Sharp and maybe Chris Murray.
Yeah. And they could possibly, like, what was the trade to... Who got traded to the Kings in a salary dump? I'm blanking. Chat, help me out.
Traded away in a salary dump.
I thought someone used cap space or something.
They traded away Rashawn Holmes.
No, this happened like in the last day.
Oh,
Duarte.
Yeah.
They got Duarte.
Which is a bunch of a cap dump.
No, I'm just saying, like, they took on his contract for nothing in return. We've seen several teams do that so far this year. Yeah. But yeah, maybe you can do something with Keon to get an extra roster spot or a little bit extra money.
Yeah.
Or do it with Nas. I wonder if Washington would take a flyer on him.
Yeah.
But if we do that, though, the problem is we don't have any. Then, even if you're expecting a trade later, we pretty much have Anthony Simons, and maybe if we included Oubre or something in the trade, or whoever the mid-level exception signing is. But like, what would we have to really trade contract-wise during the season?
Hey, Tori, when do teams have to stop trading? The trade deadline. Yeah, the trade deadline.
And Peter Holland says, to recap, we bet overpaid Jeremy, but at least we have him, and lost Trendon and Drew. Someone lie to me and tell me something is going to make this make sense.
Probably not. Mind Over Matter says, I thought Harden trade had to be done prior to the new season kicking in. No.
He picked up his option, so he's...
Yeah, and if he didn't, he wouldn't have been tradable before the new season started anyway, so...
Ramona Shelburne reported that she didn't think it was out of the realm of possibility if they talked him into playing at least the start of the year, but I don't know.
Peter, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, at this point, I think Dame will be back. It's just such a messy like off season at this point. Just didn't really accomplish anything to win anytime soon, unless Scoot's just amazing off the bat. What's your predictions for the top 10 free agents left on your graphic? I think the first 3 will re-sign. I think PJ Washington will re-sign. I think Christian Wood will go to... If I had to just throw a random team out there for Christian Wood, like Atlanta, and he becomes their next John Collins for a year or whatever, I don't know. PJ Washington, I think, goes back to Charlotte. Oubre, I'll just toss Portland out there for Oubre. Strus to Cleveland, sign and trade. DiVincenzo, What's your guess for DiVincenzo?
I'm laughing at the still the wrong spelling.
Oh, oh yeah, it took forever to load. Okay.
DiVincenzo was rumored to the Knicks a couple days
Oh
ago.
yeah,
So
that's my
I'll just say.
guess. Mm-hmm.
And then Plumlee back to the Clippers, Grant Williams back to the Celtics. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my predictions.
And the RFA on Grant Williams. I don't know if he did that. George Carroll says Dame needs to take a pay cut like Tim Duncan and Dirk did to win championships. He's already rich. He can't change his contract now. And on top of that, they both did it in their later years, not early on in their career.
I hate the pay cut argument because it's not even like we're going to really
okay.
have cap space if he does. And it's
Yeah.
not like we would do anything with the cap space if he does.
Yeah,
so
that's my
it doesn't
thing.
change
They're not committed to winning with him, even if he did that. So it doesn't matter. He might as well get as much money as he can.
Yep.
And he's making the same percentage of the cap that pretty much every max player does. So.
Did Green stay with the Warriors? Yes, he did.
That was the first signing of the day.
Yep. Killed that dream super fast. Where do I think Trendon will sign? Washington. Oh, this is going to take forever to update this. Seattle blew the lead? Of course they did. That's what they do. They're the Seattle Mariners. That's what they're good at. Being mediocre.
Jaden Cruz asks, how much luxury tax does the Green signing make for the Warriors? It actually saved them a little bit of luxury tax because they got Draymond for what should be a couple $1 million cheaper in the first year than he would have had he opted in. Marcus, what do you care how long we go? You can bow out at any time.
Yeah.
Plan is, if there's a bunch of news tomorrow, we'll definitely stream.
Foothill Stable.
Yep,
What?
We'll be ready to go.
Foothill Stable. No.
Is there any rumors on anything? Like, is the entire league done for the night? What time did we get the GP2 signing last year?
I don't know. I remember we signed off. I went to McDonald's, and by the time I had come back, we'd already signed Gary Payton, and you were back on the stream. And I was gone like 5 minutes.
10:34, 10:30. Yeah, it was like 10:30. It's 9:16. What time should I give it?
Am I babysitting? No, I have 3 kids.
Tyrese Halliburton, 5-year contract extension could be up to $260 million.
Good for him. I have a 20-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old. How about you, Peter? Do you have kids?
Yeah, is this where all the contract extensions start coming through?
Maybe.
Refresh, Tori. Refresh what? What do I need to refresh? Tweet deck sucks. You missed all the tweets. This tweet updated. The tweet literally updated. I don't know what you want me to refresh because it literally updated. Like right when the tweet came through.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And guys, as the cap continues to go up, that's what's going to be the max contracts. It's going to keep going up like that, so it's going to seem like a lot, but it's still the same percentage of the cap.
Yeah, and since I set up the tweets in a specific way, they've been updating. It's been fine. Man, Mobile says and people complain about Grant. I mean, Halliburton's a legitimate star. But yeah, it's contracts are going up like that, you know.
I think on your rookie deal, you can be designated as a max contract extension, but he might not qualify for that if he doesn't make like an All-NBA team or something. So just because it says up to $260 million doesn't mean it will. It's kind of like what happened with Jaw this year.
Yeah. Literally sent those a while ago, dude. Sent what a while ago?
Said 1 minute ago.
Yeah, what are you talking about, dude? It's the last Shams tweet was 40 minutes ago. The last Chris Haynes tweet was 2 hours ago. The last Woj tweet was a minute ago. And it updated instantly. Am I supposed to make Shams and Chris Haynes, like, tweet magically? I don't know. I'm not butthurt. I'm just confused because the tweets are fine.
1034 for GP2 says Ishfluent.
Yeah, somebody had that right off the bat. Here we go, though, where I'm just, like, kind of normal. And, you know, I just confused what we're talking about with the tweets. And somebody says I'm butthurt. Like, you weirdos love reading into my emotions, man. It's just strange. Like, I'm chilling. I'm a little tired. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Sorry I'm not a beacon of energy right now.
Yes, if we use anything more than $5 million to sign someone, we would be hard capped. Yes.
Okay, you're gonna... Mod, do you want to ban this guy or should I?
Right back into her.
Alright. I'll ban him. I'll ban him. Chat's moving too fast. There we go. Got him. Yeah, I'd come in here insulting a streamer and get permabanned. Tori's body language indicates he is thinking of banning someone. Yeah, now my body language will be better. Now that's the energy I needed. I just need to ban someone. It's what I live for. Alrighty. Tori, you should do Blazer Trivia to pass time. Remind me before next free agency stream, Elias, next year, because, yeah, this is definitely there's some, a lot of downtime with free agency streams. It's fun to hang out with y'all. Nats, I don't get it either. I don't think I've timed out that guy once today. Like, I don't remember timing out that guy at all, but just, I guess I timed him out and I'm soft. I don't know, dude. People are weird. I don't get it. When you get banned, is it from leaving comments or even watching vids? It's just from leaving comments, and you can still like leave a comment, it just won't show up. So, yeah. I don't want a McChicken. I'm good. I'm not big on McChickens. Tori, what's your skincare routine? Yeah, I don't really have one. Maybe I should. Marcos, I like that mindset. I try and be fair, though. What's my hat size? I don't know. How many notches is that? 2? I have no tats. Who are my top 3 GMs? I don't know. It's kind of hard. Because one year a GM can look great, one year a GM can look bad. It's easier to name bad GMs, I think. Tori should have shaved for free agency. Maybe I'll shave tonight then. So Desmond Bain agreed to a 5-year, $207 million max contract extension. That's wild. I mean, I guess he's worth it, probably. But, I mean, see, you guys were tripping about the Grant signing. I mean, that's like almost $50 million more over 5 years. That's like, that is $40 million a year. I don't think Bain is worth a max. That's the thing, like, Ant doesn't have value because his contract? Are you kidding me? He's making $15 million a year less than Desmond Bain, and I don't think Desmond Bain is, like, noticeably, like, all... Like, I think Desmond Bain is better, but not by that much. That's wild. Halliburton's worth it. Bain, too much. Chris, if a team wants him, they'll trade something for him. That's on our GM to negotiate. Chris says it's funny how all the narratives about our team and players are getting exposed. I mean, we try and tell people that the narratives are BS. And we get clowned for it. Like, it's... Like, Norman Powell on half that contract is apparently a terrible contract and has no value. But Desmond Bain, I don't know. Is he twice as good as Norman Powell? I don't think so. Bain's not even an all-star. Like, I don't get it. Trevin, you think Nas probably deserves a max, so... I mean, if Memphis wants to tie up all that money in Bain, I'm cool with that. Bain is the third best player on the team and is super young. I mean, you don't just give a max to any third best player on a team that's young, though. Like, I don't really get the point. Bane's really good, but he's closer to Ant than he is to a Max, in my opinion. I'm not sure when Cat can be traded. Did Jaylen Brown ever get his extension? I mean, extensions just started rolling in recently, so I mean, we'll see probably in the next 30 minutes. Cole Ray, yeah. Yep. Pretty much what I expected, though, so I'm not really all that disappointed. Just tired. I didn't sleep last night, so 2 hours of sleep is all I got. I had to take care of stuff in the morning and just make sure I finished up the stream package. Bane is the level of youngstar that you pay for what he's going to do. Pay for what he's going to do, not how good he is a year before the contract even starts. I mean, I don't think Bane's gonna really grow a ton more as a player. I think he's kind of what he's going to be for the foreseeable future. I don't think 200 mil is crazy, but it's rich. It's a bit rich for sure. Have we signed anyone, says Crypto AK. We re-signed Jeremy Grant. That is literally it. Is Jaylen Brown's contract going to be 5 years, 300 million? That's the supermax. In a dream, would you rather have Giannis or Embiid, Tori? Giannis, he's better. And I think... Actually, I don't know if he's younger. I guess he's a year older, huh? Because it was 2013 draft and 2014 draft.
Hello.
What's up? I am trying to stay awake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my feet up. What's up?
Well, so far we can add. We need to add vets to this team to the list of Croninisms that he did the exact opposite of.
Yeah.
Haven't added a single vet. And he tried to push off draft picks as bets.
Yeah.
I saw someone ask what my prediction is for Thibault, and that's my prediction is 3 years, 21 million.
Yep.
No, Corey, I will not go over a trade Dame scenario. I did a couple on Monday's stream on Blazers Uprise if you want to go on Blazers Uprise Live if you want to go look at that.
You guys are troopers. Thanks, E-Ray. Try to be.
Trade Jody scenario, yeah. Unfortunately, that's not possible.
Where's the Jaylen Brown Supermax? I thought Boston was going to offer it, says Randy Powell.
I mean, it doesn't have to be done today.
Yeah. Also, who knows if Brown would say yes? Also, who knows if Boston was telling the truth? What do you think of the Desmond Bane max contract?
The cost of good players right now. They're gonna. It's pretty much going to happen in the new CBA. You're going to have your own players that you sign for way too much. It's going to seem like overpays, and you're going to get other players from other teams at dirt cheap prices, and it's going to seem like bargains. Hyperprime will talk more about the G League team once they actually have a roster and stuff.
Nats, you crack me up. AJ, you would think, and apparently he had a little bit of value, and I still just want to know the reason why. What's up, Bread? Yeah, Ant's deal does look better when you compare it against, like, Desmond Bane making $15 million more a year. Ant's contract is not bad. Ant's just slept on.
Alex, you're not happy with Max Strus if that happens. Who else did they sign?
They re-signed Karis LeVert.
Oh, right.
Robbie, what does that mean? I
they
think
got-
those
they
two are
got-
playing the right sports.
They got Yang too, didn't they?
Was that Cleveland? I don't even remember, honestly. Will we cover the G League team once the season starts? Probably a little bit. I mean, nothing too crazy, but keep up with it, though. I'll pay attention. I'll go to the games against the G League Ignite, at least. Cole Ferris says, I seen a thing that said the Blazers aren't getting good offers for Ant because they put that out in the open that he's the guy that they will look to trade. Here's the thing. Like, if a team wants him, a team wants him. Like, just because we're looking to trade him, obviously we're looking to trade him if we trade him. Like, that shouldn't kill your offers. That's the problem. It's like everything's put out with the idea of excusing inactivity.
Yep. And they themselves said it. Inactivity would not be an excuse this time.
Yep.
But, yeah, so I don't understand why he gets an excuse for everything. The reality is, unless he pulls a rabbit out of his hat, Joe Cronin is not a good GM. He's terrible, and anyone can tear down a team and trade a bunch of players for nothing and get very little assets back and then not take back contracts in trades and then go into a summer where you're very limited on the contracts you can trade and you have 3 draft picks, you get lucky and move up into the 3rd pick and tank and all that stuff and just draft your draft picks and say that there was no trades available. That's the easiest thing to do. Like, you're basically doing nothing. If you can't handle making trades happen as a GM, then you're just not cut out for it. So.
Yep. Miguel, I don't watch movies. I've seen that question. I agree with everything you said on Cronin. I'm just tired of the excuses. I mean, you can want to sell Ant, but then also like hype him up to other GMs in a proper way. I don't know. Like, negotiations is a skill, and I'm tired of people acting like it's not.
I mean, he's the reason we're sitting here having to trade Ant for a bigger player, though, and having 4 guards and stuff. Like, people don't factor that in too. We talk about this all the time. You can get guards. They're traded all the time. Like, and we always hear that. Like, how many times has Chris Paul been traded? Right? Yeah. like you can find guards. It's just the problem is finding the wings and the bigs. Like, and some people like, if you want to think you can do that, that's fine. But when you get this is the problem. When you get an asset like the 3rd pick and then try to tell everyone that there were no trades out there because you didn't want to trade the pick, whether you should have or not, could maybe play into it. But you had an asset to get a legitimate wing, and you chose to keep it and take a guard. It could end up being the right decision, sure, but that's how you get stuff. So now we all know their only play right now, because they're not trading Sharp, they're not trading Scoot, it doesn't sound like, and short of Dame asking out, they're not trading Dame. So their only option is to trade Ant, and that makes it so if you don't have trades that materialize, it's hard to get something done. And they literally put the roster in a position where it's Ant, trade, or they're screwed. So I don't get excusing him for that. He's the one who signed all these guys and made it so he had 4 guards and has to be trading Ant. It doesn't make sense to me to give him excuses for something that he put himself in a position to do. Like, if we had Wiseman's contract right now and we could attach that to Ant and we could maybe get I don't know, we can get up to like like a Paul George without including Nurk and making it awkward without a center or something. You know, maybe we could figure something out. But like, there's just no way to, like, Ant doesn't match a lot of contracts either, like max contract guys. So you have to include more stuff. And then our rosters, you have to add not only the difference between that little extra we add with Ant to match salary, but then you also have to balance out the roster spot wise. So you would add however many players you trade out to that number you need. And to me, it doesn't seem like they're even interested in those trades. Otherwise, they would have for sure kept Knox and Watford, because that's cheap filler for the end of the bench for when you make those type of moves. So I just don't think they're they might not even be trying to trade Ant that hard. It's just, I just don't get giving him excuse after excuse after excuse for not getting a deal done.
Yeah, if you're trying to trade Ant, you probably want other salaries to pair with him, like a Kevin Knox, like a Trent Watford. I mean, the fact that they let both those guys go kind of shows you that they're not looking to trade Ant, at least for a high salary player. Now, maybe there was no high salary player that was just on the tables, and they knew that, so they were willing to cut bait. I don't know.
Yeah.
But man, I just, at some point, you got to look at actions instead of words, and especially if there's a pattern of actions, and the actions have consistently been just mundane move after mundane move, never taking a risk, never taking a swing. Like, that's just even when Olshit was here, that's what it was. Now with Cronin here, it's what it is. Like, we don't do anything, and you can always excuse inactivity by saying it was better than whatever hypothetical deals, because we don't know the hypothetical deals. So you can always just sit there and say, well, there wasn't anything good on the table, or we don't know that there was anything good, so thank goodness he didn't do a bad trade. Thank goodness he just sat on his hands. Like, you can always find a way to twist the logic to support inactivity. You can always defend inactivity. But at some point, a pattern of inactivity is exactly that. It's a pattern. It's not just a one-time coincidence like, oh, well, this was just a asset that we couldn't get value for whatever reason. When it's time and time again, and when the front office says they want to, basically says they want Vanderbilt at last year's trade deadline. Every rumor was screaming Jared Vanderbilt, and Dame wanted Jared Vanderbilt, and he gets traded along with D'Angelo Russell and Malik Beasley to the Lakers, and they only have to give up a first. It's like, okay, so what? We couldn't give up a first? Like, did we really want him that bad? We didn't execute that. We didn't get the guy we wanted, right? I mean, that was step one. And then, we couldn't get good enough trade offers for the third pick. Okay, well, now it's going to be, we didn't get good enough trade offers for Ant. Teams are just out to get us. Like, that's a pattern. That's a pattern. We didn't get anything back for Norman Rocco, right? Like, we screwed up the GP2 signing. Like, how many times are we going to fail in terms of execution before we question the guy that's supposed to be executing? Instead of just constantly bringing up hypothetical circumstances that nobody knows the details on. I'm just going to look at the behavior pattern, and there's enough substance to call out and absolutely not trust Joe Cronin as a guy that can execute the right move. We've seen enough to be able to believe that he is not that guy. And that's where we're at now. So, I mean, I told you guys yesterday I didn't expect Joe Cronin to really do anything today. And he did a little bit less than I expected today. So, there's still guys on the board, but this free agency is going to probably be exactly what I expected, which is, like, they'll sign Kelly Oubre or Eric Gordon, and they re-sign Jeremy Grant, and they'll call it good and say Scoot's going to be a superstar and helps the team a ton, despite him being 6'2" in another guard. And that's their pattern of behavior leads right up to that. That is directly in line with everything that they've done the past 2 years. So I don't know why people were surprised. I don't know, it's fun to hope and have that hope that this team will turn things around and Joe Cronin will accomplish things. But at this point, I don't really have that hope because I don't trust it. And after this offseason, I will never have even the hope that I had for Jaylen Brown or anything monumental, because they go directly against accomplishing anything every single time they seemingly have the chance to accomplish anything. So that's where we're at.
Yep. And there's two things at play. Ownership's cheap, so unfortunately that rules out a lot of players that we potentially have to pay a max contract to next summer, and that includes OG, Siakam, Jaylen Brown, all those guys. You can't really force a I mean, you can't make those trades without knowing that you're going to have to possibly have a Jeremy Grant-esque overpay. And with those guys, it might be up to a max contract next summer. So they don't want to commit that kind of money to those kind of players. And so that hamstrings them already. And then the other thing is Cronin, even despite his limitations from above, I mean, he's not able to sign. Like, sign a good vet then? Like, sign a vet that can actually help. Other teams sign minimum contract vets in this situation that help the team. Other teams do not sign Drew Eubanks and expect him to be the backup center for a center that's often hurt. Other GMs wouldn't have just accepted a New Orleans trade where if they accomplish their goal of making the playoffs, your end of the trade gets worse because you're just trying to be a nice guy and make sure both sides are happy. Or didn't even worse, didn't actually think of all the possibilities that could have happened when you made that trade. So like even if he is limited by what he can do, he's still doing a horrible job around the edges of doing things.
I mean, and just listen to the players that they supposedly have interest in constantly, and it's just not the right types of guys. They can't identify the right types of guys to help this team. I see a comment, Blevins, where is that from? Because I'm not just going to believe anything. But
according to this website I'm on.
Yeah.
Why not just say the website?
Doesn't explain anything. And basically it was Celtics, Suns, Mavericks, Raptors, Bucks, Blazers among teams showing interest in Terrence Davis. Okay, Terrence Davis has gotten arrested before for hitting a woman in the face, all right? Yeah. And he's a guard. And he's a 6'3" guard. Like, if that's true, how much more evidence do you need that Cronin is a moron? Like Terrence Davis isn't even he's not a good NBA player. He got arrested for assaulting a woman, and this was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And he's a freaking guard. Like, how many guards do we need? Everybody, even if this isn't true, everybody that I've heard today that we've been linked to is a freaking guard. Terrence Davis, Max Strus, Eric Gordon, and none of them can play defense.
And I still am waiting for this. Please, someone ask Joe Cronin this. What did you know about Gary Payton's injury history or injury situation when he was signed? I know, but you signed a guy who, if you just did a physical, would have seen that he needed core surgery, or, I mean, it was public knowledge that he was hurt several times at the end of the playoffs and stuff, and wasn't fully healthy at the time. So just don't sign an injured player over like a Bruce Brown type of player if that's what came down to your final decision. Because we'd have Bruce Brown at $8 million right now for next season. That would be interesting.
I'm sure he's happy he didn't sign here because now he's going to be making $23 million next year.
Yeah. Now we can send Joe Cronin a thank you card.
I mean, there's a comment that says, this is the thing, someone's got to sacrifice themselves and ask Cronin the questions we need answers to. They did after the draft. He got grilled by the media, and all his answers were contradictory to what he said 2 months ago in exit interviews. So, I mean, he's going to try and weasel his way out of the tough questions, and that's it. And that's all. He's going to come up with something to say. PR, spin. And
I mean,
some people will buy it.
Until he proves otherwise, or this organization proves otherwise, the committed to Dame thing is all BS. It's a facade. They're faking it to to please people. So, I mean, it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they, don't want to see Dame go, but they want to go the route around, building around Scoot and Sharp. But also, I don't know why they cut Trendon then, so it's just... I mean, nothing really makes sense with this team, regardless of the direction, so... I mean, here's the thing, they've been inactive even when it seems like it's genuine that they want to try and get better, so I just think it's as much as anything, it might be to a lack of foresight, a lack of proper planning as a GM, and a lack of execution. But then also Cronin falling in love with his draft prospects, like a lot of GMs are kind of prone to do. Oh, so it's via Mark Jones and Michael Scotto. Is the Terrence Jones rumor. I mean, it could be an agent putting it out there to gas him up or something. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
That's definitely part of it, Ryan. Says, think Cronin's a coward. He doesn't want to be the guy who traded Dame, but he also doesn't want to be the guy who traded Scoot. And yeah, that's what I heard at the draft, is that he was scared to death about trading away Scoot and having him become like a Hall of Fame player, and the person he traded for, they didn't win a title or something. And I'm sorry, but you can't GM that way. It's good to value things certain ways, and the third pick should have been super valuable, but you also can't just refuse to even explore trades because you're scared of it.
Problem is, a lot of people assume that he explored all options.
What's better, right now or last year when we still hadn't re-signed Nurk and then everyone was thinking we were getting Ayton?
I mean, I don't think this year is worse. I knew what it was coming into today, and I knew what to expect coming into today, and today is basically exactly what I expected. I'm not even in that negative of a mood right now, believe it or not, because this is kind of what I already thought. I don't think this is anything new. It's been what it's been for a while now. So, honestly, last year was just as bad as this year. Because what's truly changed?
What if we still end up trading for Ayton?
That'd be comical. Shout out to Braden Tennis, $2 dono, says, I vote Eric to be the new GM. Thank you, Braden. And then Snack and K with the $2 dono says, Eric, would you take the job if they offered it?
Of course I would take the job, but I mean, that's not happening. Nor am I qualified for it, so...
And then Jody tells you to act exactly like Cronin would and make all the moves that Cronin would, or she'll fire you. And then I have to sit here on the channel criticizing you.
I'm not lying to the fans, though.
Well, Eric's gonna hold the record for the fastest amount of time to get fired as GM.
Well, if my contract's guaranteed, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I guess that is a bag.
And before I leave, I'm telling Dame the truth.
Cronin probably spent all day trying to trade for James Harden. That's probably why we haven't signed anyone. He was probably distracted with Daryl Morey talking in circles. You should trade Harden to me. No, you should trade Dame to me. And they probably just went in circles for hours. Don't worry about what Winslow's liking on Twitter. Nurkic always tweets cryptic stuff. Winslow's just being weird, man.
Yo, just got home from work. Surely I missed tons of Blazer trades and signings, right? Right?
Yeah, so DeAndre Ayton's a Blazer, and also so is Jaylen Brown and James Harden. Alex Crawford, that's not in place this year. It's next year. If I recall correctly, right, Eric?
Yes. They do have their $8.3 million trade exception. But yeah, there would be no way to wait on that. And even if that was the case, yeah, you wouldn't have to wait either.
Dude, I love... How many... Hold up. So, you know how, like, I had a little bit of positivity earlier because I was like, oh, Mariners are up 4-0.
They're not at 11-4 or something?
They're down 12-4 after giving up 8 runs in the 8th inning. I am just a cursed sports fan. It is miserable out here. Mariners are about to be 4 games below 500. They got good for 1 year and said that's enough for this decade. But surely we'll get baseball and PDX, right? Surely we won't have another sports-related thing promised to us that will be a lie.
Hey, the Reds beat the Padres today.
Yeah, your Reds are on a tear, so at least you got something.
After they got their 12-game winning streak snapped, now they've won 3 in a row again.
I mean, I just gotta go back to being a full-time NASCAR fan. Thanks, George.
I mean,
it's basketball reference, bruh. I'm on Dennis Schroeder's stat page. It was Nick Wright and Chris Broussard.
Ty asked, could Miami have been making space for Nurkic and Dame? Can't see why Portland wouldn't move off Nurkic. Well, Miami would actually have a tougher time matching salary if they trade players out because Nurkic doesn't fit into any of their TPEs now. So I don't know. I mean, Hero, as long as Lowry's on their team, they could match. I don't think that was official yet, was it? Or did they officially waive Lowry?
The Heat?
Yeah.
They're waiving him?
That was a couple days ago. They said that they were going to waive him, but then it was like one of those weird Chris Paul situations where they're waiting or something. I don't think they have to do it now. It'd be kind of stupid to do it right now. They didn't. No. So they can still match salary with Lowry and Hero still match Nurk and Dame.
Lowry did not waive Lowry. Chris Haynes keeps misreporting teams waiving players. Yeah, I wonder what's up with that.
Hey, Tori.
What's up?
If you could give any Blazer player 6 inches, who would it be?
6 inches of height. Scoot.
You'd be our small forward.
Yeah. "7'5" Nurk. That'd be interesting.
I think I would give it to Sharp. He'd be 6'10" and a half without shoes.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I just think Scoot. I just think 6'8.5" Scoot is LeBron 2.0.
Kieran.
What? What Kieran say now?
He donated. Do you want to read it?
Kieran with the $5 dono. Thank you, Kieran, for the dono, and especially this message. He says, "Get me 6 inches and it's over for y'all." What? So you can be 5'4"? Kieran at 5'11". What time should we set to? At 8 hours, I will end the stream if we have nothing else. It's at 7 hours 50 minutes. Does that sound good, Eric?
Sure.
Because I don't.
And then we'll see each other 15 minutes later.
Yeah, I am.
But
ready
no, we'll
to
be.
just relax.
Yeah, hopefully there's some signings tomorrow. The Blazers obviously still have to sign a couple players. We still only have Nurkic as the center, so something's got to give. So hopefully we have some news tomorrow and have some signings to talk about.
Yep. Also, hit the like on the stream, by the way. Helps us out. Greatly appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow, probably at some point, assuming there's a signing tomorrow. 6'8" Damian Lillard would be pretty crazy, but we'd only get a few years of him. I'd rather give it to the 19-year-old. Never mind. Shut up, Connor. You know, I hate the question. I hate chat right now, bro. I am too tired to, like, think about it before, like, yeah. Damn. Oh my goodness, no. No. Yeah, I did, bro. I'm tired, man. I've been streaming 8 hours straight on 2 hours of sleep. I've been streaming 4 times longer than I slept last night, bro. It's tough.
Prince Hakeem, that's not updated information.
Rob Johnson says, "Bull bull," with a bunch of exclamation points. What is the purpose of that?
Just to make sure, yeah, all the tweets are still updating, right?
I mean,
I'm sure chat would have told us if it wasn't.
they've been updating, so I don't. Chat would say something. They've been updating before chat even says anything.
Thanks, Bubba.
Oh, we'll definitely continue streaming if something happens or if we need to come back, but there's really no point in just keep going with nothing going on. Might as well get our rest like Cronin is.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down after this because I'm tired.
Read AJ's.
AJ's what message? Oh, it's not a dono. I don't have to read it. What he said though. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not. No.
I mean, Blevins, that's what happened last year, so. Stop, Mike. Starcadian117 says, I came to a Mariners stream to escape the Blazers news. Now I'm coming to the Blazers stream to escape the Mariners. Life is pain.
That's funny. Alright. I kind of want to read the Jake Fisher article.
Oh, there.
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it.
Okay.
This is not an instant winners and losers of NBA free agency column, but after the early hours of free agency on Friday evening, the Los Angeles Lakers have emerged through a second consecutive transaction window with marked improvements, blah, 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 blah. I don't care about the Lakers.
Must be nice.
Yep. The Lakers aren't exactly targeting the slashy headline names affiliated with approaches of yesteryear. Talking about re-signing Rui. D'Angelo Russell's status remains undetermined, although there is mutual interest in his return to Los Angeles when free agency began. Adding Taurean Prince with the biannual exception. Cam Reddish. Gabe Vincent. They're just talking about the Lakers, but then they're going to talk about the Raptors, which is what I have more interest in.
While you're looking for something to read off.
Yeah, I got it. The Raptors appeared to be a strong possibility for Vincent. Word of Vincent emerging as Toronto's top option to replace Van Vleet seemed to spread around rival front offices, but then the bell rang and players flew off the board. Bruce Brown, the Lakers' top target with that full mid-level, quickly signed with the Pacers for 2 years and $45 million. League sources told Yahoo Sports. Eric Gordon was another name on the Lakers' radar, but Los Angeles opted to move forward with Vincent, and the Raptors never contacted his representation Friday with an offer, sources said. Miami didn't offer Vincent a comparable salary to the Lakers deal either. The Heat wouldn't go above $8 million a year. Miami appears to be operating on a strict budget. For the Heat to help facilitate any sign-and-trade for Strus, which the Cleveland Cavaliers hope to complete, sources said, the Heat have indicated a requirement to not take back significant salary, which will need a third team such as the San Antonio Spurs for salary matching purposes, and ever since Victor Oladipo exercised his $9.5 million player option for the season, the Heat were searching for deals to offload his salary. Sent him to OKC. Bringing in Vincent took Dennis Schroeder off the table for the Lakers after there was plenty of word that Los Angeles would try and retain Schroeder, with part of its mid-level exception end up going largely to Vincent. That seemingly turned into good news, however, for the German point guard who went on to join Toronto in Van Vleet's stead for 2 years and $26 million. Without Van Vleet, the Raptors stand on precarious footing in the Eastern Conference, re-signing Pirtle to a 4-year, $80 million deal with a player option. Always seemed to be the likely outcome after Toronto sent a first-round pick to the Spurs for the veteran center before the trade deadline. Schroeder was a valuable cog for the Lakers' last playoff sprint, but this will mark the second time Toronto lost a franchise favorite at point guard on the open market after rebuffing sizable offers for those players at the previous trade deadline. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Masai Ujiri could have gotten something back for Kyle Lowry, and Fred VanVleet didn't, and they walked for essentially nothing. Kyle Lowry, they got back stuff in a sign and trade. They got back Goran Dragic, which didn't amount to anything, and Precious Achiuwa, who's still there. But yeah, that's a yikes from Masai Ujiri.
And now he's possibly facing that next year with OG and Siakam.
Yeah! Do you think he might ever freaking learn? God.
People with the egos that big don't ever think it's their fault, you know?
He's my least favorite GM in the league. Maybe Van Vliet's exit will help create more on-ball opportunities for OG Anunoby, who changed agencies from Clutch to CAA amid ongoing questions about his role in Toronto. Anunoby told representatives during meetings with prospective agents, according to people familiar with the situation, that he was searching for greater ball handling and playmaking duties in advance of his upcoming contract talks. Without the chance in the Raptors offense under new head coach Darko Rajakovic, however you say his name, there remains the ongoing possibility that Anunoby could request a trade from the franchise during what's now the third season of a 4-year, $72 million contract, which Anunoby relayed to potential agents he deemed was below his market value, but does include a player option before the 2024-2025 season. Even then, there remains the roadblock of Toronto communicating what rival front offices have consistently deemed unrealistic valuations for its players, such as Anunoby and all-star forward Pascal Siakam and Van Vleet himself. That would make any potential trade exit appear more fraught than meets the eye. These negotiations are never without the moving goalposts of leverage, but teams and players can often mistake time and the looming threats of the next transaction cycle as a factor in their favor. On other occasions, a team or player may simply have been burned by the ill-fated summer to reach the open market as a free agent, or a team with money to spend. Just ask Austin Reeves. The biggest piece of the Lakers' remaining offseason puzzle remains unsigned. The Lakers strongly signaled that they will match any offer sheet for Reeves, which may limit the 25-year-old to the 4-year, $50 million plus maximum the Lakers can offer him. Still a massive win for the undrafted guard out of Arkansas. The San Antonio Spurs stand as a team with the room to give the Lakers a truce, scare and lob Reeves the 4-year, $100 million maximum offer sheet he can only garner from a rival team. End of article. That's Jake Fisher's article. Anything you wanted to expand upon in that?
Oh, really? I mean, it's all stuff we've talked about.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yep. Masai Ujiri is delusional.
Toronto's overvaluing or trying to fleece people in trades and then losing players with getting nothing back. And the Lakers get all their players hyped up and make moves and get max value somehow at every turn, it seems like.
And right on cue, we have an Ant to Toronto, Pascal to Boston, Brown to Portland, draft compensation as well. Trade idea. Masai Ujiri is delusional. He's not going to trade Pascal Siakam for Ant and picks. I don't think he would do it with 10 picks. That's how much he overvalues his players. So.
And if you want to sleep as good as Joe Cronin does on trade deadlines and free agency periods, go check out Manta Sleep Mask and use that promo code Uprise for 10% off, because he obviously just puts that on and gets blocked out the rest of the world and just doesn't care about any of the noise. He just goes right to sleep and wakes up the next day like, oh, was I supposed to do something last night?
Yeah, in usually every scenario, a Manta Sleep Mask is great. Unless you're maybe the GM of the Portland Trailblazers. Then we need to get it off him. But I want to get a Manta Sleep Mask on you guys. So check out the link in the description box below, because it makes for a great night's sleep, and it leaves you refreshed the following morning. I can speak to that.
Jonathan asked what he missed. Nothing.
Nothing. Jeremy Grant resigned. Yay. Now it's time to win it all next year. We're ready. All right, man, we're past 8 hours. I'm tired. If the Blazers randomly make a signing late at night again, then we'll go live again. But with that being said, that's a wrap for this free agency stream. We'll be live tomorrow probably at some point, assuming the Blazers do something tomorrow. But, I mean, maybe that's a over-optimistic assumption given who we're dealing with here. We'll see.
Yeah.
Bryce Cook says, can you guys wake me up if they do something? If we go live, we'll tag everyone in the Discord. So join our Discord and leave notifications on, and then you can wake up when we tag you. Discord link is in the description box below as well. Thank you to Bet Online for sponsoring the stream. Use the promo code BELIEVE, B-L-E-A-V, for a 50% reward bonus. Anything else, Eric?
No, I just want to say thank you so much to anyone who tuned in for even a minute of our stream today, and especially those who stayed a majority of the time, or if you stayed the entire 8+ hours, you are a champion, and we really appreciate you. Thanks to everyone who left a like, and special thanks to everyone who donated or left a channel member message today as well. Mm-hmm. You guys have been killing it lately with those, and we really appreciate that. Thanks for the support, and thanks for the viewership. And hope to see you all tomorrow, hopefully with some better news, or just at least some news, I guess, so we know one way or another what the heck we're doing.
Yeah, we'll see how long this drags out, because there has to be a resolution at some point. So hopefully you guys have a good rest of your nights, and until whenever we catch you next, as always, peace out. Go Blazers.